Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto trained by Hamura and Awakens Otsutsuki Bloodline? Part 2. Go and watch Part 1. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. It had truly been the worst time he had ever had. If it would ever come back to him, he would use the power of the Shikaku to destroy Konoha completely. He still had control over sand, but he didn't feel powerful at all. Perhaps Temari could actually stand a chance against him now. Kankura surely didn't, with one arm missing. He almost felt bad for the guy, if he wasn't always sneering at him behind his back. Really, didn't his own brother know he always had the third eye hovering near him? My entire career is over with this. There's nothing the medic Nin can do, Temari. The puppeteer was downtrodden. I don't. I wish we had never gone to Konoha. Gaara agreed wholeheartedly and Temari could only sympathize. We'll see what they can do, Kankuro. Don't underestimate our medical corps. Don't forget, Chiyo-sama and Ebizo-sama might be able to help out. Gaara. The three siblings all turned to Baki. They were traveling back to Sunagekure on foot. The other teams from Suna didn't dare travel with Gaara, so they were by themselves. They still had a few miles to go to their village, Aim Your Dice and Nomi to the south. The youngest obviously didn't like being ordered around, but Baki was a sensunin. Someone was apparently close by. After a minute, Gaara was actually afraid. It's Uzumaki Naruto. The jounin in their midst narrowed his eyes. From the battles he had seen in the Chunin exams, even he could have a little trouble against the boy, but he wasn't overly worried. By himself? He got a short nod as a response and didn't miss the stiffness in Gaara's body language. Gaara seems afraid. It's safe to say he no longer has access to the Shikaku's chakra, but the demon should still be sealed inside of him. A Jinchuriki dies after extraction, after all. That little shit came to gloat? Kankuro, you should hang back. That particular genin is actually quite strong. Baki motioned for the others to get ready. Something odd just happened. Asking for clarification, Baki shot Gaara an impatient look. He's no longer by himself. It was weird seeing Gaara so unsure of himself. And I lost sight of him. Baki tensed up. Someone quick enough to get away from the 360-degree vision of Gaara's third eye. He assessed the situation. He still had all his chakra at his disposal. Temari was also healthy and ready to go. Kankuro was out and Gaara was a bit of a question mark. Surprisingly, even more than before. All thoughts died down though, as three people appeared before them. He might be a jounin, but he wouldn't survive even a second here. Stand down. He ordered immediately. Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the mist. He could perhaps defeat this one, but with a lot of luck. Still probably a runaway situation. Hatake Kakashi, the copycat and wielder of 1,000 techniques. He would last a minute at best. Shimura Danzo, the shinobi of darkness. Not a second. Can we help you? He bit out, not feeling confident at all. Yes, shit. How did that little genin sneak up behind them? Uzumaki Naruto. Baki breathed out, turning his head slightly. His genin kept quiet, but Kankuro was glaring murder and Gaara was still looking unsure. Curious that it is your name he utters only. It is a testament to your showings, surely. Danzo praised Naruto, before he addressed Baki. Your luck has run out. The Kazekage has been killed by Orochimaru, and your country is none the wiser. What do you mean? Our father was killed? The Warhawk chose to elaborate, choosing to aim his attention at Baki. Temari's question was almost the same anyway. Orochimaru has disguised himself as the Kazekage after he killed him. No one in Sunagekure realizes. He held up his hand to request further silence. Whether you believe me or not does not matter. We will either kill you or you come back to Konoha with us. Why is Akiri Nupnin with you? Baki asked, while his genin were still struggling with the news their father was killed. Ma. The next question means you get see the afterlife. Kakashi casually let out. Zabuza rolled his eyes, but his fingers did twitch around the Kubikiri Huku. We knew about your original plans to invade and attack our village. I'd kill you, but Naruto wants you guys alive, for now. Naruto finished from the other side of the Sunanin. All I want to know is how you created that sand woman, Gaara. What is your last name? The sand jounin was a bit confused. Naruto seems to be calling the shots? I saw it. You created them. They are clones. Gaara's words confused him even further. The blonde genin from Konoha nodded almost cheerfully. Not just any clones. Does that mean these guys are not real? Baki felt himself at loss on what to do, but clones nonetheless. Gaara confirmed. I don't know how. Baki cut him off as he rushed towards the three older nin, intent on taking them down as illusionary clones created by a simple genin. His world went black. Temari gasped as Danzo was holding Baki's head in his hands. I must thank you for your misleading words, Sabaku no Gara. I would have felt slightly less honorable in killing a jounin in front of his subordinates. Baki was very proficient in wind jutsu. Danzo was a true master in wind jutsu. Kankura seemed to be staring holes in the ground, realizing he was completely fucked now. Ugh, you beat me to it, Zabuza complained. Kakashi wouldn't have retaliated, knowing the others were a tad more bloodthirsty. Why'd you bring this one out anyway? You revived him, right? The Mist Devil pointed his thumb at Kakashi. Oh, just for intimidation. Naruto shrugged. He was still waiting for Gaara's explanation. Danzo would have done that job well enough. Gaara. That sand woman of yours? Gaara swallowed thickly as Danzo dropped Baki's head in the bushes. His body just then dropped to the ground. The situation was hopeless. The old man in front of him was the one who took his demon away, in the first place. I don't know how I created that female sand clone. It felt like my usual shield of sand. Your mother was a Fuinjutsu expert, Danzo explained. She left some of her essence in your chakra coils, permanently. It functions as your so-called Suna no Tate. Your mother will always protect you. Gaara's eyes widened as Naruto uttered those words. Your father was also adept at Fuinjutsu. He was the one who taught your mother. Ultimately, your mother surpassed him because your father lacked the talent. Despite that, I believe your father may have been an Uzumaki. Danzo continued. What? Their worlds also went black. Naruto looked at the three unconscious forms on the ground with a sigh. Let's leave his siblings alive for now, it might make him more cooperative. He shot a glance at the sky. His mother protects him and is a Fuinjutsu expert, but she wasn't very strong or fast. It's quite easy to bypass the defense she has made herself into. Him being an Uzumaki is only a guess, but there are no records of his father's true lineage. It could mean that all the three children on the ground were Uzumaki, which was highly unlikely. Perhaps Temari and Kankura weren't truly the Kazekage's children? Gaara was the only one who showed the signs, high amount of chakra and the red hair. The Warhawk stifled a yawn. It was unbecoming in a situation like this. He took a look at the headless body at his feet. How that sand jounin deserved his rank was a mystery to him. Let's take him back to Konoha. We leave them en route. After that, we head for Kiri. His fingers were trembling. He was usually a genius at reading emotions and even thoughts. But, was this anxiety? Fear? Hope? Or perhaps all bundled in one thing, fused into a whole other emotion? Was he being a child, being naive and thinking the possibility was actually there? I can destroy it completely without killing you. But how? How can he promise that so easily? He whispered, thinking back on the words Naruto uttered that night. The young boy touched his own forehead. Usually hatred accompanied the motion, but now it was only curious, hopeful wonder. Would Naruto really be able to destroy the caged bird seal? And then that crazy story he told Uchiha Sasuke about the Uchiha massacre. Was that all really true? His Byakugan caught not a single lie during the entire speech. Sasuke definitely held potential, and would surely become a very powerful shinobi. It is indeed wise telling someone a horrid truth about his own past when said someone can't bite your head off immediately. But to think the Uchiha clan wanted to take over Konoha in the past. He wondered what Uchiha Sasuke's thoughts were. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane. They were responsible. They were responsible for his family's demise. They were responsible for his brother's actions and his defection. Uchiha Itachi was ordered to kill his own family. Uchiha Itachi was innocent. At the moment, Sasuke was face first on the ground, panting from the intense training he had just undergone. He would have to kill them. They were all too strong right now. Why did Naruto tell him? How did the class clown come to know all this? But he saw the genuine expression. This was no prank. Naruto was dead serious. Even Neji confirmed it with his Byakugan. Konoha was responsible for his clan's destruction. What was he supposed to do now? Get up. Fuck off, Tayuya. Nice to see I'm rubbing off on you. Tayuya rolled her left shoulder backwards once, popping it. That was a pretty nice spar. It's always nice to punch the face of someone who's trapped in a genjutsu. Sasuke picked himself up from the ground, his right eye quite swollen. You mean for genjutsu? You were too easy to pick apart today. Something got you distracted? If there was, it would be none of your business. The Uzumaki girl shrugged. Not like I give a shit, really. Perhaps a word of advice, though. If shit's bothering you, know to leave the shit out of it once the fighting starts. No shit. Yeah, exactly. Tayuya grinned at his bored stare. I'd hate to see you start crying like a little bitch in the middle of a spar. It'll make me want to beat the shit out of you, get it? Sasuke turned away from her. Yeah, the pun wasn't funny the first time. I'm gonna head home. The former sound Kunoichi had a bored expression on her face as Sasuke used Shunshin. When Danzo had taken her curse seal off, she knew she needed to get back to training herself. The forceful way the curse seal pulled nature chakra out was indeed a good tool, but without it she was barely above genin level. He lost it. Taiyuya turned around to see Karen. Lost what? His focus. If you asked me, he's lost the grip on his hatred. That actually makes him more promising. Karen semi-agreed. Less focus can't be good though. You and I need to have a little talk. The blonde Jinchuriki stood face to face with Naro Shikaku after departing from the Hokage's office. The others were waiting for him outside the gates of Konoha. Why was this old geezer bothering him? He was being inconspicuous, right? Well, maybe his showings in the Chunin exams weren't really. This guy, though, was Shikamaru's father. Warning bells in his head already went off, because this guy could most definitely see through him. Nara Shikaku is someone you keep at a distance, but close enough to keep an eye on. Shimura Danzo. Ugh, it's always such a pain to deal with this guy. I can't joke around with him. Hatake Kakashi. Always be careful around Konoha's Nara clansmen. They're the only ones who probably kill more silent than us silent killing machines. Momochi Zabuza to Yuki Haku. Nara Shikaku. Even Orochimaru-sama is wary of this man. Yakushi Kabuto. My dad may be a pain in the ass, but he's a pain in the ass even for the Hokage. Nara Shikamaru. The last one wasn't so much a flashback in his head, more a flashback he actually remembered himself. Shikamaru's old man? Naruto feigned innocence, even though he knew it wouldn't work. Yeah. You're one of Konoha's new Chunin, Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you. Name's Nara Shikaku. Likewise. Naruto had just finished reporting on the interception of Gaara and his team and had been debriefed on his limitations on the mission he had in Kirigakure. Not sure if I can help you. You wanted to talk? Shikaku gave him a grin and tilted his head. Yeah, I hear you have a mission to a certain rebel faction in Kirigakure. News travels fast. My tone changed. For me it does. I am in charge of most mission handouts, you see. I believe you are in charge of missions Jounin are assigned though? Ah yes, and a Chunin knows this how? Naruto fought the need to grind his teeth. As I said, you need to follow me to my office, Chunin. It's a darn shame he let Danzo's Shinzui Bunshin do his root business before all this, the blonde thought as he followed after Shikaku. What's taking him so long? I thought we were going to move out as soon as he was done with the report. You're just impatient because you want to go back and see how the situation is back in Kiri. Kakashi, the real one, was reading Ika Ika, which you kind of already know thanks to Naruto-kun's ability. Kabuto tapped his own head for a little unnecessary elaboration. Yeah, but information gets old fast in Kirigakure. Zabuza sneered at the sound Nin. Perhaps Danzo has some unfinished business to take care of? Haku wondered as he was eyeing some flowers on the ground. They were waiting about a mile out of Konoha. I too wonder what has become of Kirigakure. Kagaya Kimimaro didn't change much, but he would be the last to admit he didn't feel more free than when he was still working for Orochimaru, which was a bit ironic. Are we the only ones going? Kidomaru asked out loud. The spider-like man was playing with some golden webbings. He is currently stationary. He also seems anxious. Jirubu finished the party currently waiting for Naruto and Danzo. Jirubu was a talented sensor Nin that could also tell some emotions from the fluctuations in chakra flow. Anxiety, fear and excitement were some of those. I have requested a certain Hyuga to accompany us. Shit. Jirubu was extremely disappointed in himself for not having sensed Danzo approaching. How did you? I have learned how all of your jutsu work now. Shizentuta is an amazing Kekai Genkai that allows even us to absorb knowledge. Only a fool ignores opportunity. It's child's play to hide from you now, Jirubu. You only focus on certain aspects in a chakra presence. Learn from my knowledge as I have learned from yours. Danzo lectured. You already have the information. Naruto-kun usually creates us with the same build he knows us having. Having the knowledge isn't always enough. Kabuto pushed his glasses up. Indeed, and he does so knowingly. The old warhawk was frowning now, but not at Kabuto. It is a bit peculiar that he is taking so long. I came across this mission request a tad bit late, I must admit. And already signed with approval by one outranking even me, the Jounin commander. Shikaku was staring a hole in Naruto with a fairly neutral gaze. It's odd that this was signed by Shimura Danzo. Naruto had a rebuttal, but Shikaku held up one finger and smirked at him. But that's not the strangest aspect. It was curious to see Shimura Danzo and Hatake Kakashi doing a mission together. It was stranger still to see your name on the sheet as well. The Nara actually chuckled now. But no, the strangest detail on the already approved mission request was you as the appointed leader. Naruto sighed. A war veteran with a rank very close to the Hokage. An elite jounin, high A ranked reaching S ranked. Working under a rookie chunin? Behind his desk, Shikaka clasped his hands together. You'll admit it's a bit far-fetched? Danzo signed it. Yes, that explains everything. Sarcasm was lovely, but usually not when it was directed at you. Take it up to Hokage-sama, Shikaku-sama. As you can see in the request, I was not the one who decided on anything. No. And you also wouldn't know why 3 men are sent to help in a shinobi country we don't even have an alliance with? What is it I can help you with, Shikaku-sama? The Jinchuriki wasn't in the mood for games and was already running a bit late. This mission request is too suspicious, obviously S-ranked but assigned as B-ranked to keep from notice. It almost worked too, because you were appointed squad leader. Shikaku leaned forward. It just so happens to be that you only rarely see Shimura Danzo's name on anything official. It caught my eye. The chunin in the room threw him an exasperated expression. Either Danzo is making mistakes in his old age or he wanted me to see it. That man is a dangerous entity for Konoha and for our Hokage. The Nara leaned back in his chair. The Jounin commander was thinking that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was perhaps an agent of Root. And if he was, then for how long? Was the dead last thing all an act? What I want, Naruto-kun, is in. I'll accept you as my squad leader for this mission. What did you say? Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikaku, Shimura Danzo, Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto. A genin, a rookie chunin, an elite jounin, a jounin commander and an S-ranked war veteran. What a troublesome presence. Were both Naruto's and Danzo's thoughts. Not knowing it almost mimicked the thoughts of the one in question. He had to dismiss all the Shinzui Bunshin except Danzo because of Shikaku's being here. The real Kakashi was accompanying them. I guess I fight with only one Shinzui Bunshin out then. Might as well test this multi-fighting style out in Kirigakure. In actuality, Naruto feared this situation quite a bit. He spat out Shinzui Bunshin for battles because it gave him better focus. With so many thoughts on how to tackle a situation, it could cause him to freeze. Time to jump over that hurdle. We also need to talk about your Shizentura, Naruto. Yeah, limitations, right? This link we share is already hard enough to keep between us. It works to our advantages, but might also prove disadvantageous if all my absorbees have the same knowledge. Yes. Because it is the same knowledge multiplied indefinitely. It takes space. It's like having 100 copies of a useless memory. You may not realize it, but a flashback hits you as many times as the amount of people you have absorbed. It is straining on your psyche. So what do you suggest? Next level of absorption. The Yamanaka in your possession needs to become you completely. You won't need me to keep rearranging fragments of minds. What is this next level of absorption? He becomes a true part of you and ceases to exist. You won't be able to create a Shinzui Bunshin of him anymore because he has been completely assimilated into you. Rinne Tensei also won't work on someone like that anymore because the person truly stops existing. I understand. I will have to learn this next step of the Shizentura. It should come as naturally as a Shinzui Bunshin. But this one's focus is on the inner workings of your mind. Naruto nodded as he was leading the way to Kirigakure. I shall call it. Aburita, you seem to be misunderstanding something about the Shizentura, Naruto. You might believe their souls are swimming inside of you, but they are not. Your soul is the only thing swimming, and it's the only one that can drown. You should picture a cage hanging over the water with all their souls in it. Their souls want to jump in the water, kill your soul and take over the water. There can only be the one soul, so I must open the cage? The cage has many doors, but only one escape. One of the doors is a temporary exit for them as a Shinzui Bunshin. Its exit is away from the water your soul is in. Another door is a temporary exit as a so-called revived soul, the Rinne Tensei. If you open the cage you undeniably destroy the cage and you get personality disorder. You most likely lose yourself or regain your bearings and then be able to create a new gate. Then how should I picture this next step? The soul is already inside of you. All you need to do is kill it. How do I kill a soul inside of me? This was not a situation he expected himself to land in, ever. These guys weren't just anybody. He'll admit he didn't know much about him, but he was surely the most intimidating one present. This Shimura Danzo was someone many avoided. In the Hokage Tower, he had his Byakugan active enough times to know this man. While Naruto was almost completely shielded from his Byakugan, Danzo came pretty close. But the reason he was shielded was because of obvious Fuinjutsu he had seen before in many a shinobi. Shimura Danzo was keeping his right eye and his right arm completely locked down. His Byakugan could not see beyond the locks. The man's serious aura was even deadlier than Hayashi Hyuga's. Now, Hatake Kakashi was a man he was more familiar with. The rival of his own Jounin instructor was present at times during their training sessions. But he was mostly reading that perverted book of his or just lazing about. But Hyuga Niji was no fool. He knew this man was the legendary copycat, the wielder of 1,000 jutsu. With just Kakashi and Danzo in one squad, even a Kage would have trouble bringing it down, which made it even harder to believe that Konoha's Jounin commander was here. Nara Shikaku was Konoha's genius strategist. Why was he even on a mobile mission? B-ranked even? Not that Niji believed this was a B-ranked mission with these individuals. To think that Uzumaki Naruto was leading this mission. Let's set up camp in about 20 minutes or 20 miles? Niji thought. And then Naruto sped up a bit, making them all adjust their travel speed. Calculating this current speed with his Byakugan, Niji realized it was both. I'm going to be needing a soldier pill after this. He's not hiding things too well. The strategist thought as he lighted up his cigarette at the campfire. And the others are too quiet, which is also a bit of a giveaway. Things are definitely not as they seem. The Nara did not miss the annoyance sent his way during their travel, but he was quite used to it. If you don't mind me asking, why am I actually here? Shikaka threw the young Hyuga an amused glance and was wondering how they would respond. We have a meeting set up with Torimi Mei, the leader of a rebellion opposing the current Mizukage, Karatachi Yugura. Naruto sat up from his position. He had been taking a semi-nap close to the fire. Danzo was asleep with two of his Kage Bunshin standing very stoically around him. Kakashi was standing guard. Whether they work with us or not, our mission will remain the same. We take out the Mizukage, in any way possible. Niji swallowed at the fact. He had not been debriefed on the mission beforehand. A random Chunin messenger had told him to meet Naruto and Shikaku at the gate. Our mission is to take out the Mizukage? Niji, quite disbelievingly, repeated. Not having received an answer to his original question was perfectly acceptable. And this is a B-ranked mission? Actually, the supposed mission was meeting Torimi Mei and establishing connections. At least, if I was reading the correct mission request. Shikaku cut in, shooting a light frown Danzo's way. His Kage Bunshin simply stared ahead. You're not too secretive right now, Shimaridano. Or you, for that matter, Naruto-kun. Niji was confused when Naruto actually glared at the Jounin commander. Look, obviously the entire thing is a cover. Hokage-sama knows everything, so I don't understand why he even allowed you on this mission. Naruto's true colors were shining through. Even he could not fight his feelings of annoyance. Is that how a Chunin should talk to a superior, I wonder? Niji agreed with Shikaku's comment. I might be mistaken, but it appears you are not pleased with my presence. Naruto rolled his right shoulder around before focusing on the Nara. Your being here drastically limits my movements. I agree with Naruto, however. Shikaku silently clicked his tongue as Danzo all of a sudden interrupted them as he joined them at the campfire. His Kage Bunshin were no more. The Hyuga in their midst couldn't believe what was happening. I am also quite at loss on why you, or Hiruzen for that matter, would want you on a mission obviously better suited to Ne. Here, the Nara clan head narrowed his eyes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that classified information? Aren't you being a bit too open? He loathed to admit, desperately fired up a second cigarette. This situation was a tad bit too stressful for him. He had gotten too used at sitting in an office, perhaps. Or is there something I don't know? Are both Hyuga Niji and Uzumaki Naruto root ANBU? Shikaku kept his gaze steady on the ever-intimidating one-eyed glare coming from Danzo. Am I actually in danger here? No, I can definitely trust Kakashi still. There is no need to worry. We don't harm our own. This, very surprisingly, came from Naruto. The rookie Chunin was placating him, or maybe the situation. He wasn't sure whether this was directed at him, or at Danzo, who had stopped glaring at him. 2. Niji, Shimura Danzo leads a faction in Konoha very similar to the ANBU. They are called the Root ANBU. They, let's say, focus more on the dirty missions that need to be done. They, for lack of better term, don't exist. They operate in the shadows and die in the shadows. Naruto paused. Despite what you may believe, the dirty missions might have a bigger influence on peace than the ones out in the open. Again, Shikaku wasn't sure of who Naruto was directing these words to. I don't work for Danzo. I am no root soldier. Shikaku didn't miss the lack of respect, or how Danzo didn't mind the fact. I am, however, aware of many developments gone wrong. Danzo threw another log on the fire. Shikaku had somehow missed where he had gotten that one from. Naruto continued. Kirigakure is in trouble and has no alliances. Karatachi is massacring everyone with Kekai Genkai, so most of them are in hiding. Most of them are currently hiding in the rebel faction we need to find. I'll assume Danzo has connections? The blonde in the group nodded at Shikaku's question. He does. They will come as a surprise to you, but they are surely on our side. I won't ask how you came to know of such sensitive information, Naruto-kun. Things are already adding up in my head. Danzo actually chuckled, which truly surprised Shikaku. You're a sharp man, Nara-san. Cut too deep and you might kill something valuable. That was not a threat. Shikaku realized. It was almost a request. Anyway, obviously I know more than I should know. Nara-sama, you should know that my rank is quite inaccurate, which you will probably find out soon enough. Yes, I am sure. Shikaku glared, not really liking not knowing everything. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki started up again. We will help the rebel faction should they request it of us. We will eradicate them should they refuse. Dead silence. Shikaku and Niji both looked stumped as Naruto's expression told them he was genuinely serious. Danzo simply nodded his head. Yes, I agree. Terumi Mei is a powerful kunoichi with 2 Kekai Genkai. She also has powerful underlings. If they do not choose to side with Konoha during this rebellion and after the current Mizuki's demise and her future reign, then they should all not live. So, this is for a future alliance with Kirigakure. Iwagakure has been quite troublesome lately, and I won't find it surprising if Kumo decided to join hands with them. Again Danzo threw a log on the fire as Naruto spoke. Shikaku made sure to know where Danzo got those wooden logs from next time. We have gathered quite a lot of information during the Chunin exams. Iwagakure has 2 Jinchuriki and Kumogakure also has 2 Jinchuriki. Kumogakure seems to be amassing a large army of high-rank nin, while Iwagakure seem to be fortifying their village. This is not really new information. Shikaku boringly responded. We have added a Jinchuriki to our village. Naruto grinned at Shikaku's and Niji's stunned looks. Earlier today, even, that kid from Suna, you nabbed him? Naruto, and even Danzo to a lesser extent, enjoyed the incredulous reaction the Naro had. Yeah, this morning. They were close to midnight now, Naruto estimated as he looked at the sky. It went on without a hitch. Danzo shrugged. Well, we did kill their jounin. This was what was actually baffling Shikaku. Danzo was very different in his mannerisms. It was like he lightened up. Massively. Especially considering his previous handlings. This was the shinobi of darkness. Something happened. Or something is going to happen. A shinobi like Danzo in a good mood must be the first signs of the end of the shinobi world. Our mission, then, is the termination of the Mizukage and if need to be, the rebel faction as well? Niji had tried to stay in the background a bit during the tense conversation, but he felt way too much out of his depth. Why was a genin like him here? Ma. Things seem quite serious here? They all looked up to see Kakashi approaching with 3 individuals. They're later than expected, but they're here, I suppose. No one bothered to counter with the fact of Kakashi's tardiness. Niji accepted the fact he wouldn't get an explanation for his presence in this mission. Just yet. These 3 new arrivals carried a lot of chakra presence. Shikaku tensed up at the sudden arrival of the 3 Kirinin. 2 of them were unknowns to the Nara, but one of the 2 unknowns Kekai Genkai was a given because of his appearance. A Kagaya. Momochi Zabuza was the one he knew. The third was very feminine-looking boy. His features didn't help him figure out anything. Meet Momochi Zabuza, Kagaya Kimimaro and Yuki Haku. The copycat announced. Yuki. He wields Hayaton. How did they come across these guys? Shikaku remained quite neutral on the outside, but on the inside he was shaking his head at the ridiculous situation. Danzo's connections are solid. More solid than I thought. Shikaku was the type of guy that always considered the most dreadful situation. For instance, all the people around him at any given moment turning on him. He was always ready for that. Even in this situation he would probably come out alive, but not victorious. Fighting a veteran warhawk, a prodigy Hyuga, a Chunin Jinchuriki and the copycat was impossible, but not too hard if one was only focused on escaping. But throw in these extra 3 Kekai Genkai users and even he would be hard-pressed. He wasn't speedy, but he had enough trap seals with him to get away. Again, we are all allies here. Nara Shikaku was somehow starting to dislike Naruto a bit. Was the blonde able to read minds? Or perhaps the atmosphere? Eyeing the obvious nuke nin from Kiri, he could tell they were also a bit tense. The one he considered the most dangerous and where he was truly wary of around this campfire was still Shimura Danzo, who was smiling in the fire. Terumi Mei is expecting us tomorrow evening. Zabwa relayed casually. They have a Byakugan user so they will see us coming if we don't apply your jutsu. This was directed at Naruto, which was confusing the hell out of Shikaku. Niji had kept silent so far, because there wasn't much to say anyway for a genin like him. He would just dutifully follow orders. But he decided to speak at this sudden piece of information. There are no nuke nin from the Hyuga clan. How can they have a Byakugan user? Spoils of battle. Danzo answered. Who would have thought? Danzo answering a simple question from a genin? Shikaku's mind was already moving elsewhere though. Obviously, they all seem familiar with each other. Except for me and Hyuga Niji. There's also this strange feeling. Shikaku wasn't too sure before, but the facts were getting there. They all seemed to be following Naruto's lead. And now with Zabuza's relaying info. Even they, the ones from Kiri, seemed to consider him the squad leader. Surely, everyone would be following Danzo's lead? He was glad he decided to join them on this mission. He hadn't known he was so out of things. There was more to Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Naruto. And to Hitaki Kakashi as well, for not finding things odd at all. He was his usual lazy self. The guy was reading Ika near the fire. Oi, Kimimaro, you're up for guard. Yes. Shikaki decided as the addressed Kagaya rolled his eyes and followed the order from Kakashi without hesitation. Something is very strange here. Try to get some sleep, everyone. I will be taking up guard after Kimimaro. A chakra pulse went off around him. Nara-san. Hyuga-san. Please don't be alarmed. Shikaku shot up from his slumber as an army of 30 Root Ambu stood around them. A few feet to his left, Niji mimicked his actions. It is time to go. Naruto walked up from the dying, smoking campfire from the night before. Niji's the only one with a Byakugan, but we also have a very strong Sensor Nin with us now. Niji and Jirubu will be leading the way. I want you and Kakashi in the rear. He yawned as he got out of his sleeping bag. He wasn't surprised that Danzo's army had arrived, he had expected it. This mission. What do you require of me, Uzumaki-san? The scratch the back of the head thing was something he had seen the boy do before. It was a bit out of character now, though. Well, I guess the only thing is to be on guard. I don't expect anyone to come after us or even ambush us. His expression darkened shortly. Nothing short of Uchiha Madara should be able to trouble us now. Although he had expected some of Danzo's to show up, he didn't think it would be this many. Why are they all here? I'm gonna use Danzo's route to scout out the situation in Kiri. Their infiltration skills should bring them in without too much trouble. While we meet up with the rebellion, our attack will have already begun. You see them 30 strong here, right? Danzo has already left with 30 more and should be nearing Kirigakure. After our meeting with Terumi Mei, we will meet up with even more reinforcements. Naruto motioned for one guy to join up in the front. Kidomaru would guard both Niji and Jirubo. If all goes to plan, you'll just be a spectator, Narasama. Danzo had already left? Did that mean Naruto was going to speak with the leader of the rebellion? Color me impressed, Uzumaki Naruto. I am curious to see where this will take us. Shikaku surprised himself that he wasn't worried, despite having a Chunin in charge of an operation this big. I'm not sure if this will be much of a challenge. The older of the two fought to bristle at the younger. You should consider yourself a fortunate soul, Kabuto-kun. I would have chosen death for you. Ah, yes, but you're the shinobi of darkness. I believe you would choose death for everyone? Not necessarily true. Nutrition is essential. Shinobi are nutrition for the root of the tree. I regarded you as an example rotten before, but Naruto has cleansed the foul off. Danzo kept his one eye remained on the chaos down below. The two of them were overlooking most of the water country. Kakashi might be onto something, after all. This Shizentuda must be a cult, with the way you word your speech. You are Uzumaki Naruto's #1 follower. The Warhawk turned to regard Kabuto. Don't take me for a fool, Kabuto. We can't harm each other, and we can't harm our creator. You make even the slightest movement towards betrayal in this cult, and you shall find yourself soulless. Your facade works little on all of us. The spy has been uncovered, you should find solitude in your unmasking. The former. Everything Nin nodded his head in silent acceptance. He destroyed my puzzle, a puzzle that you started off wrong. It was meant for nothing but failure and questions. Yes. He destroyed the puzzle that I ruined. It was devastating. But I can start anew. I aim to be revived one day. Kabuto suddenly pointed down. They have talented Sensor Nin. 2, to be exact. They've picked up on my inquiring chakra pulse, which is a bit worrying. It's minuscule and almost non-existent. I have no fear for Sensor Nin. Danzo smirked as he removed all bandages from himself. Kabuto, make yourself useful and throw out the biggest chakra pulse you can muster. I wish to eradicate all these fools. Kabuto did as he was asked, and shook his head as Danzo descended on water country like a devil. His chakra pulse was also a signal for all the root soldiers around them to participate. He turned away from the battle to head back towards Naruto. I truly wonder if the others are even necessary. Danzo is a monster with his Sharingan and Mokutan, is he? Materializing in front of him were 5 individuals and Kabuto knew all of them. Against these 5 he stood very little chance. But all the same he wasn't worried in the slightest. Ah, Akatsuki. Kabuto bowed in mock respect. Forgive my lack of panic, but I advise you to not intervene. Even your Kamui will not be saving you here, Uchiha Obito. The man in question inwardly sighed in frustration as his identity was so casually thrown out. What is Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's second in command, doing here? Zetsu wondered. And why does he know Tobi's true identity? Why are we standing still in front of this one little insect? A gray-haired man with a three-blade scythe whined. We need to go down there, right? Haiden pointed the scythe down at a great battle taking place. There seems to be a guy who wields Mokutan down there. Kakuzu murmured, rubbing his chin in fascination. I would not mind that one's heart. My. Kirigakure looks as exciting as ever. I feel some slight regret leaving it in such chaos. Kisame wasn't even paying attention to Kabuto, having walked past him to get a better view. They were all standing on a cliff. This boy has revealed my identity to all of you. Obito started in slight anger. I do not mind you knowing it. What worries me is the presence of Orochimaru's #1 soldier. Why are you here? Hey, you work for Orochimaru. That guy's mine to kill. Haiden yelled, swinging his scythe a few times. Shut up, Haiden. The one who deserves that the most is Sasori. Since he's not here, the honor should go to me, since I am the eldest in our midst. Kakuzu grinned at Setsu, of whom he had the only suspicion was older. If we're talking about killing, then there should be no talking. Kisame was frowning over his shoulder. Killing is done quick, and usually by me. Not yet. Obito held up his hand. Yakushi Kabuto, we need some answers. The only one by himself simply grinned at them. It just turns out that I have been equipped with a lot more chakra than I am accustomed to. Obito snarled at the huge chakra scalpels that Kabuto used to cut both Kakuzu and Zetsu in half. The chakra scalpels towered over the trees even. How pesky. Kisame was chuckling madly. Seems you have no fear, boy. Let me instill it for you. The shark-like man faced off with his Samahata. Kakuzu was already recovering and Haiden was taking time understanding the situation. This guy is facing all of us and fighting back? I'm starting to like him. It turned out it wasn't Naruto who was going to speak with Terumi Mei, but Hatake Kakashi. That of course made much more sense, Shikaku figured. The others are engaged in battle with the Akatsuki. Naruto suddenly whispered next to him. While Kakashi was talking with Mei, they were waiting just outside of an underground hideout. Shikaku, Naruto, Niji, Jirubu, Kidomaru, Zabuza, Haku and Kimimaro were stationed around the hideout. A 30-something squad of root soldiers also stood on standby close. The Uzumaki shot him a very serious look. I might have to use Hiraishin. Wait, what? The rebel factions also had some guards out watching them with suspicious looks. Shikaku double-checked the expression on Naruto's face to conclude he was dead serious. He's facing quite some troublesome opponents, and Danzo and his squad are currently laying siege on Kirigakure. The blonde sighed in obvious discomfort. I wasn't planning on revealing my cards so quickly, Narasama, but here we are. The clan head watched Naruto throw 4 Hiraishin kunai at the ground, shaping a square. Yes, I know Hiraishin. Yes, I know Namikaze Minato was my father. And yes, I have improved upon the Hiraishin. This I call the Kaminari no Jutsu. Many seals. Blood seals. Moved around on the ground between the 4 kunai. It's not activated yet. As soon as Kabuto throws the 1 Hiraishin kunai he has with him, we can jump through the seals straight to where he is. The seals will turn black as soon as he throws it. You. How long have you known? Shikaku, for the first time in years, was at loss for words. Not too long. You were right, back in Konoha, Narasama. We do need to talk. For now, though, we might have to leave Kakashi behind. What do you think you're doing, Ao? Naruto remembered as he saw the blue-haired man approach. The one with the Byakugan. We have received a distress call. Shikaku casually explained. Naruto followed up. We might have to leave sooner than expected. You are insinuating you can leave through that? Ao motioned to the sea of blood swirling around on the ground between the 4 Hiraishin kunai. I don't know what game you are playing, but don't think you can fool me. With the intimidating comment, all of the nin in the area straightened up, ready to battle it out, until Naruto released the mother of all killer intent. The kunai has been thrown. His eyes were blood red and the blood seals on the ground had turned black. Despite what you believe, we are leaving now. No one in the clearing had ever felt killer intent like this before. Naruto took the intent of the Kyubis and all of the shinobi he had absorbed and made it into a new kind of pressure. It definitely surpassed the killer intent of the average raging Jinchuriki. No one dared to move, until Naruto motioned for everyone on his side to jump in the Fuin hole. Nara managed to shake himself out of his stupor and followed after the other Konoha nin and Kirinuk nin. Naruto jumped last, after sending a bloodthirsty grin Ao's way. Don't think we don't know about that Byakugan, Ao-san. This guy's really good. Haiden yelled out. He was a bit frustrated that, for some reason, his own body rejected Kabuto's blood. Jashin-sama doesn't want to hurt him. His regenerative skills are high-leveled. Almost on Hashirama Senju's level. Kakuzu praised. But everything costs chakra. Kabuto was panting with his hands on his knees, still ready to face off against them but surely feeling drained. That kunai seems to be glowing. Samahata is telling me to be very wary. Kisame was referring to the kunai Kabuto had thrown seconds ago. I would agree. That is a Hiraishin kunai, after all. Obito was ready. Did that kid of his really learn? And then there were many. Obito was ready, but not for an army of high-level nin. Thanks for this. Naruto started, not moving from his spot yet. All of the shinobi around him didn't move either. I wasn't quite in the mood to catch up to Danzo on foot, so you did master the Hiraishin. To be able to take this many shinobi with you. And so many of Root too. The Uchiha also saw many familiar faces, which truly surprised him. Nara Shikaku, Momochi Zabuza and… weren't those Orochimaru's subordinates as well? So Orochimaru is fighting alongside Danzo again. After all, it's time you retreat, right? Naruto taunted. Jashin-sama. Everyone looked dumbfounded as Haiden had rushed forward and was bowing before Naruto. What? Ah yes. If memory serves me well. I believe Otsutsuki Hamura also went by the name of Kaken Jashin. Obito was snarling at the scene, while Kakuzu and Kisame seemed genuinely shocked at the bowing Haiden. Haiden, the rudest and most violent shinobi they knew, perhaps you need to share the full memory of this with me? Naruto asked, at the same time wondering if Kurama was holding back even more. Jashin-sama, bestow judgment upon me, Terumi Mei. She had made many names for herself. The Devourer, the Seductress, Melter of Hearts. Kakashi snorted at the last one as it could very well be true in a much different sense as expected. Surely her lava would melt, other than everything, also the hearts. Before, he wasn't so sure if he could take on this woman. But now, with chakra reserves bordering on Kage level, he was quite confident. Mei-sama, urgency. Panic. Distrust. Those were the things present in Ao's voice. Judging from this, his squad left the grounds, while at the same time parting with some information. Sweat. Beavers. Ink. Blood. Steel. Paper. Ash. The things Kakashi smelled on Ao as he came running, interrupting the meeting that was pretty casual so far. This told Kakashi that Ao most likely had the chakra affinity for fire, knew some Fuinjutsu and had the summoning contract of the beavers. He was good. What is it? Mei's voice was uncharacteristically cold, given how pleasant she had been during their short talk. Their kid captain. He's a Jinchuriki. The leader of the rebel faction was left rather unimpressed if this was all Ao had to report. I see, they left. Here Ao paused to momentarily glare at Kakashi. He knows things. Yes, I suppose we all know things. Mei glared at her subordinate. Perhaps you can tell me why you interrupted this important meeting, Ao? He used some sort of Fuinjutsu to take his entire squad away. I heard him mention that someone was fighting. I couldn't really hear more. They are in our territory, which means they might be fighting one of our platoons. Mei turned to Kakashi. The man sighed, before he started to explain. Our captain knows Hiraishin no Jutsu. So far, Mei had taken everything from Ao or even the squad from Konoha with a grain of salt, but this tidbit of information was enough to make the auburn-haired woman hold back a gasp. She had seen their supposed captain and thought it was preposterous that someone so young was leading a squad of so many high-ranked nin. Him having the Hiraishin completely changed that perspective. Currently, Kakashi continued. Shimura Danzo is attacking Kirigakure, with their main target being the Yonde Mizukage. Shimura Danzo? Mei repeated. You went ahead with plans of your own and you sent that demon of a man to do the job? Kakashi shrugged. That demon of a man also works for our captain. Terumi Mei swallowed carefully as she considered the Sharingan wielder in front of her. Things were not adding up at all. Why would Konoha's Warhawk be working for a rookie Konoha Chunin? Jinchuriki or not? Tell me what is going to happen. I will be truthful. Kakashi actually bowed his head once, before pointing at Ao. His Byakugan will be helpful in confirming this. Surely, Kakashi knowing of Ao's Byakugan had to have rattled them all. The copy nin was impressed no one showed it. Our aim is to bring Kirigakure down. Konoha wants an alliance with the new Kirigakure. Assuming you will be its leader, this decision is yours. What if I decline? Then we won't stop destroying Kirigakure. Kakashi didn't like it, but this was the direction Naruto wants to go. You obviously need help taking care of Yugura. Trust me, our Taicho will be handling that quite easily. I believe it goes without saying what that means. Are you threatening us? One of Mei's subordinates shouted. Ao kept quiet behind Kakashi, still remembering that dreadful killer intent Naruto threw out so casually. I am not. The copy nin placated. I am merely stating truths and predicting certain future happenings. He followed up with a shrug. You'll find the demands quite underwhelming, if that's assuring. Mei continued to glare. This human is a lot older than you might think, Naruto. With age comes wisdom, but the other side of the coin intensifies as well. Stupidity. Kurama observed through Naruto's eyes. I don't remember much of the old days where my father battled Hamura, but I do remember his annoying cult of undying soldiers. Cult? Hamura and Hagoromo fought many times and they were considered deities in the past. Just as Hagoromo had the modern shinobi as his followers, Hamura had these immortal warriors. They weren't very good at war, but they were very good at surviving. I believe this individual is one of the first who fell victim to Hamura's Shizentuda. He has been revived in a way other than your Shinzui Bunshin or Rinna Tensei. Naruto understood, somehow. Bunmyaku. He whispered, yes. I am Bunmyaku Haiden. Haiden gleefully confirmed, a blood vessel. Kurama also understood and was surprised that Naruto got to this conclusion faster. His blood runs through his veins. The same that runs through yours, Naruto. I remember how they slaughter their enemies. He takes the blood of his victims and uses it against them, by mixing it with his own blood. Since he is a Bunmyaku revival of Hamura, he can't die. His every opponent, however, will not be that fortunate. Because of the supposed immortality, these soldiers gave a whole new meaning to the word reckless. Naruto smirked. Haiden, how old are you? Haiden blinked, an unsure look swimming on his face. I don't know, Jashin-sama. Then, where are the others? The unsure look remained, though he glanced sideways. They are angry with me. His head whipped up towards Naruto, as he was still bowing. But those ungrateful assholes will regret casting me away. For I have found you, Jashin-sama. I will take you back to them. They have hidden themselves away, but I know where. Haiden. The gray-haired Jashinis turned and Naruto offered a neutral stare as Obito interrupted their talk, taking a single step forward. Am I to take your conversing with the enemy as a sign of defection? Che, piss off, you little insect. You're nothing before Jashin-sama. Very well. As Obito started up his kamui to send Haiden away in separate pieces, he was completely shocked as his kamui malfunctioned. As in, it didn't activate. What? Jumping a bit backwards to get a better grip on the situation, Obito now felt very uncertain. It would not do to show weakness now. What is going on? Why is my Sharingan not working? Kakuzu and Kisame shared a glance, not knowing what had just transpired. So far they only watched their orange-masked leader jump back. The two of them were still standing behind Obito. Further behind them, Kabuto was still healing himself. Naruto was a bit confused as well, not knowing what had transpired. He only saw Obito retreat all of a sudden. Haiden was actually taunting the masked man, while staying very close to Naruto. Coward! Flee from Jashin-sama, you non-believer! Setsu had long since fled the scene, knowing there were many Sensonin around. Haiden! What are you doing? Kakuzu warned. Don't make me kill you! Obito was snarling as he was rubbing his right temple. Oh man, this situation is a bit odd. I am not so sure we are getting out of this alive. Kisame eyed Zabuza behind the young man Haiden was bowing to. Zabuza is here too. I am very confused on what is going on here. The shark-like man turned to Obito. Should I explode the area into MY area? Yes. The masked man allowed. Great. Suetun, Daibakusui Shuha, and the entire area they were all in was engulfed by water, or so Kisame believed. Obito tried to use Kamui again to whisk himself away. To his satisfaction, it actually worked. The Uchiha was less satisfied, however, to see someone else in his hidden dimension. Minutes earlier, back in the meeting between the rebellion and Hatake Kakashi, Kanahigakure's copy ninja, she aimed to be the new leader of Kirigakure and did her homework on all shinobi that stood out in the shinobi world. Terumi had read all the records about this man and through all that, calculated his limitations. This man was someone on equal grounds with Ao. However, looking at the gray-haired man here, she knew this was certainly not the case. The copycat was far more formidable than described. She could read it in his stance. What are you doing? She frowned as Ao suddenly spoke up. My Byakugan can sense activations of jutsu. Whether it is outwards or inwards, I can still notice changes. Ao pointed his finger at Kakashi here. Are you using Genjutsu with that Sharingan eye? Mei tensed up. I assure you, whatever I am doing is of no consequence to you. I am currently in a somewhat distance Jujutsu battle with someone connected to me. What? Kakashi's explanation left a lot to be desired. Unfortunately, this also means my presence is required elsewhere. The gray-haired Jounin bowed shortly to Mei. Forgive my hasty departure. To everyone's amazement, the air around Kakashi sucked him in. What? Ao was the one everyone looked at for explanation, but he was at loss for words. He disappeared, yes, as we can all see. Mei sighed and glared at her subordinate at the same time. It seems that Byakugan is less useful than I thought. What was she to do at this point? If Konoha's Warhawk was really leading an attack on TokehGecko, this might very well be an opportunity for her, but Hamura Danzo was a treacherous man. Maybe her future actions were even somehow in the man's plans. Despite that, she knew she couldn't stand still here and show hesitation to her troops. Very well. We shall head for TokehGecko and finally take care of the Mizukage. Flaring her chakra in a charismatic way, her troops cheered and would follow her to the ends of the world. To think there was someone with such swift Fuinjutsu skills. Kakuzu weighed his options, staring at the army in front of him. There were certainly a few bothersome shinobi in front of him. He had heard about Konoha's root division, and was displeased to see part of it in front of him. About a mile above them, a huge water sphere could be seen moving around. Kisame really just activated his jutsu into a nice Fuinjutsu. He complained as he saw the big water sphere moving around, with Kisame probably swimming around in it looking for his enemies. The downside of that jutsu is that Kisame doesn't know what the hell is going on outside the sphere. He really wanted to leave the grounds here and head downwards where other people were fighting. That individual using Mokutan. He really wanted to investigate. But even he knew he was stuck here. You're the only one left. Naruto pointed over his shoulder, down at TokehGecko. My subordinates are taking down your former village as we speak. Your leader is probably fighting one of my other subordinates, Hatake Kakashi. Your former leader is fighting another one of my subordinates, Hamura Danzo. If you choose to fight, you're going to have to fight all of us. Naruto tilted his head in amusement. Or perhaps, Haiden, can you go kill that guy? The blonde pointed straight at Kakuzu. Of course. I almost forgot that loser's name anyway. Haiden was surprisingly fast on his feet as he rushed at Kakuzu. The masked Akatsuki member backpedaled into the forest, probably intent on getting away. Unlikely. Kakuzu thought calmly. Haiden was never really a threat to him anyway, but retreating here might be the wise thing to do. Perhaps I'll have to retreat here. The still present, and still unmoving semi-army behind Naruto was a bit dumbfounded. Akatsuki was completely scattered. So, are we just standing around here for kicks? Zabuza rubbed his right eye and sighed. Kabuto was casually making his way over to them. With Obito gone, Kakuzu being chased by Haiden and Kisame up in the air, the area was without enemies. An army seems kinda pointless this way. I would say we've been greatly underestimated, but that doesn't quite cover it. Shikaku spoke up next to him, while focusing on Naruto's back. I don't know why that Akatsuki member all of a sudden listens to your orders, Naruto-kun. I have a lot to tell you, Narasama. But I will do so in Konoha. Kisame should be deactivating his jutsu anytime now, and Obito might pop out back here as well. That Haiden might also prove to be a useful ally, so I will go after him. He weighed his options. So for now, leave Akatsuki to me, Zabuza, Haku, Kimimaro, and most likely Kakashi. He was actually a bit worried about Kakashi. None of the people he absorbed knew too much about Uchiha Obito. Only Danzo knew a bit about the materializing thanks to previous dealings. Niji, Jirubu, Kabuto and Kidumaru follow Shikaku-sama's lead and support Danzo. I want all other route with Shikaku-sama as well. I want TokehGecko liberated. As they received their orders, Shikaku couldn't help but dwell on the word liberated some more. Somehow, I don't think that's the correct word to use here. He developed a tick above his left eyebrow. And why have I suddenly been put in charge? Niji felt a shitload out of the loop, having stood behind Naruto during all of intimidating stances and fighting. Kabuto, Jirubu and Kidumaru a lot less, since they were part of Shizentuta. The Nara quickly told them to follow him, intent on seeing Danzo's skills. That Mokutan he saw in the distance, could it be his? Naruto watched them leave and told Kimimaro, Haku and Zabuza to deal with Kisame. He then went after Haiden and Kakuzu. How can you be here? It seems we share a vision. I don't believe we do, Kakashi shrugged, but didn't drop his guard. Obito still had a better mastery of the Kamui, he needed to be careful. Naruto and Danzo both told him to be wary of his former teammate, so any chance of reconciliation would have to come after a battle. Kakashi, I take it your subordinate has told you of my true identity? Obito did not like how things were going. How the hell does that brat know so much? Seems he knows someone in Akatsuki. While remaining calm on the outside, Kakashi was struggling a fair bit on the inside. He had been made ready to face Obito, but standing here in front of him proved far more difficult than even he imagined. It's a pity. It means I won't get to see the shock on your face after seeing your former teammate alive and well. Both are still up in the air if you asked me. Still wearing that mask, after all. At that, Obito clenched his fists. You've turned quite infuriating, Kakashi. I don't remember seeing you so collected. Last time I saw you at Rin's, don't. Kakashi fired up a Chidori that ran from right shoulder to right hand. You didn't come back. For obviously bad reasons, too. I don't care for them at the moment. I will first have to beat you down to have a reasonable talk. Obito's expression behind the mask changed from taunting to enraged. Very well. After finally having come to the conclusion that he was all by himself inside his water cyclone, Kisame deactivated his jutsu and realized he was actually high up in the air. Well, shit. How the hell did that happen? Kisame wondered as he was dropping down back to the ground. Landing in carefree crouch, he considered his 3 opponents. Smart. Fight a Miss Nin with Miss Nin. He didn't bother caring where everyone else went all of a sudden. Kagaya Kimimaro knew this man. Haishigaki Kisame was someone not to be trifled with. He had a near-endless amount of chakra and the most powerful sword of the hidden mist. Careful, even Orochimaru-sama did not want to fight this man. I've fought him before. Zabuza interjected. I lost the last time. This time, however. The Kubikiri Hocho almost sang as he pointed it at Kisame. I've devoured me some Kyubi chakra. Kisame acknowledged the dangers of Zabuza's blade. I will provide support by limiting his intake and executions. Haku performed a single-hand seal. I can halt the water molecules around us drastically. But obviously I will only be focusing on those closest to Kisame. A snarl grew on Kisame's face as he realized he would not be able to replenish his chakra reserves as easily if Haku was using his Hayaton ability to freeze all the water in the air. Interesting, you have me at a clear disadvantage and my allies are all tied up. Your leader has done his homework. More like the homework was finished before he received it. Zabuza dryly pointed out. Look, obviously you're looking for an escape plan. Our orders are to kill you though. You've never really had to worry about the fact that you're the biggest chakra presence around. But I don't think I have to tell you that escaping isn't something you'll be good at. Kimimaro rushed forward, ice cold. Shit, that ice boy is enhancing his chakra. Kisame growled, parrying the Kagaya away with his Samahata. My Samahata does not like eating ice chakra either, but for now she will have to. This fight will end no differently than any others we have undergone before. HAA. Quite deranged and entirely too cheerful, Haiden raged forward. Kakuza easily dodged the scythe attacks. I will tear your limbs from your body, and you will cry for me to put you back together. Again, Haiden responded with another launch of his scythe, which was just as easily dodged as before. I don't really understand what has you so unhinged. More than usual. Kakuza put his hand to his chin as he shined left and right, evading Haiden's attacks without even trying. Could that boy really be? Stand back, Haiden. The boy in question interrupted. Haiden immediately complied, jumping back a good 20 meters. Kakuzu, I remember having fought you. The masked Akatsuki member tilted his head in annoyance. He was sure he had never seen the blonde shinobi from Konoha before. I've never fought a brat like you before, perhaps. Naruto allowed as he slowly walked forward. But we have fought, and you lost. You will lose today as well. Or rather, you will die today. The manner of speech was a bit recognizable to Kakuzu. You're the Kyubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Why do I get the impression you are someone else? No. I really am Uzumaki Naruto. It's just that I was there when I fought you. In Waterfall, Kakuzu's shoulders dropped a bit. I haven't been in TokehGecko for decades. And you're barely over a decade. What nonsense are you spouting? You were strong. Even after having been beaten down by Shodame-sama. Naruto started. But we chased after you. A boy shared the opinion with his sensei that you needed to be taken care of permanently, after the Shodai. The Akatsuki member remembered the horrible fight he lost. I faced Senju Tobarama and one of his underlings as I fled from Konoha. You were not even born yet, boy, perhaps. Naruto allowed, once again. As he performed a few quick hand seals, Kakuzu was struck with a blast from the past. What? Fujin and Suijin. How do you? In the past, Shimura Danzo had equipped himself with the Wind God technique, passed down to him from generation to generation from the Shimura clan. Their clan was unsurpassed in all wind techniques. Senju Tobarama, of course, knew the Water God technique. On that day in the past, where he had to face the two techniques, Kakuzu had only survived because he put all his power, strength, and tenacity in running away from them. How can this boy know both God techniques? Are you going to run away again? Naruto's orbs of icy blue pierced his soul, and Kakuzu knew. There was something very wrong. Not a minute goes by where I regret having fled from them. I will take my regrets out on you, child. Erupting in a mass of threads, Kakuzu was ready to fight Uzumaki Naruto, eradicate every fool unnecessary. Danzo swung his cane once, unleashing a horrifying torrent of wind chakra at a house and completely eradicating it. Destroy every building as well. I want them as desperate as possible after all is done. His root soldiers were scattered around, cutting down civilians and shinobi left and right. Danzo-sama. Aburame Toryun, like all the other root soldiers absorbed by Naruto, was without mask. The Sanbai Jinchuriki seems to be moving. Your orders? The veteran smirked at his subordinate. You are going to back me up, Torian? I wish to test how restraining the Mokutan will be on the Sanbai. Narahyo, another one of Naruto's Shinzui Bunshin and former root soldier, appeared beside the two. Danzo-sama. We have secured everything. The only ones still capable are with the Mizukage. You know who he has with him. I do. Another Shunshin next to them. Another Shinzui Bunshin, former root. This one Keduen Akari. She was a former spy in Kirigakure, working as a Kiri Chunin under one of the Mizukage's direct subordinates. Of course, she had taken the Kiri Chunin's identity. She was everyone's perfect doppelganger, after all. The Mizukage has 3 guards, 3 of the original 7 swordsmen of the mist, the only 3 that did not defect. Danzo nodded his head slowly. Kushimaru Kuriere, Jinpachi Munashi and Amuri Ringo. I am quite sure they will be a fine addition, so we will have to make sure not to kill them. I will focus on the Sanbai. He made a motion with his hands and one more of Naruto's Shinzui Bunshin appeared in front of Danzo. Fumayukio, the 4 of you will deal with the 3 swordsmen. He glanced at Akari. Impersonate the rebellion leader, Terumi Mei. I believe that will create quite some satisfying friction. Akatsuki? He mouthed, venom clearly evident in the man's voice. When he had first received the new recruit, Tenzo didn't know quite what to make of the former teacher. He had read all the details of the former Chunin and was at the time almost ready to ridicule the Sandaime. Yumino Irika was no one special. He had reached his limits as a Chunin. But he had potential to be an excellent educator, as he had oceans of patience and diligence. He was by no means a shinobi of assault and assassination. Boy, was he wrong. When his team and Irika first met, Tenza had suggested a friendly spar to scope out Irika's ability. He was thoroughly impressed and shocked to find all of his subordinates swiftly defeated. Efficiently and, as shown at that time, deadly. His second-in-command, Yuzuki Yugao, told him she would deal with the Anbu rookie in a restricted Kenjutsu battle. She was just as easily defeated. Tenza had to pull out all the cards against his teacher. But even he, the Anbu captain, lost miserably against the former Chunin teacher. The Mokutan user remained in charge of the team, however, despite Irika currently being the most skilled of the team. Wait for my signal. It seems the battlefield will grow chaotic. Target in question has complete mastery of the infamous Jiangu. Tenza ordered his team, his glance swimming over the young Uzumaki's form. The Jinchuriki seems calm and collected. Naruto should have no trouble with him. Irika seemed to reflect Naruto's calmness. Their Anbu team was about half a mile away from the fight. One of Tenza's wood clones was observing the fight from nearby. His showings in the Chunin exams were impressive, but I wouldn't be so confident in pitting him against an S-ranked criminal like Waterfall's Nukenin Kakuzu. The real Tenzu had his eyes closed, opting to view through his wood clone's vision. Naruto. Naruto is stronger than I am. Irika spoke, his voice completely unwavering. His tone is telling me he is more than sure of the fact. He is being truthful to himself. But could a rookie Chunin really be stronger than someone who dealt with even me easily? And as the fight kicked off and the boy showed mastery of wind and water beyond what he had ever witnessed, Tenzu believed Irika. I don't think we need to back the boy up. Tenzu dryly pointed out as the area they were overlooking was mostly a crater now. He also destroyed my wood clone, by the way, on purpose. Irika confirmed. He's a Sensunin too. Haiden watched in amazement as Kakuzu's body was ripped into tiny pieces. What was? Jashin-sama, what was that jutsu? The blonde in question almost boringly strutted forward, heading for the ring Kakuzu had been wearing around one of his fingers. It was a kombi jutsu. I fused the wind god technique and the water god technique into one another around my body. Haiden showed a look of complete non-understanding. Naruto continued undeterred. The elemental god technique shrouds the user in the element performed, making every follow-up jutsu elemental infused. So every jutsu I would execute as I was shrouded in the wind and water god technique would shred, constrict, and drown automatically. And as I performed an upgraded, mobile version of the Yondaime's Rasengan, a non-elemental destructive jutsu, you understand what transpired. Nowhere in his head did it occur to the blonde that his own speech was scaringly close to that of Shimura Danzo's. Haiden's expression did not change. Yes, it was amazing, Jashin-sama. It's a shame, Kakuzu was a powerful shinobi. But the Jiangu has been seared into his body for so many decades. I could not risk absorbing him. Haiden did understand that. He had received his ability from the former Shizentuta user, after all. Yes, Jashin-sama. It would have been too dangerous. The Jiangu is a cell-related jutsu. Exactly. The Jiangu is a natural enemy to the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto understood, of course. So that's his Anbu team? He could sense Irika nearby. Tenzu, one of Orochimaru's experiments gone right, is his captain. That's very interesting. Wolves made out of lightning and fire leaped from peculiar floating cube to cube, intent on either burning or electrifying their foe. Thanks to the sudden, but affirmed connection I share with Obito, I was able to find this place by usage of the Kamui. But Kakashi was keeping Obito at a distance with his elemental wolves. What is this dimension anyway? There seems to be no end to it. The Kopinin looked skywards, only to see no sky. Upwards then. It almost seemed as if it was a ceiling. These things don't work on me anymore, Kakashi. Obito casually walked through both fire and lightning wolves and shot his former teammate a look of hatred. My mastery of Mokuton makes it near impossible to hurt me. You'd be surprised at how many opponents I killed who told me I wouldn't be able to hurt them. Kakashi's Sharingan. I was focused completely on Obito. What is this place, HM? Obito cast a look around him almost carefree, as he didn't regard Kakashi a true threat. I don't know. I use it as an archive, but the first time I used Kamui completely, I ended up here. I made sure no one was around, but he was not the first here. Kakashi understood. Not that this concerns you, but this place is obviously an Uchiha stronghold. This place is empty, save for some Uchiha crests left here and there. Both of Kakashi's eyes narrowed. That could mean that there's something in this place that Obito's Sharingan cannot see. But perhaps Naruto's Dijutsu can. Or their leader's Rinnegan. That mustn't happen, Moku no Yoroi. Obito wickedly grinned, as would encased his body momentarily to show Kakashi his ultimate wood defense. It's a defense that drains offensive jutsu. For the copycat ninja who knows 1,000 jutsu, this defense is bothersome. Of the 1,000 techniques you know, barely a handful will actually be able to pierce this defense. There are things you are not aware of, Obito. Kakashi started. I am not the limited shinobi I was before. I might not be aware of a lot of things, but don't think you are a know-it-all, all of a sudden. Obito countered as his body suddenly split into 3. Kakashi's Sharingan watched in slow motion as they all melted off of him. Obito's mask was slowly being pulled off as well. A white man with what seemed only one eye, no mouth, nose or ears, and his face a swirl. It seemed this man's face was originally the orange mask on Obito's face. Also important to note was that this man was not wearing any clothes. The other was a black green-haired half-plant man, also with no clothes. Zetsu? Kakashi half acknowledged, though he didn't know of this black version. I suppose. Obito commented, now free of Zetsu and all his spores. Kakashi now had true proof this was truly Uchiha Obito. He recognized his aged face with half of it scarred. There were many white Zetsu, but the one that was on Obito, the black Zetsu, was the original Zetsu. White Zetsu were remnants of a Mugen Tsukuyomi performed ages ago. They were former humans who died being drained of their life force by the Shinju, the god tree. The god tree that was necessary in full bloom to be able to perform the Mugen Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu was not a survivor of the Mugen Tsukuyomi, nor was he ever human. He was Zetsu, the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He was Otsutsuki Zetsu. All the white survivors from the Mugen Tsukuyomi were simply beings for him to take over. They were mindless soldiers that were connected to him, to obey his every order. The real Zetsu, thanks to white Zetsu scattered all over the lands underground, had eyes everywhere. This is Garuru, although he likes to be called Tobi. Obito introduced the swirly-like humanoid to his left. The weird creature cheerfully waving at Kakashi after the introduction was not named Guru or Tobi. He was the fourth son of Kagaya. His name was Otsutsuki Yakusu. Unlike his twin brother Zetsu, who had the ability to sink into someone else and take over their being, Yakusu's ability was to expand his own body and take over other bodies externally. Garuru, Tobi, or as he was really called Yakusu, often renamed the ones he took over. To explain, when he would take over Obito's body, he would name himself Tobi. Garuru was simply a nickname Obito had given him when they first met. It meant swirly. All three tensed up as they saw Hiraishin kunai in Kakashi's hand. The copycat ninja was a sharp shinobi. He knew he was outmatched. You are dangerous. Surprisingly, Kakashi's comment was aimed at the individuals to Obito's left and right. Instead of throwing the kunai, Kakashi simply, and very subtly, flicked one of his fingers against it. Hatake Kakashi is too smart for his own good. We need to get rid of him, Uchiha Obito. Zetsu was as efficient as they could come. We should eat him. Using wind chakra to enhance his speed and movement, Shimura Danzo was practically flying through the air, intent on clashing with the Mizukage with superior strength. Already the old man could sense the Jinchuriki boy in the far distance. His bodyguard's presences were much less noticeable next to him, but the Jinchuriki was probably using his Biju's chakra. That would eclipse most other chakra presences. Sharp now. The Warhawk ordered his root soldiers who were struggling to keep up with his speed behind him. He is no weakling and neither are his underlings. We need to, yo. Naruto appeared right next to him, easily keeping up with his speed. Danzo stopped and landed on the ground. He quickly estimated that the Mizukage would be on them in about 4 minutes. Kakashi just sent me an emergency chakra pulse. He's in trouble, Danzo snarled. That Hatake boy is still too soft despite the Shizentuta? Uchiha Obito should not be trouble, I agree. But maybe there's something going on we don't know. The Uzumaki shrugged as Danzo's root soldiers joined them on the ground. It was a bit weird, seeing them all fighting and knowing they were all actually part of him. Naruto quickly fought the confusion. We'll back him up. We'll take of the mess hereafter. Danzo nodded his head, as he could do nothing but obey Naruto's orders. We might need the element of surprise, so I will dispel all of you right now. Naruto casually undid all the Shinzui Bunshin and stood all alone, also feeling the Mizukage approaching him. Shikaku Nara and Hyuga were still out there, alongside Jirubu, Kabuto, Kidamaru and about 50 Root ANBU. The Root squads Danzo had taken with him were also still around, so that meant there were close to 100 of Root soldiers present. Hopefully they would be alright. Kirigakure was in a civil war and greatly weakened, but it was still one of the great shinobi nations. The blonde sighed and shook his head, quickly releasing one Shinzui Bunshin. I changed my mind. I believe I will need you here to make sure Kirigakure falls. I also don't want Shikaku Nara and Hyuga to fall on these lands. Shimura Danzo nodded his head, understanding that there could be no mistakes here. I infused some of Kurama's chakra with your own and giving you Uzumaki blood. He put a hand on Danzo's shoulder. Don't forget to protect Shikaku and Niji. Leave it to me. I will join up with Nara and we will deal with this situation quite easily, I assure you. I must admit I am looking forward to seeing Shikaku's expression as he sees me in this state. Danzo had one Sharingan eye, the other a Bijou Crimson. Red chakra was raging around him as well. The Uzumaki took a deep breath as Danzo used Shunshin to head for where Shikaku and Niji were. He could actually see the Mizukage and his guards very close now. Here we go, and then he was gone. Using Hiraishin to warp into another dimension. Had he still been an academy student, he would have thought this was too awesome to be true. Yugura and the 3 swordsmen arrived at Naruto's previous spot a minute later and were not so pleased. Their country was being destroyed and there was little that could be done about it. That's odd. There was certain bloodlust aimed at us before. Yabuya murmured calmly as he watched the anarchy around him unfold. And that was definitely a Jinchuriki's chakra presence, Mizukage-sama. Allow us to control the chaos. Amiri Ringo requested. They are a controlled force, organized. But they are not as strong as we are individually. We should be able to. No. Yugura cut the woman short. We will chase after the red chakra. He's the biggest threat. Deal with their strongest and the rest shall fall accordingly. We will not divide ourselves. You 3 stay with me. We will crush the enemy much swifter this way. Yes, Mizukage-sama. They all complied. Ugh, Kisame was close to fainting. His Samahata was also completely drained right next to him. Why didn't they finish the fucking job? He groaned in between pants. At this rate he would bleed out to dead and no one, not even his Samahata, could save him. With the ice boy Yukihaki halting his regeneration and chakra recuperation, he was hard-pressed. With Momochi Zabuza knowing how to fight him Kenjutsu style with Kubikiri Hocho against Samahata, he was almost on equal grounds. With Kagaya Kimimaro slicing at him freestyle because of the other 2 keeping him at a stalemate, he was pretty much fucked. Why had they suddenly vanished? And in chakra wisps too? Even Samahata did not understand. You're looking pretty bad, Kisame. Blah. He puked out some blood as he regarded his fellow Akatsuki member. Although, recent developments might prove otherwise. You're gonna kill me? I want to. I never did like your condescending and cheerful I can kill everyone easily attitude. Fuck you, Haiden. Feeling resigned? Haiden cackled shortly. Don't worry, I will kill you next week, maybe. Jashin-sama wants me to head back to Yugakure. He wants his followers reined in. Though most of them will probably be useless shit-eaters. You should accompany me, Kisame. Here. The cultist bent over to feed Samahata some chakra. Let your freaky sword heal you up. After about a minute of transferring chakra, Kisame finally felt a bit better. So, man, can't believe you got hooped so easily. Haiden got ready for departure. Let's go. No. Kisame did get up and hefted Samahata over his shoulder. What about that Konoha and BU squad up in the trees? Haiden shot the shark-like man an incredulous look. What, you worried about a bunch of pussies hiding in trees? Life smacked on the ground really turned you into a little bitch, Kisame. I am beginning to understand why Kakuza killed you so many times. You're suggesting we really let them go? Tenzo didn't know why Irika, the man whose sole reason for joining ANBU was crushing Akatsuki, was hanging back here. Hashigaki Kisame was a notorious criminal, and here he was weakened and ready to bury in the ground. We can fight them and we will probably be victorious, but we'll have some casualties for sure. Besides, it seems one of them works for Naruto. Now, you say that as if it actually means something. While Tenzu and Irika were bickering back and forth, their team waiting on Tenzu's orders were unsure on what to do. Facing two S-ranked missing ninja was not smart. Irika scratched an itch on his neck away and watched the two Akatsuki members walk away. He's proven that both of them are easy pickings. This incident of letting them go won't bite us in our asses. Tenzu regarded his subordinate with a critical look. You know something we don't know. I do, Irika confirmed coldly. And I don't have the clearance to speak of it. He followed up with a shrug. You'll be interested to know Uzumaki Naruto does. The ANBU captain raised a skeptical eyebrow behind his ANBU mask. You've been trained by Hatake Kakashi, right? So you're familiar with the saying read underneath the underneath? In case you hadn't done that, I meant I recommend recruitment. A 5-second silence fell on them as the captain regarded his options. Well, the boy did take down Kakuzu, an S-ranker. Yuzuki Yugao, the purple-haired female Kenjutsu master, lightly supplied. He was actually still thinking on taking care of the two departing Akatsuki members. But recruiting Uzumaki Naruto might not be such a bad idea. Alright, head back to Konohagakure. The Hiraishi kunai was on the floor as Naruto appeared in a weird dimension. There was something off about this place. He felt like it was pulling at him, but also breathing power in him somehow. Kakashi was nowhere in sight, though he did see Uchiha Obito, a black Zetsu and a dancing swirly man, Uzumaki Naruto. You're quite confident in yourself to appear here all alone. Obito seemed mighty pleased with himself. The Uchiha was focusing his Sharingan on the swirly guy, however. The black Zetsu next to him snickered sinisterly. You'll see the reason soon enough. Naruto responded, despite the worry present inside. Without Kakashi here, no one could stop Obito from using Kamui. That would be troublesome. Thanks to his mature Dijutsu, Naruto wondered why Obito's Sharingan was focusing so much chakra on the white humanoid. I never did get an explanation on how you've come to know my true identity with Garuru keeping me hidden. Garuru? Judging from that name, that has to be the weird guy dancing over there. Naruto figured. Where's Kakashi? Oh, new guy. The swirly man pointed his finger at the blonde. You're Uzumaki Naruto. You can call me Kashika. You seem to have trouble moving around? Naruto offered, though he did not drop his guard. Uchiha Obito was actually straining himself using Kamui to prevent Kakashi from escaping Garuru's grasp. It wouldn't be too long until Kakashi would pass out from lack of oxygen. Enough of this nonsense. Let's take the Kyuubi boy with us. Zetsu took a step forward. Obito, focus on restraining the copy ninja, and Naruto understood. He used Shinzui Bunshin and Kurama's chakra to spit out 6 formidable, similar shinobi. All 6 of them were Nara Hyo, a former root ANBU. With Bijou chakra surrounding each and every single one of them. It's a real bitch escaping from the Kagame no Jutsu. Naruto shot his opponents a piercing, red-eyed glare. It's downright impossible to escape from a Bijou-powered Kagame. The blonde grinned as he crouched slightly. 6 times impossible bends reality. But the blonde did not get the reaction he expected. Shinzui Bunshin, Hamura Awakens, Chapter 11 Haywire. The short moment of shock lasted far too long. While Obito's focus had been top-notch, much of it was lost as both his allies shouted out familiarity at Naruto. The pause in his focus caused a break in his Kamui blockage on Kakashi, and thus Kakashi managed to free himself from Otsutsuki Yakuza's grasp by usage of his own Kamui. The copy nin quickly retreated and joined Naruto's side. The 6 cubified Naras stood before the duo, not having done anything yet. Shinzui Bunshin? Hamura? Obito repeated, displeasure written over his face as he glared at both Konoha behind the 6 Naras. Care to explain, Zetsu, Garuru? But Naruto would have none of that as he quickly went to business mode. Kakashi, Hyo, deal with Obito. His eyes narrowed a great deal as he regarded Obito's strange allies. I'll be dealing with the other 2. Kakashi sent a high amount of chakra into his eyes as the Nara started creating chaos all around with their shadow threads. Kakashi! Obito did not like the fact that he had to dodge all of the Nara's attacks because Kakashi was blocking his Kamui. Surrender. The Konoha Jounin coldly ordered. We have you completely cornered. You underestimate me. Obito's body was half infused with Mokutan, so he was quite tenacious. Meanwhile, Naruto stood before his 2 great-granduncles. Otsutsuki, I presume? The battle between Kakashi, Nara Hyo and Obito was carrying them further and further away. You are able to create Shinzui Bunshin and you have a similar presence to our older brother, but you are not him. Zetsu concluded. So the same ability awakened in you? That is unfortunate. Oi. He's family, he can help us. Help you with what? He needed to know much more. He had no information about these two. Obito had approached Danzo in the past regarding the Uchiha coup d'etat, but the Warhawk never came across these two weird humanids. Shut up, Yakusu. Zetsu ordered. Uzumaki Naruto is clearly not on our side, he will become our biggest enemy. Naruto sent them both an evil grin. The two of you have an ability similar to my own? He was ready for them should they make a move, but something else had him on edge. Someone else is here. Even Yakusu tensed up at that. You'd do well to pray he never wakes. Zetsu spilled. We had so much trouble cornering him. Him? Movement caught his eye and Naruto pointed at a struggling Obito. Your abilities aside, don't you need that guy to get out of here? Hasn't your mother told you to take care of your tools? While Naruto was extremely focused on any sudden attack coming from Yakusu and Zetsu, the two brothers were just as sharp. Obito's a good boy. Yakusu suddenly shouted out. But he's not the only one with space-time abilities. Enough. Zetsu interrupted. There's a reason you should always stay in the background, Yakusu. Black Zetsu focused on Naruto with sudden Sharingan eyes. I'll admit defeat if it means staying alive. Naruto glared as the two vanished, very similar to how Obito and Kakashi do. Kamui then, we need to master that ability. Naruto muttered to himself. I won't be able to sleep properly if I know those two can always sneak up on me. The blonde turned his gaze to the only ongoing fight in the dimension. If Obito won and actually killed Kakashi here, they would be in trouble. But all the Uchiha could do was run for his life as shadow threads surrounded by Bijou Chakra hacked at him endlessly. Enough. Using extreme speed, Naruto barreled straight into Obito and held the man's face in his right hand. Except, Obito saw him coming and managed to block with his arms, holding Naruto's own. Don't underestimate me, boy. Who's underestimating who? Red chakra raged through Obito's defenses, but the Mokutan was doing a fine job of resisting the volatile chakra. Kakashi was occupied with making sure Obito was still unable to use Kamui. That's when all 6 Nara Hyos used Bijou-enhanced Kage Main to halt all of Obito's movements. The Mokutan sure is pesky, Naruto admitted as he stepped back from the struggling Obito. A Kage Main would do nothing against it. But 6 of them? Powered up with some demonic chakra? That should do the trick. Naruto was not letting up as he glared at Obito. Getting past your Mokutan is not enough. Your Kamui can always save you when worst comes to worst. But we have that covered too, he said as he pointed over his shoulder at Kakashi. You're a difficult opponent, but it's over now. Who is still blocking his Kamui? We'll be taking that eye of yours, Uchiha Obito. Shimura Danzo is not a Jinchuriki, were the enemy's words. He completely agreed with them too. What the hell was going on? Shikaku had taken Niji, Kidomaru, Kabuto and Jiruba straight into the heart of the battle in Kirigakure, but soon came to see it had died down considerably. Root soldiers were resting here, and there as most enemies had been dealt with. The only ones still alive were on the run, or of course, in the shape of the 4 in front of them. The Mizukage and his 3 guards. Before he had come to stand face to face with the current leader of the Mist, Danzo had approached them and briefed them on the situation. Shikaku was baffled to see red chakra surrounding the Warhawk. Shimura Danzo. You are not an Uchiha, and again, Shikaku agreed with the Mizuka's words. What the hell was a Sharingan eye doing in Danzo's eye socket? Were they for sale or something? Indeed, I am neither. Danzo confirmed. Let's not dwell on these matters. In fact, Yagura and his guards prepared themselves. Let's just end all of this right now. Dragons made out of wood erupted from the ground around Danzo and headed straight for his enemies. Shikaku was at loss for words, but he could perhaps guess the Mizukage's next words. Shimura Danzo is not a Senju. That settles it. Kakashi was heaving in slight pain, crouching on the ground and holding his head. Opposite of his was Obito, much in the same state. Naruto had already dispelled his Shinzui Bunshin and was eyeing the dimension around him. Something still stings at me here. Be careful. Obito panted, still bleeding from his eye socket. He had given up on continuing the fight, despite there still being some left in him. Without his Sharingan eye, though, there was not much he could accomplish against these foes. Kakashi rose, now with 2 Sharingan eyes capable of performing Kamui. He still had to get used to them. It's a good thing I have more chakra at my disposal, Kakashi muttered as Naruto approached Obito. I don't know what transpired in all these years you were gone from Konoha. You are listed as a hero in our village, though. The blonde started. You were one of the reasons we won the war against the Wadakure. You've proven your worth long before I was even born. The Uchiha was still panting on the ground. But we are to take you in as our prisoner. You too Have to be careful. I don't know why, but here. Obito finally rose up, but still had to support himself on his knees. Kakashi, you need to take us out of here. The area is slowly draining chakra from us. Naruto confirmed. It drained at slow pace, so it was not too much of a concern for him. But why? For what reason? It's a sealed dimension created by Black Zetsu. Obito explained. The Uchiha sat back down again. He or I need to visit regularly to keep it up. Visit too long and the seal breaks. Visit too few times and the seal also breaks. What is sealed here? I don't know. Zetsu never told me. I just marked this place as my Kamui dimension. Without a Kamui dimension, you can't use Kamui. It went without saying that this meant this was also Kakashi's Kamui dimension. He's the one who took me here and explained more about the Dijitsu. Zetsu has a Kamui dimension of his own, though I don't know where, obviously. Naruto was still curious to what was sealed here. And if Black Zetsu wanted it sealed, it might prove useful to him. Once seen or visited, I imagine your Kamui will remember. As a Sharingan's key ability is to remember, Obito nodded. Indeed, the curse of the Sharingan is to remember. Forever. The man repeated melancholically and sighed as he stared at Kakashi and Naruto. It's over for me. Take me to Konoha, imprison me. We will talk there, Kakashi. I don't have anything to hide anymore. He was broken. And now with the loss of the Sharingan how could he hope to create a world where Rin was still alive? Naruto suddenly tapped the temple close to his own right eye. Don't think I can't see that weird seal you have around your heart, Uchiha Obito. That surprised the Uchiha. He can see Madara's seal? Does he have the Byakugan? Kakashi took both Naruto and Obito away with his Kamui. The Uchiha would explain everything in Konoha. The copy ninja realized it was much easier to control the Kamui now. Naruto eagerly wanted to revisit this dimension soon. It seemed to be almost beckoning him. Shikaka had pretty much been standing still when Naruto suddenly appeared right next to Kabuto. Danzo was handling the situation quite easily by himself. His Mokuton was keeping the Biju chakra the Yandere Mizukage was exuding at bay, and the Biju chakra around himself was protecting him from pretty much everything. The old Warhawk was also easily dodging all the attacks, despite probably not even having to. The Nara figured that was probably thanks to the Sharingan. Danzo. Naruto stepped forward, unafraid of all the ninjutsu flying around. We have captured Uchiha Obito. Let's wrap things up. Leave the rest to Terumi. The older man retreated from the battlefield and landed in front of Naruto. They're formidable. Separately they are abysmal. Naruto regarded Danzo's opponents. 3 of them were about to drop unconscious. Pure willpower was keeping them up and standing. They would fall without having to do anything. The only one still ready to go was the Mizukage. A Jinchuriki had loads of chakra, after all, these 3 swordsmen of the mist. He wanted them. They were ripe for the taking, too, being almost out of chakra. Karatachi Yagura, the Yandere Mizukage. Seems Danzo's done a solid job absorbing most of the Sanbai's chakra with his Mokuton. I would say surrender, but what's the point? Naruto chuckled as Danzo, Kabuto, Jirobu and Kidomaru were all dispelled, taken back in. This left Naro Shikaku and Hyuga Niji standing behind Naruto, the former 2 gaping at the sudden vanishing of Danzo and the other 2 guys. Yagura was standing strong. His 3 guards Kushimaru Kuriere, Amuri Ringo and Jinpachi Munashi were barely conscious. What's going on? Yagura was worried. He never expected Konoha's Warhawk to be this strong. He was being pushed back while going all out. And he had 3 guards on his side, but then a young blonde kid shows up and Danzo backs down? And then mentioning Terumi? So Konoha had sided with the rebellion? So many questions, so much confusion. He wanted to speak, but then more than half of the shinobi enemies in front of him vanished. Yagura was about to just rush at them and kill them, but the Sanbai was restless inside of him. Be careful, human. That's no normal human boy. So the Mizukage carefully weighed his options. What's going to happen now? The blonde boy tilted his head in curiosity. You're dropping your guard? Realize the futility? You obviously allied yourselves with that demon woman, Terumi. Yagura was far from amused. Pot kettle story, really? You've been used, Moto Mizukage-sama. A certain genjutsu was used on you, this one truly powerful. I do not have the tools to undo it. You are being affected by it, even now, but of course. Yagura skeptically let out. Am I to believe a random Konoha ninja? It matters little what you believe when you're on your deathbed. Naruto was eyeing his 3 guards. I have no interest in a history repeat, but it almost seems inevitable. Naruto seemed to be struggling within himself on what to do with Yagura. You have me. I surrender. I don't wish to be taken in by Terumi. I sense the rebel force approaching. The mist leader sighed in disappointment. I now know, all right. We will take you captive. Naruto seemed to ponder with himself, but then turned around and met Shikaku's gaze. I am sure we will find a use for a former Mizukage who carries a bijou within him. Yugura was out of juice and had no fight left in him. He turned around and gestured towards his guards. What of them? The 3 swordsmen of the mist had already lost consciousness. The fight with Danzo took everything from them. He threw Yugura a sinister look. They'll be fine. Niji almost felt like he had been holding his own throughout the entire mission. He had fought maybe 5 Kirin as he was following after Shikaku, but they had all just been cannon fodder. Barely genin. And now that he was standing in front of a Kage, admitting defeat and surrendering to Uzumaki Naruto, whom he had fought in the Chunin exams not too long ago, he just didn't know what to do with himself. Trust me, you're not the only one who feels out of place. Shikaku was lighting a cigarette as Naruto approached Yugura. We'll be traveling back to Konoha with them. He closed his eyes, sighed, and faced Niji. I don't know what he plans to do with the Oth. Their chakra vanished. The same as what happened to Danzo and that Kabuto guy and… What was his name, Jirobu? Shikaku quickly turned around, but all who were left in the clearing were him, Hyuga Niji, and Uzumaki Naruto. What? What did you do? It was impossible. Where did all 4 of them disappear to? Niji also missed what had happened as he had been focusing his attention at Shikaku, who had been talking to him. We'll have to leave. Naruto didn't answer the question. The rebel force is very close, and I am not in the mood to deal with the shitstorm. He exhaled forcibly, before slapping himself on the cheeks. I used a lot of chakra. And I am in a bit of a doozy right now, but… Shikaku understood. The blonde was going to use her ration to take them all back. But the Nara also saw that Naruto was struggling with himself for some reason, and panting. Bear with me. I might not be in a too good mood when we set foot in Konoha again. Shunshing between Shikaku and Niji, he performed the Haration. Hokage-ase. Chakra was wildly raging around the boy. The 3rd wasted no time, ignoring the 2 other shinobi who had appeared alongside Naruto in his office completely. Senshin Shunshin. He did not like it, but he had to. It was nowhere close to the Haration, which transcended time and space, if only momentarily. The Senshin Shunshin was about 10 times faster than the Shunshin, stretched the muscles beyond their limits, and desperately required the opening of the first 4 celestial gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the professor. He knew almost all jutsu. Opening the gates was easy for him, but not something he enjoyed doing. He did not like the advanced body flicker, because chances of him slamming into a wall or tree were just too high. His eyes could keep up with the normal body flicker easy enough, but the advanced one was an accident waiting to happen. He picked a route out of the Hokage's office window he knew blindly, but protected his and Naruto's body with chakra nonetheless, though he was pretty sure Naruto didn't need the protection with all the chakra he was exuding. What the hell happened? The duo slammed through a wall and ended up in a cave. Hyuga Niji and Nara Shikaku. Those 2 were still in his office, he recollected, after the adrenaline calmed him down slightly. Naruto was panting on the ground, chakra burning the walls of the cave ravenously. What ha? Sanbai. Kyubi. Chakra. Clash. Gogia Fuin. Erg. The 3rd was still on high from the 4 celestial gates and didn't bother removing clothes to reach Naruto's stomach to close the access point of Bijou chakra on Naruto's seal. The blonde lost consciousness, but the 3rd immediately noticed the paleness of Naruto's skin. So, you went and absorbed Karatachi Yagura and the Sanbai? Even I know that would cause serious backlash. He muttered to himself. The Gogia Fuin blocks the Bijou chakra from being formed outside of the chakra source. It by no means stops it from being harmless. I will need Jiraiya and Inoichi for this, Hokage. Sama. The 3rd was impressed as he swiveled around. Seems you don't lack stamina, Shikaku. I underestimated the Naro's tenacity, perhaps. No. Shikaku was hacking and gasping away, leaning on the open crack leading to the cave they were in. No underestimating, I believe. He could barely stand straight, the 3rd noticed bemusedly. Niji arrived seconds later, also out of breath. He's fine for now. We'll take him to the Sealing Corps Division. I will take him there and guard him should anything happen. They were about 3 miles outside of Konoha. We are not safe yet. Uzumaki Naruto should be considered a bomb right now. Shikaku, find Jiraiya as quickly as you can. I summoned him about a week ago. He surely is somewhere in Konoha. Yamanaka Inoichi's presence is also required. Return to me with both of them. Shikaku was off instantly. The 3rd turned to the young Hyuga Niji. Niji-kun. I am sure you did well, but I believe it's best you return home. You, The young genin coughed out. He hadn't spoken in so long. Understood, Hokage-sama. Despite the obvious skill, The genin seemed to be failing in finding his own footing as he scurried away from the cave. Hiruzen sighed and turned to the still heavily breathing blond boy on the ground. The old man bit his own thumb. Kuchios no Jutsu, the great Monkey King, Enma appeared before him. The summon was about to lecture his summoner on summoning him for nothing after seeing no immediate danger, but held it incompletely as he saw the boy on the ground. Hiruzen. This boy. What do you see, Enma? War. And anguish. Enma's gaze hardened. Orochimaru is nothing compared to this. The king of monkeys had the eye of premonition. The Yakaku no Mi. Here, Henge, the elder monkey had transformed himself into the adamantine staff, which Hiruzen easily caught. One eye formed on the staff, and holding it, Hiruzen was able to feel what the Yakaku no Mi saw. I sense hopelessness from the boy, Hiruzen. Despite being an adamantine staff, Enma could still speak. I don't understand what I am feeling though. It's unsure whether he brings forth catastrophe, or if he is the one to stop it. Let's pray for the latter. Hiruzen sighed as Enma changed back to his original form. He smells very old, Hiruzen. Enma started as the old man carried the boy on his back. Something is very wrong with this one's body. I believe I'll take that as an understatement. Now follow me. I might require your strength, and above all, experience. This was not how I planned on meeting my godson. It can't be helped. I don't mean to boast, but my observation skills are at a very high level. Your godson reveals so much that it's actually blinding me. It's very confusing, so I don't know exactly what I know. Or what I believe. The only thing I know for sure is that he's reckless. I could have told you that before he was even born, Shikaku. Jiraiya half groaned. So, this fever thing he's experiencing right now is because of the Gogia Fuin? Inoichi and Hiruzen had both quietly been observing Naruto so far. The Monkey King Enma stood by the Sandame's side. They were in the building of Konoha's sealing core. Right. The room is sealed completely. No sound or chakra or movement can escape the room. I will be sharing with you S-ranked classified information. Don't underestimate me, old man. Hiruzen lifted an eyebrow at Jiraiya. I am Konoha's information gatherer, after all. This goes especially for the happenings inside Konoha. The legendary Toad Summoner puffed out his chest. This is about the Shizentuda, right? Both Hiruzen and Inochi turned impressed, while Shikaku stayed confused. I've done some more research on his uncanny ability. Jiraiya started. It originates from before the time of the shinobi. His ability existed once before us humans could use ninjutsu. What are we talking about? Does it have something to do with how Naruto made the Mizukage and 3 of his guards disappear? Shikaku did not want to be left out of the loop. It does. The third picked up from where Jiraiya dropped it. Naruto has the ability to absorb people and their abilities. Nara Shikaku was at loss for words. And it remained. The only place that might have information about this is a place I'd rather not visit. The 3 other Konohanin in the room were curious. What place did Jiraiya not want to go to? A place with no bathhouses? AIM? IWA? Yugakure. It's where I am originally from. Jiraiya grumbled. It's very unpleasant there. This surprised almost everyone in the room. Even the third didn't know where Jiraiya came from, but it seemed the hermit found out after all these years. We'll talk about that later. Let's perform the Gogi Cane now. In case he explodes. Perhaps it's smart you get ready to deal with it, Jiraiya. I'll bind him with my shadow as well. Shikaku performed the Kage main and bound Naruto to his own movements. I am also ready to end any hostility. Enma seemed concerned as he eyed the boy on the bed. _= happy face / flashback memory start / happy face ++==. Why isn't he waking up? This was the voice of Chomei, he remembered. He passed. He is part of that now. Matatabi let out in genuine sadness. If enough experience is gained, I might be able to find him. Papa, wake up. Shikaku, obviously. It'd do you no good, Matatabi. Even using your normal skills weaken you greatly. Gyuki murmured gently and warningly at the same time. Father. How can he have such faith in the beings that caused him to deteriorate? His own human sons are proof of futility. Kurama grumbled angrily, but the fox was also crying. All the Bijou were seated around an old man. He was looking through the eyes of Isabu, the Sanbai. I am Isabu? Naruto watched the memory fade away. _= happy face / flashback memory n / happy face ++=_. The scenery in front of him changed into a more familiar one. Kurama sitting in front of him, seemingly in a dark void. He himself was also standing on a floor he could not see. Your body is being attacked in the real world. By Bija energy. A human body and a Bija body are too different. You were too reckless. Absorbing a Jinchuriki means you also absorb the bijou, in this case Isabu. What's happening in the real world? Naruto asked urgently. The Shizentuda has shut down. Somehow our connection was cut some time ago, but we linked up again a few seconds ago. I suspect a jutsu was used to block my chakra coming in through the Shiki Fuin on your stomach, done in panic and distress. Naruto nodded. I remember. The third Hokage used the Gogi Fuin on me. It did little to your problem. It simply knocked you unconscious. The Sanbai's existence is still eating at you. Were you not a descendant of the Otsutsuki, you'd have died already. What can I do? Nothing. Perhaps hope your body somehow alters into something both human and bijou-like. Nothing's changed. Perhaps it will as soon as he wakes up. Enma's eyes were narrowed dangerously. Creases in his forehead suggest conversation is active. You mean there's definitely something going on? Inside Naruto? Hiruzen asked in slight panic. He's a Jinchuriki. His mindscape is actually highly active compared to the average human. Enma seemed to explain. You say the Sanbai was somehow absorbed? The Monkey King looked very troubled. I've heard tales of the Black Apple. It's the infamous tale of self-destruction. The third summon eyed the unconscious Naruto warily. It all comes down to the one thing all humans have in abundance, in one area or another. Jiraiya nodded knowingly, having heard of this exact same tale. Greed. The white-haired legendary hermit looked a bit troubled. It's curious. I've come to know of this story of self-destruction as I was closing in on my origins. You're the cure. Inoichi, Shikaku and Hiruzen were pretty much listeners in the room. I assume you know how that village was founded, Jiraiya-kun? The monkey had worked alongside Jiraiya often in the past. The two were friends. You must have been unwanted. The word didn't hurt Jiraiya. In fact, it seemed to shine relief on him. I am 51 now. I am fairly certain I have grown older than both my parents. It will be very weird to see them. Shikaku looked the least confused in the room, but still very much. What was happening? One moment he was walking away from Marino Ibiki after handing him an unconscious Uchiha Obito, the other he was down on the ground. He knew this feeling very well, but this shouldn't be happening, right? Chakra exhaustion. Was having two Sharingan eyes really that much of a drain? What are you doing? Kakashi? Great. Midarashi Anko. Not the person he wanted to see right now. Are you taking a nap? Can't mold. Chakra. Kakashi managed despite being close to passing out. 2 Sharingan. Can't deactivate. Closing his eyes helped a lot, but the Sharingan still drained chakra. Passing out here would be extremely dangerous. The Sharingan would continue draining chakra non-stop. They will drain all other things not chakra if there is no chakra left. It was a requirement of him to have full chakra reserves before he goes to sleep. Kakashi was not the type to panic easily, but this situation was quite stressful. Chakra binding? Anko crouched to take a closer look. Here. This might help for a bit. Gratefully, Kakashi wolfed down the 2 soldier pills. That would last him about a minute or 5, but what was going on? Was Obito's Sharingan eye booby-trapped? You ran into Danzo or something? Anko plopped down on the ground next to the struggling Kakashi. Pick your battles, man. She was eating dango, happily sitting next to his failing body. I'm no good right now. What are you saying? I have no access to my chakra. Tenzo looked nonplussed, not that anybody could see that behind his ANBU mask. Did someone tag you? Definitely not. Yumino Irika was confused. He fell down from a tree while tree climbing with chakra. They were on a high-ranked infiltration mission in Iwagakure. We can't afford to waste time here. Hide. We will find you. While his high-ranked elite ANBU team snuck into the grounds of Tsuchi's daimyo, the former Chunin teacher hid in the bushes. Many genin all around the globe had the same situation as both Irika and Kakashi. The genin that had miraculously survived the Chunin exams months ago in Konoha, with no recollection in any way of what had transpired during the second test. Meanwhile, Kurama was doing his very best to do what he could to keep Naruto's body from tearing apart from the burn. On the outside not much was visible. He looks like he has a fever. Being a Nara, his observation skills were as always top-notch. Something is definitely going on. Bijou chakra is working under the surface. I can feel it. Enma informed. There's struggle. Jiraiya was tempted to activate Sage Mode, knowing he would then be able to sense the same things Enma was feeling. It doesn't seem like he is on the verge of exploding anymore. The third tentatively ventured forward. No, he is. The summon boss finally understood the situation. He had been mulling over things for the past few minutes. I believe the young Naruto, a human, has tried to absorb the Sanbai. Not a human. It's a clash of human and pure chakra. He seemed less worried. He's been a Jinchuriki since birth. Exposed to pure chakra, bijou chakra, and of the strongest of the bijou no less. I believe it'll take some more time, but He should be able to persevere. Just another normal day. Academy students running being late for school, cats purring in random alleys, old ladies walking around asking for directions, and the occasional shunsin here and there. It was fine, really. Just what was up with that huge turtle appearing out of nowhere? Ayame Michiraka grew up in a shinobi village and had seen her fair share of bizarre things. She was too young to remember the Kyuubi rampaging through the Leaf Village, but she could imagine it was about the same size as that turtle. With its appearance, it had already destroyed a building. Now it seemed it was being restrained by shinobi throwing around weird jutsu and a giant toad holding it back. And was that a monkey with clothes on? This is a state of emergency. An ANBU. They rarely showed themselves. Move to the shelter. Follow me. Very well done, Naruto. But you still have more to do. Help my little brother get out safely. Kurama had a worried look on his face. He's strong, but he will not survive all of Konoha fighting him. Naruto was struggling to stay awake as chaos ensued around him outside of his mindscape. Not what I expected. Hiruzen looked very much grim as he stared at the struggling Sanbai. He agreed with Shikaku. Seconds ago, a massive amount of chakra was suddenly expelled from Naruto, and it reformed in front of their eyes into the three-tailed Bijou. Jiraiya and Enma should be able to handle it. The ANBU are already safeguarding the areas around us. Wait. Inochi, Shikaku and Hiruzen all looked down at the recovering Naruto, who was gasping and should clearly be out cold. He's not an enemy. Give me a soldier pill. All of Konoha fell silent as the humongous three-tailed beast remained calm. Those close by could see him staring down at a young blonde boy. How dreadful. Its voice echoed over the entire village. To think the black apple has resurfaced. I pray you won't be sunken by it. Moving it through Hiraishin will take chakra I don't have at the moment. Naruto turned towards the people behind him. Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Inoichi and Shikaku. He won't hurt anyone. But he's big. He will leave peacefully. I'm afraid we can't just ignore a Bijou, Naruto-kun. The blonde Chunin did not like the hard looks on their faces. There is only one option. Isaba thundered from above. Inside Naruto, Kurama agreed. You humans use Fuinjutsu to seal Bijou. It's confusing. The young Chunin understood, of course. Normally it would be impossible to seal a Bijou in an aged human because of developed chakra coils. But Naruto was already a Jinchuriki. His chakra coils were already adapted. The Shizentuta doesn't work on Bijou. Hamura tried this in the past as well. It is how we managed to defeat him. Us Bijou, however, can also choose to enter humans freely. We can make humans Jinchuriki. We can also get out whenever we want, too. The human dies after we leave them, though. The Fuinjutsu traps us. Of course, they couldn't enter any ordinary shinobi. They'd have to be either familiar with Bijou chakra or have enhanced their chakra in some way. Lineage helps, as well. Otherwise, the human will simply explode. Before their very eyes, the Sanbai seemed to morph into chakra, shrink and somehow get sucked into Naruto. Although the Sanbai could be seen by the entire village, only those standing close saw how it entered Naruto. Basically only Inochi, the third, Jiraiya, Shikaku and one elite ANBU team. In the real world, Naruto passed out as he became a multi-Jinchuriki. Inside his own mindscape, he was fine. So you're still trapped in me, Kurama? No. I can also get out whenever I want now. That's what happened when you removed the seal on that insufferable gate in the past. So, I know I'm new here, but who are they? Sitting next to the Kyuubi, the Sanbai was motioning towards nothing. Or to Naruto, it was nothing. The two Bijous saw two chakra shapes. Yes, I believe the temporary deactivation of the Shizentuta finally gave them time to resurface. What? I see nothing, Kurama snorted. The Shizentuta is blocking them. You can't see them because they are a natural threat to your ability. They're entities inside of you, but not because of the Shizentuta, and they're not pure chakra entities like we are. They seem to have been restricted somehow. I believe if you deactivate your Shizentuta for a bit, you should be able to see too. Isabu suggested. Naruto nodded. So who are they, if I judge from chakra smell? I would say they are your parents, Naruto. Kakashi, Iruka and all others revived by Rinna Tensei were fine again. The copycat was stopped mid-shunshin by an elite ANBU team guarding the area where the Sanbai appeared. Hatake Kakashi, by decree of the third, no one is allowed to approach any nearer than this. This was the reason almost no one saw what had actually happened. I believe one of my students is involved? Yes. The ANBU captain nodded. And the situation is being handled. We've been informed that Uzumaki Naruto is fine. I wonder what the hell happened. Kakashi thought as he chose to just wait it out with the ANBU team. I guess I am still somehow linked to Naruto then. Hiruzen, the aging leader of Leaf, almost shuddered at Enma's serious tone. I request that boy's presence in my homeland. It cannot be ignored. The summon chose to elaborate as he saw his summoner's serious expression and the decline on his lips. My masters will be able to help him. His body has been changed drastically. Before Hiruzen could ask about the fact that he never knew Enma the Monkey King had masters, Jiraiya cut in. Wait, you're going to offer him your services, Enma-sama? Perhaps. Enma nodded. But more importantly, one of my masters once worked for the first Black Apple. I want Jiraiya to come with you. Hiruzen requested. I believe it's time you take an active role in his life. I agree. Very well. I never thought he would ever be in this position ever again. I agree. It's hard to imagine anyone could beat him here. Yumino Irika was a bit confused. He was no longer part of Naruto, so he didn't know what happened on the blonde's latest mission, but it had to be big. We came back after he absorbed us. But it seems we will still die. If he dies. The copycat was unsure. Perhaps only he would die, because he had 2 Sharingan eyes. So if Naruto would die, the only way to survive was to gouge his own eyes out, or perhaps less savage, cover them with cloth once again? The 2 teachers of Naruto stood overlooking the Kyuubi Jinchuriki currently bedridden. Oh, and of course he was now also the standby Jinchuriki. We'll have to ask him about it. I've heard he has a mission as soon as he's able to move, though. Hokage-sama told me his presence is required in the realm of the monkeys. May I ask you 2 a few things? Irika and Kakashi both turned around to see Shikaka closing the door behind him and entering the room. Hokage-sama has seal-proofed this room, to activate as the door closes, so no need to worry about classifications. I know about the Shizentuda too. They both weren't surprised at all. This was Nara Shikaku, after all. How does he know the Hiraishin? That's easy. Danzo always wanted his hands on the technique, but lacked too many things to completely be able to perform it. Naruto's the yellow flashes sun, and the formula works for him, mostly. The chakra cost is much more because it's diluted blood. Danzo took all that was known about the Hiraishin, and you know. Irika continued. The Yandame's old protection squad knows a combined execution of the Hiraishin, which Danzo also has had his hands on. Danzo was also an expert in Fuinjutsu. It didn't take too much tinkering with all the knowledge that was available because of the Shizentuta. It certainly helped that Naruto has also absorbed a Nara. What? Shikaku's eyes were dangerously narrowed. It's not Naruto's fault. Kakashi tried to placate, and Irika shot an apologetic look. Danzo took Nara Hyo from the academy a long time ago. You can kill the old man for that, but he's already dead. I see. I already knew what had happened to Hyokuin. There was no proof and Danzo got away with it. Shikaka lighted a cigarette. No smoking allowed in the hospital, Nara-sama. I'm sure all 3 of you will be fine, Irika. Kirigakure is in chaos, but it's clear that the rebel force under Terumi Mei has taken control of the lands. But even she knows little of what has transpired there. The Toad Sage was relaxing in a chair in the Hokage's office. The Akatsuki is also at loss on what to do. The members haven't lost their leader, but their leader did lose his master. It'll take time for them to reorganize themselves. Yes, Terumi Mei has requested many things, including a meeting with me. This request included the suggestion of taking Naruto, Kakashi and Danzo with me. You have anything else? Well, I think news has spread somewhat of Konoha being suspicious around its own regions. My closest seal traps haven't gone off, but a few distant ones have been set off. Iwagakure in particular is nosy. Owanoki won't be reckless. He has too much to lose. What of Orochimaru? Sunagekure is his now. That idiot is in control of one the Great Five and has a minor village as well. Though Sound has taken quite a crippling blow a few months back. I don't know what he's up to, but he knows of my security seals. I wouldn't be surprised if he still has spies working for him here in Konoha. Yes, I also wouldn't think it far-fetched to find a sudden alliance between him and IWA or even Kumo. Perhaps the Kage meeting is in order, after all, but Orochimaru might be attending that too. The Sarutobi shook his head, indicating he didn't know how to deal with it yet. He turned to something else instead. Enma-sama wants Naruto, and you in Yakiyama as soon as possible. Che, that sucks. I'll need the kid to up his poison resistance as well. That won't be necessary, as I suspect he has higher tolerance than even you. The third changed subjects again. Danzo has informed me of one other mission Naruto wants to finish and it involves Akatsuki. Jiraiya sighed. That kid really loves trouble. How old is he again? You're his godfather. I should be asking you that question. So, what's he want? Both Danzo and Naruto believe one of our recent captives, Sabaku no Gaara, is an Uzumaki. They managed to track down his lineage. The Shikaku Jinchuriki is actually related to Akasuna no Sasori, a Fuinjutsu expert and Kagutsu master. Jiraiya chuckled. So they want to face the man able to puppeteer 100 puppets at once? I guess his poison specialty won't be a problem either. Gamabunta won't want me to summon him for puppets, though. Jiraiya put a hand to his chin. If Naruto will have the summoning contract for the lava apes, I might want to steer him in the direction of the poison toads as well. I leave Naruto in your charge for a month, Jiraiya. After that, I believe we will have a new Jounin in Konoha. The third watched Jiraiya rise from his seat. Be careful dealing with the Akatsuki, as always. One thing, though. It seems Naruto wants Akasuna no Sasori alive, a major setback. How in the world did that little brat get to being such a great threat to his plan? His plan he so carefully put together over decades. Uchiha Obito was a perfect tool, shaped to obey his every order as his beliefs were orchestrated by him. Did he really have to revive Madara just to deal with one shitty human? Nagato would be completely confused, as well. He didn't want to lose another tool either. I should eat the snake. I'm not sure. I've heard tales of Orochimaru's tenacity and willpower. That particular human is probably best left completely burned to a crisp. Black Zetsu was pondering over possibilities as he glanced at his twin brother Yukusu. The Eye Stealer, won't he feel our presence in his only dimension? He's not as advanced as we are. Yet. The Hitaki will surely catch up, however. We shouldn't rely on the Kamui too often. The more we use it, the more it might awaken someone we definitely don't need around. Yukusu nodded. The eyes we use were his, after all. Not noticing how much of a hypocrite this statement made them. This Kamui dimension is originally his as well. Such a bother to maintain, though. Zetsu stood up from his crouching position, motioning to Yukusu to join him where he was standing. Okay, I've fed it enough nature energy for at least a month. We should be safe with our movements again. The world should be thanking us. His whiter twin brother cringed. I don't want to become a plant again. We won't. Let's go. With that, the two Otsutsuki brothers left the Kamui dimension. The Black Apple. Chapter 12. Fisher. Patience was one of his stronger traits. He was proud of it, too. He stood, overlooking new ground he had procured some months ago. Of course, there was incentive from many directions. Necessity and survival. But those who wanted a job done well needed to respect time more than anything, and thus he stood, looking at brand new buildings, training grounds, even hot springs and many other facilities. I must admit I was rather surprised you needed me on a 3-month-long S-ranked mission. In Konoha. At first, at least, your skill is invaluable. Danzo inclined his head towards him, companion. You've performed exemplary, indeed. It would have been impossible to finish without your help, Danzo-sama. I never would have thought you possessed the Mokutan, as well. Danzo knew Tenzu would not spill the beans of this to anyone. The two only Mokutan users in Konoha had put in a lot of effort into creating a new estate in Konoha, increasing the size of the shinobi village even more. They had to tear down the northern gates and then rebuild them several miles further north, very close to the Valley of the End. This will be the Uzumaki estate. Danzo named the grounds. Of course, not only Uzumaki will be staying here, Tenzu wryly smiled. Of course, otherwise there would only be one person. On the contrary, Konoha houses several Uzumaki members. Danzo sent the ANBU captain a calculating look. Tenzu, you've always lived without a clan name. Although you are not familiar with Uzumaki Naruto, he wishes to speak with you very soon. I have been given permission to inform you that he wants to grant you the Uzumaki name. Danzo held up a hand to keep the other man from talking. I know. It seems very odd and unexpected, but perhaps you should speak to the boy first. Uzumaki Naruto. One of my subordinates speaks very highly of him. You should probably know he is my superior. Tenzo blinked. Sir, currently, the Uzumaki clan only had 11 members. Uzumaki Naruto was the clan head, though he left most matters to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Uzumaki Tayuya was a former Sound Nin turned Leaf Nin and held the rank Genin, undeservingly. The loss of the curse seal had set her back big time, and she needed to restore her chakra capacities. She was very talented in Genjutsu, and held the summoning contract for the blind ogres. Uzumaki Karen was a genin as well. She was a former Kusanin turned Konoha nin. She possessed the mind's eye of Kagura, which surpassed every other sensor abilities in the shinobi world. The girl also had the peculiar ability to heal people once bitten. Uzumaki Haku was actually Yuki Haku, but his original name would actually bring forth more trouble than it was worth. He was also a genin, but was of a much higher rank in truth. He possessed the Hayatan Kekai Genkai and was advancing in its art. Uzumaki Gara, formerly known as Sabaka no Gara, was a shinobi on probation. Together with his siblings Uzumaki Temari and Uzumaki Kankura, they were being integrated as Konoha shinobi. All three carried no specific rank as of yet. All three were also still being continuously monitored by Root ANBU. Uzumaki Hyo, formerly Nara Hyo. Naruto was rapidly advancing and evolving his Shizentuto abilities, even being able to alter smaller genes, appearances, voices, even chakra presences, but most importantly, blood. Uzumaki Hyo had, instead of the natural Nara dark-colored hair, red hair now. Like Nara Hyo, Fumayukio and Keduin Akari were former root agents Naruto had absorbed on the same night he had taken in Danzo. They were now known as Uzumaki Yukio and Uzumaki Akari. Yukio was extremely talented in chakra threads, choosing another art over Kagutsu no Jutsu. Akari's ability was impersonation. Henge had nothing on her. Both women also had red hair now. The Uzumaki estate had a guard squad. Naruto had named the squad Soran. The squad's members were Momochi Zabuza, Kagai Kimimaro, Kidomaru, Jiribu, Kushimaru Kurier, Jinpachi Munashi, Amuri Rino, Yakushi Kabuto and Karatachi Yagura. A formidable organization of 9 members with Yagura as its leader. The 11th Uzumaki clan member was a Rina Tensei revived Uzumaki Danzo. Another thing Naruto was able to do was adjust body type and aging. His skills in Shizentuto were advancing. Danzo still had one eye bandaged, concealing his Sharingan eye. He had dark red hair and was most noticeably 35 years old. A lot younger than he previously was. He served as the advisor of Uzumaki Naruto. The Shimura Danzo talking to Tenzu was actually a Shinzui Bunshin. Naruto was planning on bringing into the Uzumaki estate the cult Haiden had been part of, but he was unsure on whether this was even remotely possible. Naruto had also used Rina Tensei for Zabuza, Haku, Hyo, Yukio, Akari and Yagura. Ever since the clash in Kiri, Naruto hadn't used Shizentuto to absorb anyone. The event had been very traumatizing for him. At the moment, Naruto was in the lands of the monkeys, Kazan Naka no Mori, the jungle volcano. The truth. Is it uncomfortable for you here now? Of course. A sullen reply, but Kakashi could feel several surges of anger in his student's voice. My family wanted to rule over Konoha and planned to overthrow the government. But my brother betrayed them, sided with Konoha and crushed my family, his own family, before they even had the chance to do anything. And now you don't know how to feel. I don't really need someone to talk to, Kakashi. Sasuke clenched his right fist in evident anger. Actually, I wouldn't mind talking to Naruto. I haven't seen that clown for a month. Ah, yes. Naruto was hospitalized for quite a long time after his latest mission. Chakra poisoning and exhaustion, as you already knew. But he left a few days ago for a new mission. He'll be gone for at least 2 weeks. The 2 shinobi, one Genin and one Jounin, were waiting for the final member of Team 7. The pink-haired girl swiftly appeared. Anything I miss? Not really. Probably. Used to receiving nonsense answers, Sakura straightened her clothing. What's today's mission? Actually, I have received a request. A certain party is interested in you. We are heading for the Uzumaki estate. Uzumaki estate? Sakura eloquently repeated. Sasuke already knew. I guess I'll be seeing that other guy again. He had no recollection, memories or even myths about this place before they entered it. And now, about a month in, the blonde was getting accustomed to insane temperatures in this forest, inside a volcano. His human companion was less, but still quite uninformed about these sacred lands. He coughed once before he let out. I remember where we have to go when we finish business here, if you finish. The taller-than-even Jiraiya Monkey King Enma responded. Hiruzen's summon was leading the way. The task is not so easy to accomplish. They don't take too kindly to even us. Let alone outsiders like you humans. If we have to fight, I will not hold back. Naruto darkly uttered. A damp jungle won't be a place where I will come to rest. Enma appraised the young boy silently. He has 2 bijou inside of him and a multitude of experiences and murders on his hands. The experience and the power he carries actually backs up his arrogance. Enma smirked though. But if the legends are true, Gorengeta was one of the reasons all fled from the Black Apple. Enma, Jiraiya's head moved upwards to see the faces of 3 huge orangutans looking down at them. What he had mistaken for trees before seemed to be their legs. How they so rudely addressed the king of the monkeys was also quite telling. All 3 of them also seemed to wear battle armor. Get the fuck out of here. Naruto noticed how Enma had turned anxious. The Sanshuzai. They guard the entrance to the true jungle volcano. Naruto, step forward and unleash potent chakra, if you could. From very high above, the 3 elite orangutan guards watched with disinterest how the youngest stepped forward with closed eyes and all 3 gigantic apes flinched at the feel of Naruto's chakra. Their surprise lasted for about a second or 2, as they were quick to school themselves. Interesting, it hasn't been that long ago when the other tried. Only the boy can enter. You 2 can still go and fuck off. The central orangutan thundered from above. Jiraiya and Enma both sighed, before Enma turned to Naruto. I've only been there once, many decades ago, but You'll have to enter the underwater volcano through the sea of magma, volcanic ash, and extremely high levels of poison. The monkey summon put a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder to drag him away. He'll be back in a week or two. Or maybe not. There's a family in Kumogakure that we have been keeping our eyes on for a few years now. He was lying down completely tied up, blindfolded and chakra restricted, in a prison cell about a mile under Konoha. In a root base, after having been taken to Konoha and delivered to Ibiki, Shimura Danzo had stepped in and taken him away from the interrogation quarters after they were done with the former Konohanin, Uchiha Obito. While you were a disappointment as a Konohanin, you deserved the highest of praise dead. Now that you have miraculously revived yourself, perhaps you can be of use once more. Danzo started as he entered the prison cell, sending the man who was interrogating him away. I am Shimura Danzo and I have an offer for you. You won't let me die, right? Came a weak response. First chance I get you will be seeing me take my own life. You realize this? The former Sanbai Jinchuriki. What if we found a way to revive her? Silence dominated the prison cell as Obito tried to register Danzo's words. Her. That means he isn't talking about Karatachi Yagura. Was this man truly talking about Rin? Was this man, known as Yami no Shinobi, goading him? Obito turned enraged, and immediately felt a small pulse of electricity zap him. Calm down. The Warhawk seemed very much pleased with Obito's emotional reaction. You are one of the very few names on the memorial stone I looked at with genuine respect. A most important piece of the board sacrificed to gain crucial ground against the Wagakure. Obito was chakra sealed at the moment, but he could feel a jutsu being formed by Danzo. However, Danzo harshly continued. You sided with an enemy of Konoha, allowed important information and secrets to be spilled outside of our walls. You are a traitor of the highest degree. Therefore, I shall free you from this prison. Obito screamed in excruciating pain as Danzo slammed his hand on and over his face, chakra burning into it, and brand you with my curse seal. Ignoring the groaning and cussing from inside his mindscape, Naruto bit back a gulp of fear and tried to put on a more intimidating pose. He still looked mighty afraid. Kurama and Isabo had been bitching to him about constantly having to heal him because the magma and poison kept on burning his body, while the poison ash was doing a good job of melting his lungs. But that all went away completely when they finally came face to face with the thing they were looking for. I knew it was him. Shit on a stick. Was Kurama helpful input? Not him. The fright in Isabu's voice was palpable. Goringata. They both let out in a fearful whisper. The creature before them bore some resemblance to their brother, Son Goku the Four-Tail, but this beast was much bigger than the Yonbi. Naruto's expression perfectly accurately mirrored their feelings. After finally reaching a cave under the poisonous water they were swimming through and walking miles through it, they reached what seemed like a whole other world. Another jungle, this one filled with purple-green smog, with the smell of sulfur permeating everywhere. It feels not too long ago. A huge dark purple gorilla, almost twice the size of even the 3 orangutans from before, towered above him. Magma, poison gas and poison globes seemed to ooze and roll off of him. When I saw another black apple descendant melt to death, I thought you said I fought like a fetus undeserving to be born. A short chuckle answered him. Truth is, you might serve well as decent cannon fodder. We are in need of some. Sakura was very much confused and above all, frightened. Wasn't this Momochi Zabuza? What was he doing in Konoha? Shooting a panicked look Kakashi's way, she only found the Jounin enjoying some nice Aika. And who was this gray-haired kid standing next to him? The pink-haired girl had also noticed that Zabuza's sword and the gray-haired kid's staff, both strapped on their backs, were colored a nice blood red. Nice to see you haven't informed your female subordinate, Kakashi. Zabuza annoyedly let out as he noticed Sakura's perplexed expression. Name's Momochi Zabuza. Last time we met I tried to slaughter all of you. Naruto stopped me from doing so. And Naruto? Sasuke looked like he was wasting time. Yeah, you know. That blonde asshole that goes about ruining people's lives? Yagura muttered coldly. As they were talking to Sakura, Sasuke was checking out Yagura in unimpressed fashion. This kid looked out of place standing next to that massacre-loving Zabuza. Anyway, we are guard squad for this area, the Uzumaki estate. We are hiring and it's good pay. Zabuza changed subjects. Naruto suggested we ask you, Uchiha? The only requirement is rank Chunin. So you'll have to take the Chunin exams first. Why would I want to guard the Uzumaki estate? The Uchiha estate doesn't even have a guard squad. Sasuke was still unimpressed. Ah, yes. I do believe they do. They're called Anbu. Kakashi helpfully supplied. Although I guess this was secret information. Why not just let the Anbu guard this piece of shit area too? The Uchiha drawled lazily, seemingly already turning away from the situation. Because the Uzumaki are more important. An Anbu squad won't cut it. Sasuke looked annoyed at this, but also slightly interested. Annoyed because Zabuza just called Uzumaki more important than Uchiha, which he will kill him for someday. And interested because you have to be better than A and BU? He also part of this elite squad? Sasuke nodded to Yagura. Doesn't seem like you have to be particularly skilled. Kakashi nervously swallowed and hid his book, instantly sending an apologetic look at Yagura. It's not wise to piss off Kage-level shinobi. Zabuza snickered evilly and Sakura shivered as if death had just come to pay them a visit. The former Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, simply pleasantly smiled at Sasuke. Seems we haven't been properly introduced before. My name is Karatachi Yagura. I am actually the captain of the guard squad. Yagura paused and narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha. I'll be handling the interview, killing intent, and a massive amount too. All positively, accurately, and solely focused on his figure. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't move at all. Yeah? Yagura is about twice as strong as I am, Uchiha. The demon of the mist seemed immensely amused. Well shit, you pose significantly different, human. I suppose Kurama and Isabu color you confident. Be advised that Abiju's healing comes with a price and they too have limits. You were with Otsutsuki Hamura? Hamura-sama was my master, yes. He deserved my allegiance. His blood was much purer than yours. I am an Uzumaki. Otsutsuki's delusions. I know of a few. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, Kagaya and Shirai. Of course, all who wield chakra are somewhat delusions of the Otsutsuki. Delusions are weak, you will learn. Naruto inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, while holding his hands together at the same time. Kokunai Kinku, Gorengata's massive form leaned forward in interest as Naruto's complete presence changed. His appearance had also changed, with dark symbols scattered all over his arms, legs and face. A curious appliance of nature energy. Created out of urgency, I assume? Complete silence. Naruto started. I forced it upon myself as I was slowly losing sight of who I was. In turn, Kurama and Isabu noticed and encouraged me to push further as my identity was slowly ebbing away into a multitude of existence. Gorengata's eyes were narrowed. A focus. I am Uzumaki Naruto. No one else. Very well. It seems you've seen through me. Gorengata huffed, creating massive clouds of corrosive smoke. Let's see how many steps you can take, human child. The massive gorilla seemed intrigued. Perhaps you will learn how the Biju were truly born. I know, right? But that was definitely not him. Arc. Aburame Shino was very much used to his teammates' odd antics. The bug user simply continued his slow trek through the streets of Konoha, Kiba following after him in the same pace. I tell you, that had to have been an ANBU, Akamaru. But why would an ANBU have Naruto's scent? The subject was intriguing, so Shino chose to listen to the conversation between Kiba and Akamaru. The white dog was letting out barks in short succession. Yeah, I guess he did perform really well in the Chunin exams. Still, it's hard to believe Naruto is an ANBU now. Erasing presence and scent should most likely be a requisite for ANBU. As Uzumaki Naruto's scent is still detectable, we can effectively deduce he is not a member of the ANBU. Shino cut in. Perhaps a quarrel of some sorts? Kiba frowned and glared at Shino's back, not liking the sudden barging into his private conversation with Akamaru. The dog boy shrugged it away, however. You mean you think that blonde idiot fought with the ANBU? Merely a possibility. The Aburame nodded. Familiarity can't be ruled out either. Perhaps he is an acquaintance. Thinking back on the Chunin exams where Naruto pretty proved he was much more skilled than previously shown, Kiba had to admit that it perhaps wasn't a stretch the blonde was an ANBU now. Perhaps he was scouted by ANBU. Kiba uttered slowly. He did show some serious power back then. A moment. Shino had stopped walking. I need not remind you I am incapable of smelling scent, but right now, my allies are informing me of an uncanny resemblance between that man's chakra presence and Uzumaki Naruto's. Shino's allies were obviously his insects. Kiba's eyes followed Shino's directions and his eyes landed on. His breath got caught in his throat. Both of them were from prominent clans in Konoha. They both were informed on important figures in Konoha. This man was Shimura Danzo. Both their fathers told them enough about this man. Using chakra to fill his nostrils, he confirmed Shino's observations. Or his bugs. You're right. He managed to breath out as the Warhawk continued walking away towards the Hokage Tower. He also smells like Naruto. Peculiar. Why would a member of the ANBU and Shimura Danzo both have similar chakra and scent, known to us as Uzumaki Naruto's? Shino actually put a hand to his chin. Perhaps it is best we ignore this matter. Wait, what? My father once gave me advice on my sensor and reading abilities. The taller boy started to explain. This advice applied to you as well. On friendly grounds, silence is more often than not the clever road. Kiba offered him a dry look. And on enemy grounds it isn't? If he was surprised Kiba understood so quickly, Shino didn't show it. Assumptions can lead to great regret. Perhaps an explanation will come to us in the future. Nagato? She hadn't heard from him for days now, and she assumed her friend was on a mission, gathering information or even hunting down a Jinchuriki. But she would usually hear from him after 3 days. It's almost been a week and she was starting to worry. Yo, Conan! The purple-haired woman recognized the orange mask instantly, but also realized this was a different person from the one who always wore that mask. Who are you? Oh, you're perceptive, as I thought. I am not Toby, indeed. The mask seemed amused as Conan just remained glaring at him. You can call me Tanaga. Tanaga? She shook her head once. Where's Pain? And what happened to Obito? The demeanor of the man changed, with Zetsu taking over Yakuza's speech. Pain's in a struggle at the moment. The mask tilted his head. And I believe you can consider Uchiha Obito dead. Who are you? Conan knew something was off with the vocal change and was ready to fight this person. Fighting you won't be favorable for me. My body will fight me on all fronts should we take that path. Tanaga uttered snarlingly. Instead, I will tell you why you are Akatsuki's biggest disappointment, Shiju Conan. She involuntarily took a step backwards at that. You know my. Of course. The last record of any successful awakening in your clan was decades ago. You are an experiment. The Shiju clan was the only clan in history capable of being able to wield a fraction of the Mokutan's power. We had hoped it would awaken powerfully in you when we experimented on you with Hashirama's DNA. Unfortunately, all that awakened was a silly ability of paper manipulation. Conan was at loss for words. Surely you've always wondered, despite all the tinkering, you didn't quite reach the potential your blood carried. Realize that Jun knew Yahiko was also an experiment. Truly a shame he had to die so young. Tanaga turned away from the quivering woman. I have some matters to attend. Fucking Uzumaki are hard to keep down. Came a different voice, Conan noticed right before the man vanished through Kamui, Tobi and Obito. Tanaga and Nagato. Conan's fists clenched. What is he? Materializing in his Kamui dimension, he released Nagato from his predicament. The Uzumaki was panting heavily as he fell to his knees in front of the white figure with the orange mask Yakuzu and the black weird shadow Zetsu. You bastard! Zetsu held up a black shadow-dripping finger. Careful, Nagato. We have your Rinnegan now. He would glare, but Nagato was indeed without eyes. We stopped the bleeding and healed everything as best as we could. You're welcome, Nagato-kun. Yakuza cheered. You have little say left, Uzumaki. Zetsu started after silencing Yakuza with a gesture. Yakuza has one of your Rinnegan and can control the Mokutan Kekai Genkai, whereas I have a Sharingan with Kamui ability and your other Rinnegan. But with your body it's all so much easier to control. Yakuza, shut up. Zetsu was really tired of Yakuza's spiller mouth. But it's true. Our bodies aren't exactly complete. We need each other to survive, or we take over other people's bodies and survive. You're an Uzumaki. Your body would be perfect would it not be for your tenacity and willpower. We prefer to take over Uchiha bodies. They're a lot less of a hassle. What do you want? Well, it's easy. We take your body and gain the ability to fully control the Mokutan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan, and then Conan gets to live. Nagato knew a lost situation better than anyone. You planned all this from the start? Nagato couldn't stand up because his legs had been damaged beyond control because of Hanzo in the past. The reason he could stand in front of Conan and Amigekyo was because Zetsu and Yakuza could stand. You won't get away with this. But we will. Won't we, Tanaga? We're not allowed to set foot in Konoha outside of the Uzumaki estate without our masks on, obviously. Kakashi supplied. You would be recognized instantly. Problem is, Zabuza wasn't too happy. There aren't any places to eat at in here yet. All the buildings are still empty. How will you get stores and establishments in here if only about 20 people live here? Danzo should have a plan for that. Patience, Zabuza. Yagura tried to reassure his friend. Kakashi had sent Sakura home after Yagura had kicked Sasuke unconscious during the job interview. The young Uchiha was currently slung over the copycat's shoulder. The 3+ unconscious Sasuke were heading for the biggest building in the Uzumaki estate, the building where everyone currently lived in. So the plan is to give Sasuke one of Obito's eyes, huh? Kakashi nodded to Zabuza. Yeah, Naruto believes Sasuke is still one of Orochimaru's targets. And the Kamui will be very helpful should Sasuke face Itachi one of these days. Giving him the Kamui should also tie him a bit tighter loyalty-wise to either me, Naruto, or Konoha. You sure the runt isn't actually hearing us from your shoulder, Kakashi? Impossible. Yagura answered. I forced him into slumber. Wow, you had time for that insane long hand seal sequence of yours? Sasuke must be as slow as a moving continent. He underestimated me. Yagura admitted. And he's extremely arrogant. It's easy to defeat and misdirect cocky people, or manipulate them. The demon of the mist was of course referring to the whole bloody mist fiasco. Shut up, Zabuza. Too soon, Zabuza, the man shrugged carelessly. As about 5 people in the room suddenly popped into nothing but smoke, Danzo sighed a bit worryingly. I believe we all know he has probably gotten himself into a bit of trouble. The deactivation of Shinzui Bunshin means he's either close to chakra depravity, or he's using his sage mode. Both are not welcome news. I have no idea where he could be. Kakashi let out as he, Zabuza and Yagura entered the room. The others in the room were the remaining members of the Soran. The 35-year-old Danzo eyed the sleeping Uchiha on Kakashi's shoulder with a bit of trepidation. He still believed Naruto was putting too much faith in the Uchiha boy, considering the distribution of one of the Kamui eyes currently residing in Kakashi's sockets. Didn't Jiraiya and the Monkey King travel with him? The copycat continued. They should be fine. And if it's sage mode he's in, there's pretty much nothing surviving against him. Very well. Let's move on. The Warhawk turned Uzumaki conceded. Soran. Your mission is money. Kakuzu's death has left a hole in the market. Presumably Akasuna knows Sasori will be all over it, so take over his share of the bounty market. It's time we put life in the Uzumaki estate. There's no life without dead bodies. We have to capture Sasori, but that will prove to be a handful. The man-turned-puppet does not eat, drink, or sleep. We have to seal his movements. Danzo stared at the Nara-turned Uzumaki in the room. Uzumaki Hyo will prove vital in that department. A Nara with few ninjutsu skills is a danger indeed, Hyo sighed. I've really got my work cut out for me. You guys and Naruto really are slave drivers. The dawn has broken. He could no longer feel the traces of chakra locking the areas around the village, and the rain no longer had any of his chakra in it either. Itachi wasn't too worried. Maybe Nagato actually went on a mission by himself? Rare, but it happened. Movement from behind him caused his partner to activate. Now this is interesting. I wasn't informed you would be returning. Came a somewhat robotic voice, coming from the figure standing next to Itachi. Past clashings proved to be informative. Akatsuki is not a threat to me. The Uchiha regarded the new arrival warily, but with no fear. I trust you received my message then? Sasori and Itachi both looked on as Orochimaru walked from out of the shadows. The three were currently on the roof of a small building surrounded by buildings towering above them and around them, effectively obscuring them from the populace of Amigakure. I did. You should know that as Kazakage, I am actually quite busy. Busy? I've heard that you're missing a Jinchuriki. Sasori quipped. The two kind of left on bad terms. And what of your daughter and son? Surely you're not going easy on Konoha? TCH. They seem to be several steps ahead of me. Sensei is shrewder than I realized. No records can be found anywhere on their whereabouts. The snake summoner was not amused. I even tried to infiltrate with several people specialized in the art, to no avail. Konoha has a censorine unlike any other. Months ago, he had sent Jugo, Suigetsu and Girin on a mission to gather information on the inside of Konoha. But they were discovered almost instantly after entering Konoha and had to flee immediately. Uzumaki Karen was now part of Konoha's security. Her mind's eye of the Kagura could see everything. I did not call for speaks of an alliance, however. Itachi started. You seem to have misunderstood. Orochimaru clicked his teeth. Annoying as always, Uchiha Itachi. There's no verbal fun with you around. Sasori and I were privy to this information, but the masked Akatsuki member was Uchiha Obito. He's either been captured or killed. Though his direct input was minimal, his lack of presence will surely cause ripples in Akatsuki. The ones who controlled him will probably try and hasten their ambition. Nagato is not the true leader of Akatsuki. If Orochimaru was surprised about Obito, he didn't show it. Or he didn't care. I had my suspicions about Akatsuki. The 3 orphans that Jiraiya picked up years ago couldn't become as powerful as this. Who is truly pulling the strings? He dared a glance at Sasori. No offense, Sasori. The puppet human didn't show any emotion, just staring at Orochimaru, which in itself could have been considered a glare. I'm not too certain. Itachi put a hand to his chin. I believed I knew the threats in the world. To Konoha, you mean? Orochimaru thought. Akatsuki's information gatherer wasn't too sure either. One of their abilities is taking over bodies. Sasori supplied. Just like you seem to be able to do, Orochimaru. I've called for information swapping. I am unsure of the ongoings in Konoha, but I do know about Akatsuki. Itachi explained the reason why he called for Orochimaru. Why are you here? All 3 looked genuinely startled to find someone able to sneak up on all of them. Floating above them was a paper clone. That explained everything. They were without chakra, smell, or even genuine presence. But somehow it still carried Conan's consciousness. The question was of course aimed at Orochimaru. Pardon the intrusion, Conan. The snake summoner seemed amused as always. Itachi-kun wanted to meet with me. You haven't been here for almost a year. I must insist viewing you as a traitor to Akatsuki. Holding up his hands in surrender, with one hand holding his Akatsuki ring, Orochimaru also bowed his head. I apologize. I simply did not see eye to eye with the Akatsuki's previous leader. Who is it now, if I may ask? Conan's paper clone dwindled into nothing, not bothering to answer Orochimaru. She'll be here shortly, Itachi explained. The paper clone is a technique full of limits, but that was most definitely confirmation. The puppeteer in their midst interjected. With Kisame and Haiden missing, Kakuzu killed and Deidara still being somewhat of a rookie rebel here, Akatsuki is quite weak. This was news to Orochimaru. I didn't know things were this bad. I somehow doubt Akatsuki will remain weak, however. Your true leader's plans. If my assumptions are correct, things might turn drastic. He seemed intrigued. Who killed Kakuzu? Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi answered. His tone gave away confusion though. What? That little Kyuubi brat from Konoha? Orochimaru turned away from them and put a hand to his chin. Interesting. What about Hoshigaki? Even I wouldn't able to defeat that man. Zetsu told me Kisame got cornered by a few misnins specialized to deal with him. Kagaya Kimimaro, Momochi Zabuza and… I forgot the third guy's name. Sasori supplied. Zetsu hasn't been too forthcoming with information. Something has been off, recently. Kimimaro-kun, huh? Clenching his fists, Orochimaru turned back towards Itachi and Sasori. Danzo's the one behind this, I am sure. It still got to the snake how one of his best soldiers simply abandoned him in favor of Konoha. That was too suspicious. Itachi was surprised to see Orochimaru angry. Danzo? That man always overcomplicates things. Orochimaru calmed himself down as he stared at Itachi. I saw your little brother, by the way. Itachi wasn't too happy with how Orochimaru changed the subject from Danzo to Sasuke. He's a compassionate one. Very surprising. The Uchiha didn't show any change on his expressions. I'll get to that eventually. This time Itachi changed the subject. I've heard about a meeting between the Kazekage and the Reikage. If he could, Sasori would have cringed at Orochimaru's chuckle. Yes, gullible, indeed. Quite unlike you, Itachi-kun. The Reikage is an emotional man. I believe you and I both know that when it comes to betrayal and treachery, emotions come first place. HN. As expected. I hoped otherwise, but I assume he's none the wiser about the entire ordeal. An emotional man easily manipulated. Sasori confirmed. A Sunigakure and Kyumogakure alliance seems powerful. Even with Edo Tensei, Konoha will crush me and Sunigakure. Orochimaru admitted. It pains me to say it, but even with Kyumogakure on my side, I don't feel confident at all. We will not be joining you. Orochimaru Tsukeda's Conan, the real one, entered the scene. I sure hope not. It should go without saying, but you Akatsuki are a group of backstabbers. I'll trust you in the coffin. Likewise. Conan glared at the former Akatsuki member. Pain? The purple-haired woman sighed as she turned to Itachi. It is as you said. The Nuke-nin from Konoha removed his Akatsuki robes and tied a different hitait around his forehead. Then I suppose we will make the next move. I can't believe we let Deidara lead this one. Sasori let out, though we probably would have liked to mutter it. Both Itachi and Sasori were now donning Iwagakure headbands. Orochimaru looked intrigued. Who? You guys seem to be going to have a lot of fun. Chapter 13 Veins of the Past. What if a raindrop carried a disease capable of bringing down the entire population of the village? What if multiple raindrops carried a multitude of diseases? What would happen if the skies weren't clear? The contemplating young man looked up at the sky and panicked. Why did we have to live in the cloud village? Karui, very much used to the sudden and peculiar outbursts of her teammate, simply walked on. Sensei, we are all going to die. As if it was his time to shine, the boy's sensei started thrusting his arms left and right. Yeah? Probably most likely, we all die eventually. Don't be torn, we might be reborn. Che, hopefully the idiot won't. Karui half yelled out as a response. We all know we don't need another Oma in the next generation. The one leading the small group of people wasn't the sensei. Assuming there will be a next generation. Ever the doomsday thinker, Samly lead the way back into the village. Team B had just finished an A-rank mission. Oh right. You rookies ready to keep the visitors steady? We're all Chunin boss. Can hardly consider us rookies anymore. Omoi grabbed another lollipop as the gates to Kyumogakure opened for them, as if a bunch of genin can make things hard for us. Besides, this exam is smaller than most. It was true. Chunin exams are normally held twice a year, But there's also a biennial Chunin exams, which participants are very limited. Only the great villages were allowed to participate with a maximum of 3 genin. This exam was not team-oriented either. It goes without saying that the genin sent would be very promising. Iwagakure chose Kuratsuchi, Shiratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Kirigakure elected Chojuro, Suiren and Enmu. Konoha sent Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Niji. Sunigakure picked out Suigetsu, Gurin and Jugo. And Kumogakure went with Atsui, Netsu and Tiu. Wonder if your hothead of a brother can keep his cool? Samui ignored Omoi in favor of showing the patrol their papers. I am curious about the contestants. These biennial exams are always very entertaining. Karui pondered, and unforgiving. The way I like it. Samui nodded after the guards gave their papers back. They were such fools sending out precious shinobi to a country that is well outside of their control. While he had a whole country at his disposal, Sand Village was quite dull and frankly, business was far from lucrative. He knew things weren't divided evenly and fairly, but even he couldn't have known it was this bad. Less than half. That was the income Sunigakure garnered from missions. Pathetic. He expected double the pay he received from Otogakure, but the two were despicably close. It really was no wonder Raza, the Kazakage he killed and was now impersonating, wanted an alliance with him to bring down Konohagakure. Somehow, he hoped the alliance with Kumogakure would help matters. He couldn't kill the Reikage and impersonate him, because too much was known about Raza was quite easy. The only thing known about the secret of Kazakage was that he used gold dust. Perhaps, Orochimaru mused, it was time to transfer his soul to a new body. Fushir Tensei, his living corpse reincarnation technique, was his pride, his way of immortality. It transferred his soul to a new, younger, and fresher body. The body he was in now was already rotting, but would still survive for a year. Jumping to a new one now might be too soon. Uchiha Sasuke was in Kumogakure now. While Konoha was certainly off limits, Kumogakure wasn't so immune to his information gatherers. Konoha had sent Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji and Aburame Shino as participants for the biennial Chunin exams. Hataki Kakashi was their temporary instructor, while another Jounin finished the Konoha team. The extra Jounin's name simply stated Hyo, a name Orochimaru was not familiar with. Akatsuki had fallen apart, with members missing left and right. He didn't know who the real mastermind behind the mercenary group was, but he was sure they weren't weaklings to be able to deal with people like Pain, Itachi, Sasori, and Kakuzu. Orochimaru's expression turned from contemplative to confusing. The snake-like man was sitting in the office shielded from the desert winds raging through Sunigakure. Didn't Itachi mention Kakuzu was killed by the QB kid? He whispered to himself. He was intrigued. Itachi never gave any further specific details about it. Did a Konoha squad fight that old thread bastard and the Jinchuriki simply got a lucky finishing shot in? He was curious about it. He had come across the Uzumaki kid, as he was part of Sasuke-kun's team, during Konoha's Chunin exams but got interrupted by the traitors. Konoha was full of question marks. You've definitely overstepped, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru wasn't pleased at all about his previous subordinates. And you will pay dearly for it, somehow. Orochimaru, disguised as Suna Jounin, was going to depart for Kumogakure alongside Suigetsu, Jugo and Gurin in the morning. He had several options to play out in Kumogakure, but the snake wasn't sure yet if all options were wise. They're not even trying to hide. A blonde woman was casually walking through a forest leading to tea country. She was wearing a green kimono with a white vest underneath, her outfit finished with blue pants and black sandals. She was accompanied by a black-haired young woman, her hair reaching just above the collarbone. Sure show they have large amounts of chakra, individually, which meant they were not be taken lightly. The formation is not one I recognize. I can't tell from which country they're from. It's almost a combination of formations. Somewhat Konoha and Kiri-like. Kato Shizen was a very talented sensonin, apprentice to Senju Tsunade. I don't like waiting. The legendary female Sannin flared her chakra in warning. In response, a mass team landed in front of her and Shizen. A small pig in Shizen's arms squealed in fear. Lady Tsunade. The leader of the squad before them bowed shortly. We come bearing news from Konoha. Konoha? You're no ANBU, no rude either. The leader nodded his head and procured a scroll from one of his pockets. Tsunade didn't seem afraid in the slightest and the movement the leader made didn't seem threatening. We are listed as ANBU in Konoha, however. We serve the Uzumaki clan. He took a step forward, approaching Tsunade, and offered her the scroll. Details will be within the scroll, but I am here to answer any questions. Our most important objective is for you to return to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan? Shizen was confused. Wasn't the Jinchuriki the only one left? Tsunade followed up. You are a protection squad for Uzumaki Naruto? Yes and no. We serve Uzumaki Naruto, but not just him. We are also part of the Uzumaki clan, but you're no Uzumaki. Here is when a few of the members removed their masks, as if it was instructed. A young man with 6 arms bowed shortly. I am Uzumaki Kidamaru. His hairstyle was quite Nara-like, and it was unquestionably red. No genjutsu. This man was a former Sound Gate serving under Orochimaru. A somewhat chubby shinobi followed. My name is Uzumaki Jirubo. His mohawk was also red. The third and final red-haired member introduced himself as well. Uzumaki Kabuto, nice to make your acquaintance. His red hair was held in a ponytail. Karatachi Yagura and Momochi Zabuza remained masked, although Naruto had also changed their entire body alongside their revival to an Uzumaki's. At the moment, it would bring too many questions. They were now also known as Uzumaki Yagura and Uzumaki Zabuza. Interesting. Tsunade honestly didn't know how to respond to this. Being a senju, you are closely related to our clan. Uzumaki Naruto wants the clan to thrive once again. Someone like you close to us could make a world of difference. Yagura was the one speaking, still from behind his mask. You speak as if the brat is clan head. The legendary gambler was quick to pick up on things. He is. The captain confirmed easily. He is currently undergoing a mission of the highest importance alongside Jiraiya-sama, which is why we were sent to inform you of the recent developments in Konoha. Jiraiya is? Surprising. Tsunade took in the new information with a hand to her chin. I am not adverse to this. Tell the brat to approach me himself. I want to see how he grew up. For now, that will be all, she said, finality clear in her voice. Understood, Senju-sama. As no more words were needed, the squad departed swiftly by Shunshin. The Uzumaki clan revived. Shizen was amazed. That will surely make an impact. Indeed. Kumogakure and Iwagakure will not be pleased. HN. You seem agitated. Even more than I usually am. Indeed. My bugs sense apparent hostility. Perhaps it's best you refrain from any unnecessary handlings? Hyuga Niji sighed tiredly, glaring at his 2 temporary teammates. Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino. This country is responsible for the majority of my pain. Its previous leader wasn't the subtlest, most definitely. Perhaps it's different with a new leader. Came a more mature voice from behind them. Hatake Kakashi, stance more confident than ever, walked past them to observe the many mountains around them. Don't underestimate Kumonin. They are known for their speed. The copycat sighed as he fished out a scroll from a pocket on the left side of his Jounin vest. This counts as an A-ranked mission. Completing it without fault will result in a field promotion to Chunin. Kakashi grabbed a random Ika from his pocket after putting the scroll away. After this exam, we'll be meeting up with Jiraiya-sama. Mission S-ranked, to be sure. Jiraiya-sama? This in turn would mean Naruto is involved somehow? Niji beat Sasuke to it with this question. You assume correctly. The gray-haired Jounin nodded. It would seem Naruto has decided to go on the offensive. The attic surprised me. A 35-year-old red-haired damsel let out. Konoha might just become glorious. After all, Naruto wants Soran to stay put. Yagura was quite sour about it. Ah, yes. I assume you want to move out to Kirigakure? You'll have to wait until Naruto decides on which Uchiha he wants to absorb. Obito has a curse seal created by Madara himself on his heart. Absorbing him might prove too troublesome. I would say to just absorb Uchiha Sasuke and revive the boy again, but Naruto wants to face off against Itachi first, right? To fully understand the Sharingan's evolution. Danzo confirmed Yagura's words with a nod. Obito's Sharingan is also a bit of a question mark. Implanting it in Kakashi immediately was a mistake that horribly backfired with a backlash of severe chakra exhaustion. We should be keeping Obito's Sharingan safe until Naruto can successfully create a body with pure Uchiha blood running through it. Danzo allowed a smile on his own face. Even I am just temporary. I have no Sharingan at the moment. All of my Sharingan are being kept safe. Security and certainty. Good tools to walk a road with. Yagura agreed. Soren will move alongside Konoha for the talks in Kirigakure. There has also been talk about a new Hokage. Hiruzen wants to step down. There was a glint in Danzo's eye. It would be a shame if that monkey died of old age, though. Choices can become myths. Yagura cryptically pondered. It's been many decades for me. How is it you know the way, Jiraiya-kun? Surprisingly, it's been decades for me, too, and Misama. Albeit probably a lot less. When we fought Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War, Gamabunta refused to fight Ibius, Hanzo's salamander summoned boss. So months after the war and everything had somewhat been resolved, I asked the toads about the salamanders. Enma already knew what Jiraiya was going to say. It turns out the salamanders are very closely related to the toads. They have an ironclad alliance, and won't fight one another ever. The poison toads actually answer to the salamanders. So, we are here to find out if we can somehow link through to Abius and the salamanders. I am pretty sure they won't be ready for another great ape summoner. Enma couldn't resist but be in slight awe of the young boy Uzumaki Naruto, currently draped over Jiraiya's right shoulder. The blonde boy was severely exhausted after the trials of the lave apes. The previous great ape summoner was Senju Tobirama, and even he couldn't summon the lava apes. Amigakure, Rain Country, a horrible existence. The thought of having hit rock bottom, but falling through said bottom. That's where he was at right now. He had eyes, Rinnegan eyes, the eyes that could see and comprehend everything. But they weren't his to use. He had mobility. The thought an impossibility after Hanzo had destroyed his legs. He could move, walk, run, leap and swim again. But alas, his legs weren't his to operate. He was but a presence in his own body. A body completely controlled by Otsutsuki Yakusu and Otsutsuki Zetsu. The Rinnegan eyes were Yakusu's and Zetsu's. Not his, not Madara's. What Nagato didn't know was that these particular pair of Rinnegan eyes weren't originally Yakusu's and Zetsu's either. The bottom part of both his legs and his feet were actually Mokuton-enhanced limb amputations. Yakusu and Zetsu had broken what little of what was left of his willpower. Did you know? Yakusu had said. It wasn't Konoha, you know. I mean, not directly. Sure, Konoha-nin did kill your parents, but it was us who orchestrated the entire war. You were a vital piece for our plan. Only those with Senju or Uchiha blood are able to carry the Rinnegan. Older humans are not as easy to keep track of, and you were born in Amigakure to Uzumaki refugees. The Uzumaki line lies very close to the Senju line. You were the perfect choice to safeguard our Rinnegan. If the topic wasn't so sensitive, Nagato might have wondered why Zetsu wasn't talking. Your parents' death was important for strengthening the Dijitsu we implanted in you. We had to make it happen. If Nagato could scream, thrash or lash out in any way, he would. But he was bound completely inside his own body, and Yakuza reveled in it. The air shifted very subtly, as if nothing had changed in the small room. He would call it a cage though. Oi, someone's here. Yeah, I felt it too. It's not one of ours, this one smells different. Smells like birds, but the scent carries death. I would say vultures, but I know how those smell. 2 individuals were chained up, blindfolded and taped off with many seal papers around their bodies. One had long red hair, a mustache and was quite small, about 5 foot sweat could be seen on his neck and face, the rest was tapered off with seals. The man was about 34 years old. The other had short, spiky red hair and was a bear of a man. The bystander guessed he was about 4 foot ft tall. He seemed to be of the same age as the former. Multiple layered Gogyu Fuin. They heard a voice whisper. Rashi and Han. You were very hard to find. Allow me to free you of these binds. They didn't hear anything after that, but could surely feel their bindings coming undone. I'd advise to remain hidden and silent for a while longer after I leave. Awakure is in state of chaos at the moment. The fence-sitter is in a situation. I need the 2 of you on the outside. Despite being Jinchuriki, you'll find your bodies quite unaccustomed. You've been trapped down here for more than 3 years. Ran and Hoshi found that they could see again as their blindfolds were removed. 3 years in darkness didn't give way to vision easily. All they could see was the cursed Dijitsu, the Sharingan. To think. Onoki took the 2 of you when you were barely born. You 2 are remnants of the Uzushio massacre. You 2 are Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Interesting. In an hour, you will find yourself able to leave this place quietly. Until then, I suggest not moving an inch. I can already sense the bijou within you refilling your chakra pools. Don't do anything unnecessary for an hour. Normally it would take hours for their vision to return after being in the dark for so long, but these 2 were hardened Jinchuriki. They managed to glimpse the Uchiha fade away. Fucking crows, of course. About a week and a half had passed since the biennial Chunin exams had started off in Kumogakure. The participants had gone through a variety of exams testing teamwork, intelligence, loyalty, and dependency. The final test was an individual one, where they had to fight without their biggest tool. Their own instructor chose for them what was forbidden to use. Kakashi wasn't playing nice. This meant that Uchiha Sasuke was not allowed to use his Sharingan, Hyugen Niji wasn't allowed to use his Byakugan, and Aburame Shino wasn't allowed to use his bugs. All the other participants had handicaps just as game-changing. It made for interesting fights, and unsurprisingly, a lot less lethal. Orochimaru, still disguised as Asuna Jounin, wasn't interested at all in a fight with limitations. He wanted to see Sasuke go all out with his Sharingan. Orochimaru's future Dijitsu at work. Within his impeccable disguise, he managed to fight off a flinch as he saw Jiraiya suddenly appear by Shunshin next to Hatake Kakashi and a red-haired Konoha Jounin who seemed a bit familiar. The shinobi from Konoha were standing awfully close to him. All observing shinobi were circling a small clearing. Orochimaru withheld a snort. It really was just a grassy patch. Why didn't they decide on a bigger venue? He narrowed his eyes as he spotted another Konoha shinobi standing behind Jiraiya, this one wearing a dark blue vest with light blue edges, reaching just above the knees. A black lint tied the vest around his waist. The outfit was finished with black shorts and black sandals. The Konoha Hittite could be seen stitched to the lint around his waist. The young boy also had bandages around both his wrists, and one around his right knee, over the shorts. Orochimaru recognized the outfit immediately, the boy a bit later. Why was Uzumaki Naruto wearing Senju Tobirama's Chunin outfit? Orochimaru recognized it from pictures when he was still an active shinobi en route. Shimura Danzo was quite the devoted Nidaime follower, and then the boy locked eyes with him. He held the gaze firmly, but somehow had the suspicion that the boy saw through his disguise. But that was impossible. The boy looked away and focused on the matches instead. The fence-sitter was furious. Somehow, that upstart missing Nin Deidara had sneaked in their village with 100 puppets and a prodigy illusion weaver. Even he couldn't stop their assault on the village. The attacks almost stopped as soon as they had come, however. Oanoki didn't like it. This could only mean that they had achieved whatever they had come for. While obviously in disguise, all of them were wearing IWA Jounin outfits. His son had taken on Deidara, as Katsuchi was quite familiar with the bomber's fighting style. A multitude of shinobi were fighting off puppets with little effect while he himself had taken on the genjutsu specialist. How could he, one of the strongest shinobi in the world, not deal with a pesky brat wielding genjutsu? But he was good, Oanoki knew. The genjutsu used wasn't normal. Too fast, too instant. He fought way too many shinobi specialized in genjutsu. This kind of genjutsu came from the Sharingan, Sen for Haratsuchi and Jinitsuchi. Oanoki's glare was palpable to the subordinates behind him. The Tsuchikage was currently looking at a pile of about 20 fallen puppets just outside of the Tsuchikage tower. If they were taken, those two will hopefully be enough for whoever took them. If they ran, then they would be the only ones capable of taking down Han and Rashi besides myself. Oanoki could admit that not even his own son, Katsuchi, would be able to. Of course their target was those two demons. So this had to have been Akatsuki. The mercenary group had finally betrayed them. These puppets he was glaring at were surely those of that demon puppeteer, Akasuna no Sasori. The genjutsu specialist, then, was most likely Uchiha Itachi. The short, old man clenched his right fist. I guess the time of laying low is over. Memories, experiences, and a multitude of deaths flashed in an instant within himself. He was used to the Shizentoda's uncanny ability to chain down a memory so quickly and vividly as his own. He was a Konoha shinobi with a dozen grudges, and Kumonin were the most hated in the flashes somehow. He was an IWA shinobi with 100 grudges, with Konoha mostly responsible. He was a Suna shinobi with a dozen grudges, with Konoha again, at the front. As the Kiri shinobi in him, the grudges were split about evenly for all countries. The Kumonin in him held many a grudge for Konoha. He was about as perfectly loyal to all countries as a shinobi could get. But then, he was also the shinobi most willing to destroy all of them. He was still originally Uzumaki Naruto. And Konoha would always come first. The many perspectives inside of him gave him the clarity that Konoha was a much-hated target of the many. Weaving through many hand seals so fast, a bystander could see sweat flying from his fingers. Ninpu, Yuga Shaozen, fire and water, two opposing elements fighting for supremacy between Naruto's left hand and right hand. It's funny, Naruto murmured as he struggled to clasp his hands together. He had been weaving one-handed seals. They're fighting one another like magnets, too afraid to touch each other, but so willing to kill each other. Almost like bickering siblings. Jiraiya didn't know what to say as he watched the apparent prodigy at work with element manipulation. Letting the chakra and the elements wisp away into nothing, Naruto turned to his temporary mentor. Jiraiya-sensei. To create the acid element Goringata wants me to master, I will need full mastery of all the elements, next to being able to fuse them into several new elements. The blonde seemed to pout. I've passed his assessments, but I'm not allowed to summon him if I can't master this. Logically, if you don't master them, you won't be able to withstand being near to any of his more powerful techniques. Jiraiya shrugged. Ibuse-sama wanted the same, right? The Uzumaki nodded his head. While it was a lot easier to approach Ibuse-sama, the king of the salamanders wants me to master senjutsu as well. He told me my approach to it is mediocre, severely lacking, and above all, incomplete. I have a lot to work on. Perhaps telling Hokage-sama I will be away for a while after finishing up in Yugakure would be advisable. Leave it to me. The Toad Hermit looked at the sky as Naruto again tried his hand, or hands, at elemental manipulation. The Chunin exam results should be in soon. I guess I should be happy, but I really expected Orochimaru to somehow show up here. In Kumogakure? I've heard tales of a possible alliance between my old teammate and this village. Jiraiya, purposely, let out loudly. It would only be obvious the Raikage had their movements monitored. Naruto also figured, but he really didn't care anymore about keeping secrets. It was time to take the gloves off. Or in his case, gauntlets. I am sure he serves a purpose still, somehow. Naruto again stopped gathering chakra. Orochimaru, from what I know of the many memories I have of him, is useful in many areas. He could be helpful if disaster strikes the shinobi world. His experiments, while vile, don't come without merit, I suppose. As long as the evil is not pointed towards us, we could let it. That's what you're saying, the younger of the two shrugged. I believe myself capable of taking him down now, should it come to that. Fuinjutsu is difficult to use on the battlefield, but ultimately decisive when it is. Orochimaru is no less vulnerable to its rules than any other. We set the field, we take it, Jiraiya sighed. I guess it's time to stop holding back, huh? The pervert didn't expect the day would come where he would actually have to pull out all the stops and fight with his Fuinjutsu. Are you going to warn them? You mean the other Jinchuriki? Naruto simply glanced at his teacher. I suppose I'll do that when I come across any of them. Actively searching for them isn't on my agenda, though. Chunin. He was 14 now. He should have been ANBU captain for at least a year now. The Uchiha scowled as he eyed the other participants around him. None of them were truly promising. He was strong enough now to fight on equal ground with Hyuga, who was about a year older than him. The candidates from the other villagers weren't bad, they just weren't up to par. They had nothing on where he needed to be, looking down at many corpses, but admittedly he had colored himself a bit confused. With the truth thrown his way from Naruto, how was he to approach his older brother now? He definitely wasn't a big fan of Konoha at the moment, but he hardly felt like running away from the village that struck his clan down before they could strike Konoha down. Given close to 2 months to think about it, Sasuke came to the conclusion that it could have gone only 2 ways. Konoha simply played the checkmate move first. His clan hadn't moved soon enough, and they paid the price for it. That didn't mean he would forgive those who were in charge of making Itachi kill his own clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane. Thinking about it some more, he would have to find out if any of the clan heads were involved as well. Would he have to kill almost all of his classmates' parents? Sasuke's gaze darkened a bit as a Kumogakure Jounin started listing off the names of those who passed. He didn't care. If not here, he would receive a field promotion for this. After that, he would go directly into Soran, the guard squad responsible for protecting Konoha's newest estate. Hyuga Neji and Aburame Shino were also slated to join. While there will always be a need to hide themselves from existing, they now actually had proper housing. Each and every root member had been allocated to houses and apartments spread across the Uzumaki estate. Slowly, but surely, the estate was growing and stores were opening. Convenience stores and restaurants and many of the like. Danzo had forced the disappointments of his root program to man these stores. He didn't remove their curse seals from their tongues though. So? How does it feel? Empty. Came a quick answer. But that beats feeling lost, I suppose. It's convenient. You won't have to be re-educated since you are originally from Konoha. When he returns, you will be reborn even further. And don't worry, everything you do now doesn't have to be a waste of time. No need for any concern, you've been quite thorough. I have to be. You were Akatsuki's leader, after all. Now you are a possible future candidate for the Uzumaki clan. With your reincarnation, Naruto will have a better understanding of blood. Pure blood, Shizintuta. Not even Madara knew of this ability. A red-haired Danzo was guiding a blindfolded and mostly bandaged-up Uchiha Obito around the Uzumaki estate. With Uchiha Obito so firmly under control and interrogated, Danzo, and in turn Konoha, pretty much knew everything about Akatsuki. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see you, a carbon copy of Shimura Danzo's chakra imprint, walk through the door and interrupt the interrogation Danzo was having with me. Uzumaki Danzo, 35 years old, managed a short grin on his face. The Mokuton implanted in you has granted a very superior chakra sensing ability. It makes me believe Madara has played around with a Senju and an Uzumaki offspring. Possibly even Uzumaki Karen's parents, or grandparents. Uzumaki Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura. My skill has nothing on hers, though. But our abilities are indeed quite alike. Obito admitted. How did that Uzumaki end up in Kusa of all places? A question I feel we have no need of an answer for. Danzo changed subjects. Your Sharingan I was given to Kakashi. Temporarily, mind you. Originally, they were to go to Uchiha Sasuke. The plans are a bit unsure, but after Naruto uses the Shizintuta on you, he might even give it back to you. Danzo stopped walking and chuckled shortly. I believe Kakashi wants to give the first one back to you too. Obit was hard-pressed to believe this. He was still a criminal to Konoha. With both eyes, I will gain unprecedented control over the Kamui. You don't know if you can trust me. With both my own Sharingan, don't write me getting rid of your curse seal and Madara's curse seal far-fetched. The Shimura turned. Uzumaki shrugged and waved him off, though Obito couldn't see. I see no risks. Once the Shizentuta is in effect, you will understand. All the cursed seals in the world won't make a difference. With the many Sharingan Danzo still had in his possession, he couldn't wait for Naruto to return to Konoha and take Obito as a soldier. Once that happens, they could actually create an Uzumaki Sharingan army, close to pure-blooded. Diluted, obviously, but so very close. And Uchiha Obito will even have his second chance. Asking Naruto to use the Rinne Tensei on the Edo Tensei of Noara Rin won't be too much of a request for the undying loyalty of the undeniably powerful Uchiha Obito. With him, the Uzumaki clan will have 2 Mokutan-wielding shinobi. If Yamato, Tenzo, or Kino, whatever the man wanted to call himself, wanted to join the Uzumaki clan, then there would be 3, even. The resurrection of the Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha. Doesn't seem like an impossibility any longer. Perhaps the Black Apple ability started life from the start? The thought of each and every intelligent being created like that and being secretly controlled didn't even cross his mind. Danzo smiled at the sky. Genuinely, Konoha would flourish once more. That boy. Something is seriously wrong with him. Youch. You the Big 8 so aware this human has you scared? I knew it. Karabi swiveled around to come face to face with Niyujuto. Oh damn. This cat's so sneaky, didn't even notice you peeking. Nico's telling me to be wary. That boy that came with Konoha's big shot, Jiraiya-sama. He's sending off dangerous vibes somehow. Confusing more? I can't tell if he's a danger yet. But then, Matatabi probably sees anything confusing as threatening. Oh yeah. Don't let the illusions be conclusions. Kid's one for real, which one I can't feel. The blonde-haired Yujuto sighed, clearly exasperated. Look, Konoha's had one bijou attack over the last 20 years. It only makes sense the boy carries the nine-tail. Oof, Kyuubi's not the nicest of us. Although, we all really aren't. Inside Karabi and inside Yujuto, the 2 bijou were confused, though. They would surely be able to sense Kurama from this close. But they didn't feel anything at all, they felt more. And more is dangerous, I think. It's not smart to get close to that one. Karabi actually fell silent at that. Yujuto and Killer Bee shared the bijou plane in their heads if they so desired. Yujuto shot her bijou a questioning glance, and to her surprise, Matatabi agreed with Gyuki. It feels very familiar to. Gyuki started to say, yes. Matatabi continued. Father's brother, Akatsuki, has fallen apart. The blue-haired woman listening to the man couldn't help but snarl. Her precious friend was being used as a skin puppet by this abomination of an existence. What are you? The question went ignored. We have no Jinchuriki. The organization has been active for years, but we have not a single one. Such incompetence. Both Zetsu and Yakuza were actually in quite a bind. Sure, they held control over Uzumaki Nagato, and should they release him, the red-haired man would not be too hard to regain, but there were few vessels left worthy enough to control. Your friend is quite a disappointment, Conan. If I leave him, he will be without a Rinnegan, and without mobility. The only thing he has going for him is longevity. But who wants to live forever with a multitude of limitations? The last sentence seemed directed at himself more than Nagato. What are you saying? Her cold voice made him chuckle. He understood her anger. He almost sympathized, even. What will you do? If I leave this worthless human? Zetsu was thinking ahead. He needed to come out on top, and with the way things were going that would be difficult. While barely powerful, Nagato would surely have the means to recuperate into a stronger shinobi before long. Given the right tools, if I leave him, I would inevitably have to kill him. He is an undeniable threat to me, as I feel the grudge he has for me grow only more and more. She couldn't help but glare. You've lied to us for years. He believed in you, and in Uchiha Obito. I believed in you. You've deceived us and destroyed our hope, and yet here you still are. What will stop you from fighting me? She winced as Nagato fully faced her. Nagato's face and body, controlled by Zetsu and Yakuza. Your pitiful imitation of the Mokutan aside, you couldn't even force any killing intent against this body. You're still following me in the hopes I will let my guard down, and you can save Nagato. Conan looked away. Fret not. I worry little about you or Nagato. The red-haired man turned away from Nagato and looked over Amigekyo once again. I worry about the humans who carry too much power on their hands. Power, but more importantly, knowledge. The female member of the Akatsuki could definitely admit being kept out of the loop of most things. All she really wanted was for Nagato to be free again. But with not only one, but 2 of these creatures possessing him, what could be done? Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Zetsu suddenly announced. These three are the only ones. Any of them would suffice in me regaining a stronger control over the Rinnegan and the Mokuton. I will have to take over one of them. Perhaps after, Nagato might still be alive. With a motion of his right hand, he made the rain stop falling down on Amigekure. It was time for something new. Orochimaru will not side with us. It could have been very convenient. You'd let a traitor join once again? Don't you realize that betrayal is what makes humanity survive? It's all I take advantage of when it comes to you. Zetsu revealed. But yes, I would take all I can get. Uzumaki Naruto has my older brother's ability, the Black Apple. An opponent not to be taken lightly. Uchiha Itachi has knowledge through impeccable insight and an insane amount of paranoia. He is an opponent no one can be prepared for. And I would suspect Uchiha Sasuke is being well protected by Hatake Kakashi. You have a Rinnegan and Uzumaki body. And Mokuton. Konan let out with hate in her voice. I'd hardly call you ill-prepared. I will still need help if I am to take one of their bodies. Uchiha Itachi seems in open rebellion against me and has Akasuna no Sasori and Deidara by his side. If the Shirozetsu aren't lying, then their rebellion will gain even more allies. He paused. Hashigaki Kisame and Haiden are in the death trap. The Shirozetsu are not welcome there, so I wouldn't know what they are up to. The death trap? Yogakure, the village of hot springs. It is actually known as the land of immortal pacifism. It's a troublesome patch of land. Just like Haiden, the inhabitants are immortal. But unlike Haiden, they despise violence. But don't be fooled, the Yogakure Nin, while pacifists, are not weak. They will kill to keep peace, and since they are immortal, it is hard to engage. What is this place? They were walking through shallow red waters, while being surrounded by towering mountains, the Valley of Hell. Kakashi answered Sasuke. We will walk through the Valley of Hell to reach Yugakure. Don't get excited. These people are quite dangerous. Jiraiya lead the way. While they don't house shinobi like Akatsuki houses shinobi, they are all still immortal. What? Even Hyuga Niji was skeptical. After leaving Kumogakure, the Konoha Nin had left straight away for Yugakure. Naruto wanted to meet up with one of his new subordinates, Haiden. Jiraiya wanted information on the Kagaya and if possible, the Black Apple. Currently, the squad consisted of a double Sharingan wielding Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Hyo, able to wield abilities of the Nara clan, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya of the Sannin. I can sense Kisame. Naruto let out calmly. That guy is hard to miss with all that chakra. We're getting close. Wheezing, he couldn't help but shoot a look of despair at where he last saw his brother, but there was just no time to protect others. His opponent was crazy, Hachibi. Kirabi was unable to mold chakra. What were these chains holding him down? Who was this red-haired woman who was easily subduing him? What's going on? The Uzumaki chakra chains. And these are more powerful than I've ever felt. They're not draining, but stopping activity. Almost freezing in time. Ho! You guys seem to have a decent relationship. The red-haired woman smiled genuinely. I am really sorry for doing this, Databane. Who are you? Kirabi felt like he was under a chakra bind. The entirety of Kumogakure was under attack. The Cloud had two Jinchuriki who had a perfect bond with their Bijou, so attacking Kumo would be crazy. It would be nice, however, if the Jinchuriki weren't both bound to the ground by this crazy lady. I'm not much of a fighter, but I always was known as the worst opponent for Jinchuriki in Bijou. She bowed shortly, not even slightly winded from chaining down two fully transformed Jinchuriki. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Nice to meet you, Databane. A bit further away from the two struggling Kumo Jinchuriki, the Reikage was not having a great time either. Orochimaru was keeping all Kumo shinobi busy with formidable Edo Tensei Nin, but he summoned one specifically to deal with You seem to be a bit slow. The man uttered coldly at the panting Reikage, who was sporting some nice kunai wounds. Although, I suppose you're not as slow as most. The Reikage couldn't believe it. He was outclassed in speed. Naidame Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Why are you alive? You look a bit like the Sandame Reikage. Judging from your attire, you must be the new Reikage. I haven't seen you use Black Lightning yet, though that must be because you can't. Tobarama was a renowned sensor Nin and ultimately calculative. If the Reikage would go into hyperspeed, Shunshin or even a dash, he would know it. I apologize, Reikage, but I am being controlled by Orochimaru at the moment. I must also inform you that you cannot defeat me. We'll see about that. Reikage pumped out chakra and surrounded himself with lightning. Tobarama simply sighed as he easily dodged the sudden attacks from Your moves seem halved, as if there should be a partner mirroring your moves and cornering me. Again, if you had this partner with you cornering me, you'd still be a bit too slow. A punch in the face sent the Reikage reeling back. It surprised A, who was surrounded by lightning armor. It's impressive, your defense. But it's only a part of the Thunder God technique. Quite like the Reikage was being surrounded by lightning, Tobirama was surrounded by water. Compare. He seemed to be scolding and tutoring A. I have a complete water god technique. What is the difference between our defenses? Using his highest speed, A cared little for the speech and slammed his fist through Tobirama's face. Except, he was the one slammed down to the ground, again. Tobirama instructed. Orochimaru wasn't too amused with attacking TokehGecko, with his target Uchiha Sasuke already having left the village days prior. You're the one in charge? The snake shinobi, still disguised as Asuna Jounin, turned to come face to face with Dari and C. Both promising Jounin, to be sure. Sunigekyo attacking Kumo even before the alliance is signed? You'll pay for this. C couldn't believe the chakra levels of some people around him. That one holding down B and Yujito was unbelievable. I don't care about your village or the alliance. He ripped his own face off to reveal himself finally. Dari and C took a step back and realized this opponent was probably out of their league. Orochimaru, I don't plan on making my hands dirty. A sound from behind them alerted C and Darui to a shinobi behind them. Hatake Tsukumo, also known as the White Fang, eyed both of his opponents with a crazed grin. Orochimaru had summoned him in his activated state. The Hatake clan was the Wolf clan. Hatake Kakashi was a summoner of dogs, but with enough usage and experience, Orochimaru was sure Kakashi would follow in his father's footsteps and elevate to wolf status, where he would be able to use wolf senjutsu, like Tsukumo was doing now. Using wolf senjutsu brings the great risk of losing yourself to bloodlust. Quite like a Jinchuriki would, Orochimaru mused. Thinking about it, Hatake Tsukumo probably took his own life because he took his squad's. Not that it really mattered now, as the snake watched Darui and C run for their lives. It didn't help matters that Darui's mastery of lightning had nothing on Tsukumo's mastery of lightning. Good times. Orochimaru grinned as he watched the destruction all around him. It took some digging in his own memories, but he finally remembered the member that was with Kakashi and the Konoha Genin. The name Hyo should have tipped him off, but Orochimaru hardly remembered names of people not too remarkable. But that was definitely Nara Hyo. With red hair. Not much for a disguise, so what was behind it? It confused the Konoha Nukenin. He's withering him down as we speak, Orochimaru-sama. Another appearance behind him. Ah. A crystal clone. Guren. Orochimaru greeted pleasantly. You should be able to make your move. Haggard, they kept running. Even though it was almost certain that they weren't being followed anymore, they kept at it. Running away from that hell, that massacre, panting while running, heaving while being as thirsty as can be. They were panicking, stressed and out of options. They didn't even know what to say to each other. Were there others? Weren't there? What happened to them? She kept her eyes on the person in front of her, leading them away from their village. He was important for the enemy, important enough to chase after and kill. She wasn't as much. But she would still be safer alongside him. The both of them weren't sensunin, so they couldn't be too sure if they were still being pursued. How could this have happened? Any explosion they could deal with, but this was only a few people. A few people made them flee and abandon their comrades. They kept running. There was no time. She didn't know where Darui was leading her to, but she didn't really care. They had to get away from them. A few escaped. Yes. He wasn't too thrilled about it, but there was nothing to be done for it. He couldn't risk these particular Edo Tensei out for too long. His own soldiers were a lot less competent, so it was hardly surprising. Uzumaki Kushina had always been the type of person that sees through things instantly. Even in Konoha, he never did like her, but he couldn't deny the skill she had in dealing with Jinchuriki. Hatake Tsukumo was on the same level as the Konoha Sannin. Crazed, however, he was in a whole other ballgame. Senjutsu was truly powerful. It was a shame his experiment with Jugo wasn't more successful. He wasn't too welcome on the grounds of the snake summons anymore either. Senju Tobirama, the shinobi he respected most, was sure to break free from the Edo Tensei given enough opportunity. He was the one who created it, after all. Who knows he didn't know of a way already? Orochimaru took a look at himself and couldn't help but scowl. This man has done so much to his own body. The risks of wielding Raiden throughout the entire body. He should be thanking me to be fused with me. He flinched once, though he couldn't help but grin. His willpower is immense. I will have to keep my wits about. Orochimaru chuckled very shortly. Let their trek begin. TokehGecko has become ours. TokehGecko was huge. Much bigger and much better secluded than Sunigekyo. Konohagakure was smack in the middle between them, too. Perhaps it was time to ally with Anoki. That old man wouldn't be so easily fooled as A, though. There were many survivors, All the remaining shinobi were needed for usage of the Edo Tensei. He'll use the civilians for experiments. What about this guy? The snake summoner glanced at the body at his feet with interest. He's the perfect Jinchuriki. I would have taken his body instead, but the Biju's presence overcomplicates my jutsu. Orochimaru wasn't the type to take risks. We will have this perfect Jinchuriki experiment with Jugo's different blood samples. Guren didn't much like Orochimaru's new look, obviously preferring his original. I will call for the others at once, Orochimaru-sama, within the year. Orochimaru murmured to himself as Guren left. This body will disintegrate within the year, as I have taken a new body too soon. The leading Reikage, now taken over by Orochimaru, moved with confidence. Best to use this time and destroy the board game. I can't get any closer than this, Jashin-sama. Haiden screamed in anger. Vile blood is smeared in the barrier. I'll be sealed away into it instantly. Interesting. Kakashi, with Sharingan out, whispered as he squinted his eyes. I see nothing. No smell, no chakra, no signs of anything being here. Glancing down, Jiraiya continued. But it makes sense. This barrier seals away anything unwanted, but lets through anything harmless. He noticed a beetle on the ground, easily scuttling through the invisible barrier. My Byakugan also sees nothing. Niji was a bit confused on why they were just standing there, apparently being blocked by nothing. Jashin-sama can see it, right? It spans all around and it completely made Kisame's arm vanish. They all looked to see Kisame completely unharmed though. Samahata fixed me up, he explained. He shot them all a wary glance though. I don't know what Konoha is up to, but I sense zero fear from you. The squad from Leaf had arrived a few minutes ago and Haiden just started chanting some weird string of sentences, before bowing to the young blonde boy of the group. The one he proclaimed to be Jashin. He knew he wouldn't be able to deal with Jiraiya. He had heard of Hatake Kakashi but wasn't overly worried about the White Fang's son. The rest of the squad should be easy to deal with, but that blonde brat. We've been briefed. You are Uzumaki Naruto, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Why would you be the leader of the insane cult Haiden is part of? The shark-like man wondered out loud. Be quiet, insect. Haiden lashed out. I spared your life, but disrespect Jashin-sama again and I will sacrifice you to the highest of them. Kisame simply ignored his Akatsuki partner, former or whatnot. Highest of what? Naruto was a bit confused and so was Kurama inside of him. Hashigaki Kisame. We have captured the leader of Akatsuki and removed his Sharingan. Kakashi responded to the sudden statements and question. We know of Otsutsuki Zetsu and Yakusu as well. Who? Kisame blinked. I know Zetsu, but why would the plant be part of the legendary Otsutsuki? He's not lying. Niji supplied. So you don't know everything either. Naruto cut in. We're not here to fight, but should we? Know that you won't die in vain. Big words. Kisame chuckled. But I know when I'm outnumbered. Even Samahata doesn't want to fight you for some reason. The former Missnin said, eyeing Naruto. Says you'll make him part of you, and I will. The blonde nodded. The barrier doesn't affect those who mean no harm to their home. I assume it goes underground and skyward as well. My bugs may be of assistance here. Shino suddenly spoke up. No one can see the barrier, but my bugs know where they can enter with the least resistance. Actually, and here Naruto grinned. I can see the barrier. Jashin-sama sees everything, you unknowing fools. Haiden yelled, laughing at the same time. His eyes can see all, disease, health, death, and the dark. Haiden. Kisame. Should you return to Amigekure, what would await you? Pain and Konan, I guess. Kisame easily released information. I don't know what Sasori, Itachi and Deidara are up to, but they're usually nowhere near rain. I don't know what happened to Kakuzu, but he's not the type to give in easily, so I killed him and the Jiangu is no more. Naruto admitted. Yeah, I figured. Kisame snorted. To think a kid like this could kill Kakuzu. But don't count the Jiangu out. Kakuzu had backup plans, that's the type of guy he is. Was. So, are you going to kill me or let me go? Jashin-sama, maybe you should make him one of Dash. It's impossible. Naruto interrupted Haiden and considered Kisame with a neutral gaze. Momochi Zabuza, Yukihaki, Kaogaya Kimimaro and Karatachi Yagura. They are part of an organization in Konoha working for the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki are long gone, kid. You're obviously not a pure-blooded one. True. But we are in the process of reviving the Uzumaki clan. We are hiring and it pays well. I don't know if you know this, but you say you've captured the leader of the Akatsuki. I find it hard to believe Uchiha Madara would so easily be taken by the likes of you. Kisame was hard-pressed to believe the legendary Uchiha could be defeated, let alone captured. You've taken the imposter, Uchiha Obito. The only Uchiha in the group had been quiet so far, standing in the back of it all. Uchiha Sasuke finally turned intrigued. Madara, our legendary ancestor. No. We have not taken Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya admitted. But he was using Madara's name, he was. Kisame admitted in return. But the real Madara is coming. You guys know squat about the Akatsuki. Naruto tilted his head in amusement. Very well. Momochi Zabuza and Karatachi Yagura seemed to melt out of Naruto. Turning his head to Samehada, Kisame just got the confirmation that these two were the real deal. Kisame wasn't the only one in shock. Shino, Neji and Sasuke also seemed surprised. How the foo, it doesn't matter. Everyone watched the blonde Chunin sigh as he cut Kisame off. You seem to be a very reliable member of the Akatsuki, truly loyal to the true leader of Akatsuki. But even you don't know they're all dancing to Zetsu's tunes. This includes Madara, Kisame. Don't bother. No, our patience is running out. We want you to work for us and see if we can get close to Zetsu. None of us know if he or Pain know Edo Tensei, but if they don't then they have no way of reviving Madara. What the fuck? Kisame uttered. Get a grip, fool. Yagura ruthlessly responded. As always, you probably just followed Akatsuki because they pointed out worthy kills for you. Such a useless existence. I see you have not changed, Mizukage. The Akatsuki member snarled. Obito controlled you all the same. I was there, you know. I know. Relying on Konoha scum to get to me. The same Konoha scum you are now working for? Kisame was getting used to the crazy situation. Che, I suppose it's what we deserve. I'll tell you now, though. Siding with us and betraying us will not be possible. Yagura nodded towards Naruto. He'll see right through you. Akatsuki is still active. Kisame held his hand up to show a ring. Haiden knows it too, chakra's still running through these things. Nagato's personal chakra. I don't know what that guy's doing, but these rings are always connected to him. He should be knowing everything, but he hasn't made a move. Naruto finished. He's either confused, scared, or dead. Would Zetsu kill Nagato? Kakashi stepped forward. We talking about the same vegetable? That little weed doesn't stand a chance against Pain. Even I was taken out in seconds against him. He has some decisive skills. So do I. Amused, Naruto continued. One truth here is that I won't be able to trust you. Kisame's eyes widened as Samehada was suddenly spouting warnings. But Naruto's hand was on top of his head before he could react. Neji and Sasuke had been told about Naruto's uncanny ability, but seeing it happen before their very eyes was still shocking. It was clear in their body language. Shino, as usual, hid it well. Although he was mostly covered up anyway, Yagura and Zabuza remained where they were as Kisame vanished completely. Finished, Naruto put a hand on the invisible barrier. It's them. He let out in sight all. Advanced, to be able to connect themselves so deeply into a Fuinjutsu. It seems impenetrable. The blonde's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. But it is a weakness, though they couldn't see it, they surely felt the change around them. They've released it completely. The others heard Naruto explain. It's supposed to seal everything. But so is my Shizentuta. A superior existence to this barrier. Running nonstop for 2 days, they had finally felt the safety to slow down and take a breather. There should be more. He was panting and drinking water from a river. I think Sure managed to get away from that wolf monster as well. I saw Yujito escape from those chain bindings, too. What were those? The blonde Samui questioned her companion. The chakra chains. I know that only members of the Uzumaki clan can wield them. Darui answered. We should head for Konoha. Why? It was Orochimaru that attacked us. Of all villages, Konoha would know best how to deal with that man. Kumogakure is not on the best terms with Konohagakure. Taking a gulp from a water bottle she always kept on her person, Samui continued. But we have no choice, HM. She got a nod from her companion. According to our resources, Orochimaru is supposed to be the daimyo of Wind Country, leader of Sunagakure and Odogakure. As soon as the barrier gave away, Neji was at loss for words. With his Byakugan, he had seen nothing for miles in the distance. It was almost as if the barrier was a genjutsu. But now, he saw about 100 people, all just standing there alongside worn buildings. They all had the same features. Pale, gray hair and somewhat crazed eyes. Although not as crazed as Haiden's, he realized. They were crazed and deadened. How many years have passed? Haiden seemed subdued as he was the one stepping past Naruto and answering. Many, but I don't know the exact number. Your strength. The leader of the Konoha group was confused. What happened? Jashin cultists, about 100 of them. They were supposed to be immortal and vibrant with energy, like Haiden. But these. They seemed to be malnourished and out of juice. You stop sacrificing. Your pacifist ways are too self-destructive. Hayden screamed in anger. You may have been able to chase me away in the past, but it seems you've lost all your power. They look pale, ill and depressed. Kakashi observed as Hayden was shouting out insults. They may look weak, but they are still outnumbering us and they are immortal. The barrier imprisoned us and our safety. One who looked like the leader let out, ignoring Hayden and eyeing the group. It kept us safe from the world and it in turn from us. We may be immortal, but we are dwindling away. We used to be hundreds. Niji was intrigued and kept close to the front of their group. Sasuke stayed more in the back and was busier with his own thoughts. Jiraiya and Kakashi stood in front of them, with Jiraiya looking a bit angry. Where are Yamakusa and Yokosu? The gray-haired clan leader looked at Jiraiya in surprise, but then his eyes narrowed in slight sadness. We are blood censors, although the ability does not originate from our clan. Your parents have become a Kigura. Empty shells? A long time ago. What? Refusal for survival, refusal for sacrifice and offers. Please allow me to tell you our story. Our clan is immortal, but we are dying. Naruto nodded his head to the rest. Jiraiya still seemed angered but was willing to listen. We are the Junnu clan. We were chosen a long time ago because of the adaptability of our clan. My name is Junnu Keikei. I am the eldest within the clan, one who has worked for Otsutsuki Hamura. To our clan, he is more known as Kakenjashin. A cough interrupted his speech. Our clan was infected by a disease created by him, and all he wanted was an army of the immortals. He wanted us to raise the lands and kill all his enemies. We would stay healthy as long as we killed and took the blood of his adversaries. Conflicted, Naruto didn't know what to think. Certain motivations lead to different executions, Naruto. While the appliance is the same, the intention and therefore the results differ. Kurama offered, although the Bijou didn't sound too sure either. Refusing to kill and offer sacrifices was out of the question. It would lead to an immortal life of suffering. We had no choice but to kill. Keikei paused as if reflecting, almost regretting, his choices. Of course, we also wanted a normal life. Be parents, have children. But a child born from two immortals seemed not destined to be immortal. Jiraiya-kun, you were the last child to be born from our clan. You were not an outcast or banished. We simply didn't want to see you die. Like all the others before you. He let the words hit Jiraiya and turned to the rest. We were broken. Our spirits took a blow, knowing we could only temporarily expand our forces. Shinobi had learned Fuinjutsu, our weakness. Throughout time, we realized we were not as immortal as we believed. Hamura-sama had been defeated by his brother for many years, but he had left an essence of existence in all of us. But it was merely a sixth sense, not a real presence. The sense of destruction, one which could be fought with enough willpower. We had enough of the bloodshed. Had seen enough of our children die in battle or of old age before us. We wanted it to stop. Hayden-kun was not the only one who rejected our new way of life. We tried to imprison those who wanted to continue Jashin-sama's way of bloodshed, but we saw them turn ill and empty-minded. Like we ourselves are slowly turning now. We realized we would all become a Kigura with time, so we sacrificed each other to remain healthy. Hayden knew the story. He had been chased away from the community and tried to join Yugakyu's shinobi forces, but even there he was unaccepted. He was too volatile and he didn't agree with how Yugakyu was running things. A murder or offer here and there turned him into a criminal. Yugakyu hired Akatsuki to deal with the immortal and from there Akatsuki recruited him. We know little of the outside world because of the barrier that also kept us in. All I hope and wish for is for the remnants of the clan that didn't come across Jashin-sama to have made a life. But there was no clan out there known as the Junnu clan. You two are too careless. What is that? Man or woman? He smells like a guy, but his voice seems feminine. Really? Just because he had long blonde hair and wore it in a ponytail. Wait, what was that about his voice? Han and Rashi had been sprinting away from their village in high speed, only to come to a stop in front of a tree Deidara was waiting for them in. Ungrateful, huh? Without my expertise, the two of you would still be mindless and hanging on chains. Oh. It's Deidara-chan. The young man in question glared hard. Don't act familiar with me, Jinchuriki. Stop your noise. You know your explosions mean nothing to me. Han thundered as he took a step forward, steam billowing around him and his red armor. Rashi kept back, amused but alert. The uchiha is here too. Judging from his skill, he'll probably be able to beat us. There's more. An obscure presence, barely there, but definitely separate. Deidara is right as well. We got the Dosakuri's squad tailing us. Simpletons. Many crows gathered as one below Deidara, to finalize a transformation into Uchiha Itachi. They are being misled and will still be for about half an hour. We should hurry. A tough battle is waiting for us. We will need you two fully recovered. You're telling us to fight for you, or die here. Itachi remained impassive as ever, staring at the two Jinchuriki without much worry. Man. I don't know how, but Uchiha people really get on my nerves. Han growled, not willing to let his killing intent drop. Nothing to be done about it. The other Jinchuriki fell in. He's got us. Son Goku tells me he's already thrown about 20 genjutsu on both us. He just hasn't activated them yet. Itachi almost smiled. So the bijou inside of Rashi figured out how his genjutsu techniques work. He was considered a genjutsu specialist, but no one knew he readied many beforehand. He usually only needed to blink, snap his fingers, or just about move a single muscle to activate one of them. He was actually usually very low on chakra during a fight, because of this way of fighting. It was also very unhealthy for the body, readying so many techniques and so much chakra beforehand. Genjutsu especially was very corrosive to the user's mind and body, but Itachi was a man who wanted the certainty of victory. If these two were perfect Jinchuriki, then the bijou inside them could cancel a genjutsu out very easily. Thus, he prepared many. We'll go with you. But after this so-called tough battle, we're out. The tall Han thundered once again. Of course, Deidara's glare switched from Han and Rashi to Itachi. But Itachi had already dissolved into a murder of crows. The murder of crows genjutsu was a replenishing one, Deidara had come to realize. Should a fight not break out, that particular genjutsu cancelled out all others. Paranoid asshole. But Deidara knew. He probably would never be able to defeat Itachi. Irregular behavior, the complete silence and lack of murmuring was something he was not used to. From the moment he was accepted and in a way assimilated, he had to learn to separate thoughts from thoughts. Their thoughts, as they were numerous and often indecipherable. With time, he learned their language. To no avail, as the majority of their knowledge went beyond his understanding. Their information stretches to many decades ago. Knowledge goes from hive to hive and generation to generation. Wherever he went, new information would be shared. The bugs were never quiet, always sharing what they saw and felt. Their information network was never inactive and always went front to back, no matter the distance. With this in mind, it could never be quiet. As a child, Shino was gifted with the destruction hive. Destruction bugs could drain chakra and give out chakra. The more in contact they came with different chakra types, the more they could evolve. He was told they could even drain and share healing chakra. Quite a paradox. He grew up with 1,000 sounds and thoughts in his head. Hearing himself talk on top of that gave his always present headache an unnecessary boost. With time, he learned to live with the noise. But he acquired the same language his bugs, his hive, spoke. His speech, therefore, was also altered. But now, at this very moment, there was not a single sound in his head. There hadn't been a sound for quite some time now. Ever since he saw Uzumaki Naruto absorb Hashigaki Kisame, the hive queen knows all and shares all. His destruction hive, no matter where he was always in contact with all other hives. The Aburame clan members, therefore, were always connected with one another no matter where they were. He was sure information was being sent to all other hives. Did this mean all the other hives were also as dead silent as his? What did this mean? And then, one piece of information was sent to him. Judging from this particular response, he knew it came from the queen. Both his parents carried the Echo hive, which was the queen hive, before us. Shino understood. The ability that Naruto used, its origins. It predated his clan's hive system, but the silence would still remain after that, for about an hour. A group of Kumo refugees met up about 5 miles from Konoha. Sure had been traveling with Yujito and Karui, with the same strategy as Darui in mind. They sensed one another and met up. At the moment, it was nighttime and they sat around a small fire. Darui had set up barrier around them, to keep outsiders from noticing the fire. Hikaru managed to get away and took Mabui, Gacha and Kodoi on a ship to secure Genbu and the squads currently there. The leader of the small get-together released a heavy sigh. When I fled from the White Fang, the last thing I saw was Reikage-same being detained by Orochimaru. He had been beaten. I didn't really see much after that. He clenched his fists. The White Fang, even with my black lightning. He was much more proficient with lightning release than I. I was also completely beaten. We both were. His usual partner, sure, lamented. He was a legendary shinobi for a reason. Or is, he was summoned. The Jinchuriki of the group threw in. Just like the woman keeping me and B in check. B was throwing a fuss, doing his hardest to get out. I guess that means the Red Lady had to focus more on him. That's how I managed to escape. Thing is, here, Yujito snarled. That lady winked at me and gave me a thumbs up as I ran away. With a last glance behind me, I saw how B was unconscious and she suddenly popped away into a cloud of smoke, much like a summon. She was an Uzumaki and those don't exist anymore, right? So she was summoned from the dead, At least, that's what Matatabi says. Yeah. Reikage-sama was fighting the second Hokage. The man who killed both Ginkaku and Kinkaku. I'd venture a guess and say that Orochimaru used the Kinjutsu to summon the dead. Omoa didn't get out. So many people didn't get out. Karui slightly whimpered. We got captured. What are we going to do? A short silence fell on the group, before Darui decided to quickly break it. There's not much we can do. We might not be liked in Konoha, because of certain events in history, but I don't think we should go elsewhere. To think I was actually related to him. What are the odds? They had been traveling back to Konoha for a while now, but Jiraiya was still so confused. Naruto had taken some of the healthier-looking members of the Junnu clan for himself, but released the remaining people. With release, it meant put them out of their misery. Drain the essence of Otsutsuki Hamura from them, he had explained. It made them have a death of old age, the Akigara that his parents had become. It was dreadful. They were dead. There was nothing left in them. And yet their bodies still lived, somehow. The soul died and withered inside the body. He remembered Naruto say, I wish I could take and revive them, Jiraiya-sama, but I'm afraid it will bring no results, and only damage to me. His parents still looked pale, ill, thin and completely worn. But the eyes weren't dried out. They were empty and dead, but wet. It was saddening. And dreadful. He would never forget that scenery. Trying to shake it off and get his mind on other things, it turned to the clan name. He was an information gatherer, one of the best in the world, and he had come across the Junnu clan name before. Of course, he had found out that one of the orphans he had rescued in the past was originally from the Junnu clan, Yahiko. In a very roundabout way, they were from the same clan. It didn't make him smile, but it didn't make him cry either. Perfect adaptation was in the genes of all of the Junnu clan. Like longevity was in the Uzumaki clan. So I was born with white hair because both my parents were immortal greyheads. I am sorry it had to come to this. I didn't see another option. He watched the person in front of him shoot a short glance to the side before turning back to him. We needed chakra. Our strategy was sound, but not certain enough for me. Their presence locks it. Itachi tilted his head to the side and glanced over Konan's shoulder. A steeled resolve then? Konan nodded her head and turned around to face Uzumaki Nagato. Behind her stood Akasuna no Sasori, Deidara, Han, Rashi and Uchiha Itachi. Nagato. Konan glared. I'm sorry. We have to kill you. With his opponents, Yakusu and Zetsu were more than serious. Eyeing them all through his own eyes and Nagato's body, he wasn't too confident. The most dangerous one in the group was definitely Itachi. But perhaps this was a good opportunity to take his body. I guess with all of you, I won't hold back a single shred of my power. Very far away, or even as close as a hair on your head. Other dimensions' locations were nowhere, elsewhere, here, there and everywhere, really. This particular one, though. It was trembling in what seemed like impatience and a sensation of something long overdue. Rage, anger. But then, ultimate calmness. Uchiha Obito's and Hatake Kakashi's dimension. No, Otsutsuki Yakusa's and Otsutsuki Zetsu's desperately pulled together prison. It was shaking out of its binds. A crack appeared in midair, and then, the entire dimension's appearance changed after it self-destroyed. TBC. Known members of the Junnu clan. Junnu Jiraiya legendary Konoha ninja. Junnu Yahiko Akatsuki founder. Junnu Haiden Akatsuki member. Junnu Keikei clan leader. Junnu Yamakusa Jiraiya's father. Junnu Yokosu Jiraiya's mother. I made Genbu a guardian. One of the 4 guardians created by a certain someone. Genbu is the black tortoise. The others are Suzaku Phoenix, Saryu Dragon and Byako Tiger. There's supposedly a 5th, but it hasn't ever been witnessed. Guess what kind of creature, heavenly or not, it will be. No, it most definitely is not a unicorn. With Jiraiya realizing he has perfect adaptation, will he become stronger? With Yahiko being a full-blooded Junnu, is his orange hair telling of a connection with the Uzumaki clan? Adaptation and longevity don't seem to be that far apart. After all, the Kamui dimension changes as the nature chakra holding it together is rushed away to aid in Zetsu's and Yakusa's fight against the former Akatsuki members. I felt like this thing with the hives of the Aburame clan could really be true. Especially with how it affects the Aburame's speech patterns. I understand this was a short rushy-rush chapter, but whatever Naruto and gang found out from the Junnu clan will be revealed in the next or after next chap. I will still be updating infrequently, and I apologize for this. The amount of free time I have is not as much as I want, so what little I find is not often spent on writing. I think I write about 1,000 words every 2 months. Maybe a bit more? Less? If any of you know of good Game of Thrones fanfiction where the White Walkers and the Night King win the battle at Winterfell, please tell me. How it went just left me so unsatisfied. On a recommendation note, I'm obviously also still looking for good Naruto fanfiction, but the search filter leaves a lot to be desired. So, open to suggestions and recommendations. This has not been pre-read, so yeah. There are probably a lot of mistakes. I always do the dividers or scene breaks via the doc manager on FFN, but it sometimes doesn't work. I have my fingers crossed every time I add a new story or chapter. Chapter 15, Bottom of the Sky. You've found yourself in a hopeless situation. The voice let out, with a groan as undertone. I have to admit I've never imagined being doubly imprisoned. Humans, the lot of you are incessant, desperate creatures. Be quiet, insect. Show me the respect I deserve. Respect? I have come to learn you've fooled me for years. Fooled me since I was born, even. I don't think I'll ever respect you. You've only yourself to blame. An unloved human is so easy to drag into a hole, so I can only blame myself because no one loves me? The boy uttered in the empty room. A memory of female figure flashed through his head. Your mother died as you were born. I'll admit that you were loved, even if it was for but a second. A cackle followed. But then it died. I was the one who was always there for you. Ungrateful human, my mother, she still lives in me. You humans are so naive. But I guess therein lies power too. You'll see eventually, Gaara. Like I have seen. Certain things are destroyed when you come within reach of them. Talkative? The boy from Suna, Sabaku no Gaara, looked up to see the red-haired, 35-year-old Uzumaki Danzo. He is. But nonsensical, as well. I have no experience conversing with Bijou. Perhaps all of them are similar in that regard? Gaara tuned out the yelling in his head. You brother and sister are safe. We've even managed to reattach an arm to the puppeteer. He'll have to adjust for at least a month, however. Am I still not allowed any questions? You're not, but soon. He is on his way back. Konoha has his hands full at the moment. She'll need its pariah to straighten things out. Pariah? Uzumaki Naruto is Konoha's Jinchuriki. You and he have certain similarities in life. He didn't want you dead, because he thinks you are family. With that, the somewhat older man left the white room. Gaara was once again alone with Shikaka still trying to pretend to be his mother. A few days ago, Danzo had released the Gogi Fuin on his seal, reopening the connection with Shikaku. It was a shock at first, especially with how pissed off Shikaku was, but the Bijou, too, had realized that in Konohagakure he couldn't play the game he played in Sunigakure. He was cautious. Gaara was surprised by this turn of events. While his questions always went unanswered, Danzo did provide him with information every now and then. So with family. Did Danzo mean he could be blood-related to Uzumaki Naruto? Or did he mean family in a Jinchuriki way? The explosion expanded into at least a dozen more, their creator cackling with insanity. You can't escape true art. Our opponent has the ability to slip through anything and teleport pretty much anywhere. You'd think he'd realize a frontal assault seems pointless. The legendary puppeteer Sasori complained as he watched Deidara hover in front of them on a clay owl. That bird he's on packs serious power, as well. He's following and targeting a diversion. It seems Setsu is capable of making a genuine copy of himself, the chakra presence exactly the same. Itachi supplied information while keeping a close eye on his surroundings. My usual way of fighting is unsuited for them. The usage of Kamui negates close to all. Your plan remains unchanged? The stoic Uchiha nodded at Konan, who split herself into countless pieces of paper after. He has the ultimate evasion skill. We need an attack with numerous, endless executions, not letting up for as long as we can control. The Uchiha sent knowing glances to his allies. Sasori couldn't chuckle in his current form. Very well, I suppose I'll use my trump cards. It hadn't surprised Sasori that Uchiha could see through him. Months ago, he came to him with the possibility that this day would come. The Sharingan Itachi had was evolved immensely if he could read the contents of all his scrolls. One of his scrolls carried a close to limitless supply of fire. Another held about 100 puppets. The third and fourth, however, were his true scrolls. One could only be opened if the other was opened first. With an easy hand sign, the first scroll activated and out came 120 puppets. Amongst the many of them, stood an improved Karasu, Kurori, Sansho, Hirako and the third Kazekage wielding the legendary Satetsu. Sasori wasn't done, however. Kinjutsu, Nijijinkaka. Sasori muttered, indicating he wasn't pleased about having to perform his forbidden technique. Careful, everyone. There's a possibility I might turn less suicidal. From the third scroll, another Sasori puppet emerged. It was an exact replica of the original Sasori. We are both Sasori. To elaborate, we are both incomplete. I split my essence into two, should I ever be defeated. Itachi nodded, already having guessed this. Konan was all around them in the useful, but fragile all-encompassing technique Nuru no Jutsu. The Uchiha himself was using something similar, another execution of his murder of Crow's genjutsu. While Deidara was still attacking white Zetsu diversions with Yakusu and Zetsu's chakra presences, Han and Rashi were busy being a bit confused. The child hasn't changed one bit. Han bit out regarding Deidara, steam slowly bellowing from around him. But Itachi did tell us. This opponent can be everywhere at the same time, best not to let our guard down. The other Jinchuriki was a bit ahead of him, already chakra cloaked. Then get going already, Han. More than 100 puppets began swirling around them, countless pieces of razor-sharp paper flying among them, numerous cackling crows joining them, 2 chakra-cloaked Jinchuriki, not 1 but 2 Sasoris and Deidara, an explosion expert able to use miniature explosions that can also encompass the entire area. They should have things covered, figuratively and literally. We can't get away. Kamui is only working partially. You know what that? These fools don't know what they've done. Dimension hopping seemed so convenient, but it was quite a bother. Other than the massive head stabs with every single usage, it took a significant bite of chakra and identity essence. They couldn't use it carelessly. While Yakuza was busy panicking, Zetsu was thinking a bit further. I'm sorry, little brother. The dark half of all Zetsu thought. I'll be needing all of you to get out of here alive. He never hesitated. He simply stabbed himself into Yakuza and took over his entire body and life. The brighter part of the two's existence ended sadly and abruptly. With a sad thud, Uzumaki Nagato's body fell to the ground. Hovering in midair, stood Otsutsuki Zetsu, now complete again. A dual Rinnegan and Mokuton-wielding individual. You've left me no choice. Even though he was surrounded by an endless amount of jutsu waiting to be sprung on him, the Otsutsuki was calm. I am no longer your enemy. I've lost, and all the attacks came, but I won't die so easily. A genjutsu cloak. High level. I shouldn't have expected any different from Konoha. They were being led by 2 ANBU squads to a secure place. Each individual in the 2 squadrons was no joke, he could judge by the very serious expression on Shure's face. They were being led to an area that still seemed under construction, with half-finished buildings and a lot of what he could see genin doing minor missions. They themselves went by unnoticed, courtesy of the genjutsu cloak. They can't hear us either. Darui's eye moved to the female Umbu operative who talked, wondering if she was an advanced Yamanaka that could read minds. But the red ponytail would indicate otherwise. You'll be under heavy surveillance during your stay here. If what you said is true, things will turn rather drastic soon. For both of us. The commanding officer spoke. With both meaning Konoha and Kumo. Forgive us the hasty lead, you'll have to wait here for quite a while. Most are in a meeting, understandably, with the news of Kumogakure being overtaken by Orochimaru. Darui and the rest of the Kumo refugees were being led into a fresh building that seemed like it was finished just a few days ago. Once inside, though, it was very pleasant. It was a cafeteria, but Darui could see and read the body languages. Every single person working in this cafeteria was a shinobi. And not shoddy ones either. The Kumonin didn't know that they were all root rejects. Make yourselves comfortable. We will all be here for a while. All drinks and food are free at the moment. Thank you. Darui and the rest of the Kumnin bowed. The ANBU squad separated into 2, getting comfortable in corners of the cafeteria. The occasional customer came and went, but the group of Kumonin remained silent. They didn't eat or drink, their thoughts only on Kumogakure. After about an hour, an individual approached them, around 30, extremely healthy and excellently poised. Darui immediately observed. He knew somehow, this man was a leading figure. My condolences. Nothing I say will be of any true comfort. The red-haired man started. Uzumaki Danzo had 2 gray eyes, he didn't have a Sharingan. It is unfortunate, but you will have to be detained until further notice. Too many uncertainties make room for doubts. Surely you understand. With a quick motion of his right hand, Darui silenced any of his squad that might speak up at that. Of course. Please lead the way. We will follow every order, every rule. Good. You understand how things can work quick later rather than sooner. The higher-ups, he himself included, were still unsure of how to deal with this situation. The Hokage was busy with a lot of reports from neighboring villages on whether they were safe or not. Orochimaru sure knew how to make his moves. Ohatsutsuki. With things as they were, he considered nothing far-fetched no longer. He had been sleeping on the job for too long. No, he, as in all of them, were forced into slumber on this. Just how much was there that they didn't know? He needed to deploy research squads immediately. Information on this is everything. You called for me? Nara Shikaka gave the man he had summoned a stern, serious gaze. It gave the man pause and a small amount of disbelief. And the silence remained further. War? He whispered, slightly anxious as Hyuga Hayashi could be. Nara Shikaku was, as he himself witnessed many times, oftentimes lax. To see him serious here was foreboding. A snort came from the Jounin commander. Perhaps. The Hyuga watched as the Nara fished a cigarette from one of his pockets. I need the tracker team elites to form a squad with our intelligence team elites. 4. Sensing the severity of the situation, Hayashi threw away the questions in his head. I have a select few focused solely on reconnaissance, distance, and extreme detailed analyzation. You'd do well to include the Aburame and Inuzuka for this, obviously. I want you in charge of this operation, Hayashi-san. I will share with you why. Because the Hyuga had a much bigger stake in this than anyone probably knew. And so Shikaku explained everything he knew. Ha! It came out as a harsh whisper as smoke billowed around the figure. As much fun as I've had in the recent decades, this restricted freedom still defeats it. Sharp, dangerous eyes considered the individuals before it. Or her? Don't underestimate arrogance, boy. Knowledge is a power often misused. The light blue-haired girl stretched her muscles. Your ability isn't too bad, you can even form clothing from chakra. I've been able to expand on its absorption skills. Living things, even their remnants, are powerful. Much, if not all, was once alive. Wisdom. Borrowed or not, it still counts. As is what is expected of the Black Apple, Samahada. You've given me far more on history lessons than any other I've taken in. The blue-haired female nodded once at Naruto, not bothering glancing at any others behind the blonde. You're too weak. Once here, I will turn on you as well, Naruto grimly smiled. We'll see about that. With a single thought, Samahada faded away into chakra wisps, back into Naruto. Starting with a sigh, the leader of the current squad turned to the others. Right now, he was with Ataki Kakashi, Jiraiya, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino. The former Akatsuki member Haiden, who had taken the name Bunmyaku from the technique that was used to revive him after being banished from the Junnu clan, also worked for him now. Kekai Genkai. Mutations and delusions. Weaker offsprings of a force even I will crumble against. I have the ability to morph whatever faces me into my own power. It's not endless. We need to put my ability to better use. I need help with cultivating numbers and existences. What did you learn? You wish to know, Jiraiya? Naruto's voice was a bit hollow, as if the knowledge he learned sucked him dry. The Toad Sage saw agony, perhaps greed, in the boy's eyes. The downfall of my ability is wanting more. The opposite might actually make me stronger. Or, Kurama's words from weeks ago came to him. He still hadn't learned how to kill a soul. I need to surpass Senjutsu. Otherwise we will not stand a chance. I did not foresee them. Or him fleeing. There's a first time for everything. A confused Itachi. Sasori, Konan and Deidara had never seen that before in all their time in Akatsuki. Well, Konan wasn't really paying attention since she was tending to an unconscious Nagato. Han and Rashi were seated on the floor, not really caring about it. I didn't even know they were actually two people. Deidara admitted without shame. Thought that voice thingy was just a weird habit. The puppeteer sighed. He had already sealed his other half back into a scroll, alongside all his other puppets and techniques. Can't be good, I assume. He knew Itachi. Knew him as the worst-case scenario thinker. If it wasn't in his head, it's probably bad. It means I was correct. Even they have something they fear. Itachi's gaze hardened, as if he was tempted to do something. He will probably go after Orochimaru, the fool who tinkers too much with the unknown. Otsutsuki Zetsu will probably take advantage of that. The addition Sasori supplied wasn't enlightening for Deidara. Maybe those two will kill each other. Zetsu has a Rinnegan, Mokutan and an extremely high amount of chakra. As we have learned, he can also fly. I don't think Orochimaru can survive that, no matter how many lives he has stocked up on through his curse seals. He has perfected the Edo Tensei. It's a gamble, but I believe Sasori is correct. Orochimaru will still lose that battle. The Sharingan user released a relieved sigh and chose to sit down as well. It is very intriguing. Hashigaki Kisame and Haiden, I've learned, seem to have joined the Konoha forces. I am unaware of the reasons, but perhaps we should investigate. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Konan looked over her shoulder at Itachi, Sasori and Deidara. He's Zetsu, she spat out with hatred. Mentioned something about him having the black apple. There was a short silence, before one of the two Jinchuriki yelled out. What? All of the former Akatsuki members turned to Rashi, the one who had shouted. Han wasn't as close to his bijou. If what Son Goku says is true, we're all going to want to join this black apple Naruto fellow. Rashi stated incredulously. He says a big player has just started moving. Itachi rose again and faced the two Jinchuriki. That will be complicated. Konoha's foundation has been in jeopardy for a long time. I have heard little of this black apple ability, but I do believe it wiser to remain unnoticed for a while. Nagato. Here Itachi chanced a glance at the downed Uzumaki. Is barely even a shadow of his former self now. Kirigakure, at the moment, might be a better move. The Konoha all waited for the final members to go through security. It was a hassle, but they were really finding it difficult to let Hayden into Konoha, despite Jiraiya's, Kakashi's, and Naruto's support. There was little surprise when Hayden suddenly screamed obscenities at someone who was trying to put him to sleep with genjutsu. Most genjutsu rely on types of fear. Hayden lacked most types of fear. Fucking weak genjutsu. That shit doesn't work on me, insect. The Jashin follower screamed at a particular roof. The roof where an Umbu squad was under camouflage genjutsu. Look, just let me get to the Hokage. Jiraiya let out, feeling like he had quite enough of the day. He actually was planning to hit the hot springs as soon as he set foot in Konoha. Otherwise this is not going to go quickly. The sage drawled out to the gate's security guards. Right now, they were Higane Kotetsu, Kamizuki Izumo, and Namishi Rado. The latter was Joun in rank and nodded to Jiraiya, who quickly used Shunshin. Naruto. Taicho. Are we allowed to excuse ourselves? Hyuga Niji stepped forward, motioning to himself, Sasuke and Shino. The blonde looked a bit surprised before turning to them. Report to the Hokage as well. You need to get your papers changed as you've all become Chunin. Kakashi, maybe you can meet with Danzo. Hayden had remained rather calm throughout the entire ordeal, all things considered. This shit's taking pretty long, Jashin-sama, bear with it. The Uzumaki murmured as he saw the three fresh Chunin move towards the Hokage tower, while Kakashi simply used Shunshin. You'll become a shinobi once again, Hayden. It will take time. Absent-mindedly twiddling a yellow tulip in her fingers, Ino was browsing through Ika tactics. Her team was supposed to show up in about an hour in her family's flower shop. I can't believe Jiraiya-sama became famous with these obvious plots. I can't believe Yamanaka Ino needs advice from smut books. Unimpressed, Ino looked up at Sakura. I can't believe I didn't notice you come in. But I guess that forehead of yours blocks a lot of light and sound. Ugh, that one was really lame, even for you. Sakura easily backhanded the comment away. I'm supposed to join your team practice for today. You're more than an hour early. The blonde deadpanned, turning back to the book on the counter. She wasn't surprised, however. Sakura always was more than punctual. Yeah, that's better than late. It's not if you're that much earlier. The early bird catches the worm, but the earliest dies of boredom. And has serious abandonment issues, whatever. I was bored. My entire team is outside of Konoha. Sasuke-kun should be getting back soon. I hope he got promoted to Chunin this time. The Yamanaka shrugged, putting the Ika away. Have you been to the Uzumaki estate? She changed subjects instead. Her love rival leaned against the counter. Ino was standing behind and nodded once. Constructions are still in progress, but it looks impressive. I don't know how they pulled it off, but it seemed they built more than 100 houses in a week. People don't seem to be allowed in yet, though. I figured since you were on Naruto's team you might have been. Another nod. I don't know too much about it. Convenience stores, restaurants, and libraries were already manned, though. I know there's restricted access, but I don't know why. Oh? Knowing you, you've done some research? Without a team, you've got plenty of time on your hands, right? It's funny. Sakura's expression turned a bit regretful. Our class clown, dead last classmate. He's an Uzumaki. I don't understand why he's been treated so poorly. I did a bit of digging, to no avail. There's no one that knows anything about him. Or is not sharing. But, there's information about the Uzumaki clan, though only little. It seems they got eradicated many years back because they were too much of a threat to all nations. But they were allied with Konoha. The pink-haired girl seemed troubled. But there's no record of any support, or even retaliation from Konoha after Yuzushiogakure was attacked. Ino's eyes widened. You think Konoha betrayed them? I don't know. I only know the Uzumaki were known for their prowess with Fuinjutsu, but I can't imagine Naruto even being able to get his grammar right. He's surprised us all before. Not holding back a snort, Ino continued. I can't believe we're talking about Naruto, instead of Sasuke-kun. After we graduated from the academy, Naruto really changed. I don't know if he's always been fooling us. Or if something happened. It's probably a bit of both. And more. One thing us Yamanaka learn is that things aren't explained by just one thing. She tilted her head and considered Sakura curiously. Say, you wouldn't be able to get us in the Uzumaki estate after practice? Who knows? Sakura turned as Shikamaru and Choji entered the flower store. Naruto should be getting back soon too. He's been gone for a long time. Asuma-sensei's been summoned for a meeting. Shikamaru, lazily as ever, drawled. He told us to go practice by ourselves, but I vote we skip. Then the Nara nodded to Choji. I didn't want to, but he dragged me over to tell you guys anyway. No way, I want to train. Otherwise I'm stuck all day behind this counter. Besides, the mind specialist in training motioned to Sakura. I want to kick Billboard into the sand a few times. I'm going home. I only came here to tell you practice is off as a courtesy. Shikamaru walked out of the store. Ino glared at his retreating form, grumbling a bit as well. You'd think things change. Choji stuffed another chip in his mouth before speaking. He says he's going home, which is true. But he's actually training with his dad. So if you're up for another training partner, I'm game. That's the spirit, Choji. Let's practice our family jutsu on Sakura. Sounds like fun. The one in question deadpanned. Your teammate is. Interesting. He's a nightmare. He kills and absorbs humans. Yes, I do believe that fits the description. The young Uchiha and Hyuga walked out of the administration office located next to the Hokage Tower. They were tired from the long mission, but were rewarded with Chunin outfits and homework. Homework in the form of paperwork that came with becoming Chunin. Many things to sign, many career possibilities and new regulations on what kind of service is expected from you in the village. It wasn't unexpected to either of them. I am glad he is on our side. I wouldn't know what to do facing an enemy with his ability. Niji continued. The Hyuga glanced sideways, observing the ever-present stoic expression of the usual Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke, would you object in becoming members of the same squad? I would also like to train with you. The Uchiha wasn't against it. Niji had defeated him, after all, so he definitely wasn't weak. Don't start crying when you can't defeat me anymore. A smirk formed in Niji's face. I'll take that as a yes. And don't worry, my skills will ascertain your defeat any day. Both their eyes had noticed the included Soran document among all other application forms in the administration office. After gazing at clouds for an hour or three, Shikamaru decided he'd built enough strategies in his head to deal with all the formations his father threw at him during a previous battles of shogi. Time to test them out. Sliding the doors open that allowed entrance to the living room of his house, the young Nara was surprised to find Naruto leaning against a wall and a red-haired man with a typical Nara haircut playing shogi against his father on the floor. Why is Naruto here, Shikamaru? His dad greeted slowly. Good timing. I'm currently in a battle that still goes both ways against Hyo-san. This might be good learning material, switch with me. What? He complained instantly. Our styles are different, I can't. Sometimes a leading officer dies. Shikaku rose from his position. It's up to an underling to be able to quickly and competently take over. Let's see your improvising skills. Grumbling and glaring at his dad, Shikamaru took over his seat on the ground. He did glance at Naruto, though, and still wondered why the blonde was here. The shogi board instantly had all his attention, however. He really liked the game, after all. He didn't even notice Naruto and Shikaku relocating to another room as soon as this Hyo person made his move. Tell me, are they all actually really you in advanced memory control? Naruto considered the question as Shikaka lighted a cigarette. It's a bit of both, Shikaka-san. They're really not dead, but not alive either. This Rinna Tensei you used, I've read about the limitations. Even those are still you. Or at least yours. It wasn't written down anywhere, but Naruto knew Shikaka figured it out by investigating reports about the massive temporary coma attacks weeks ago. But the Jinchuriki shook his head. They're not me. They carry my chakra, which makes your second assumption more correct. Nara Hyo turned to Uzumaki Hyo. Can't say I'm particularly thrilled about that. Is there a way to truly revive them? Can you release them completely? I've been struggling to come up with an answer to that. Kurama told me I need to learn how to kill a soul from within myself. Considered far-fetched, Shikaka still regarded it seriously. The mindscape, there are several ways to get there. Meditation is supposedly one. The Yamanaka are another. But then there's also the Falls of Truth. Though never proven, they say the waterfall at the Valley of the End is rumored to be one of them. Another one is on Kumogakure's island turtle, Genbu. There are probably more. If you truly do need to kill something inside of you, I'd bet you need to do it in person. The Yamanaka are really more powerful than people think. Naruto murmured. Shikaka couldn't agree more. Their lineage is interesting. With lineage in mind, Shikaka changed the subject. You said you needed my help, Naruto? Just turns out I need yours too. With an amused snort, Naruto willed a particular Shinzui Bunshin out. You have my full cooperation, Shikaka-san. I've already been informed of the squad you put together. The Jounin commander didn't bat an eye at the sudden appearance of a light blue-haired young woman appearing from Naruto's chakra. Naruto was impressed. Meet Samahata. In the past, she used to be an underling of the Otsutsuki. Extremely powerful, too. But she was weakened and forced into a ceiling that made her into a weapon. Kirigakure blacksmiths claim to have created this very weapon, But Samahata was the only weapon of the 7 swordsmen of the mist that did not originate from Kiri. This woman is a relic. She lived when the Otsutsuki thrived. Shikaka's eyes had widened in the meantime. I absorbed Hashigaki Kisame and Samahata. The weapon fuses in more ways than one with its wielder, and that was what limited her strength and freedom. She regained her freedom as soon as she stopped being a weapon. Naruto huffed and took a seat on the floor. She is probably the strongest soldier I have. She listens to my commands and they are to answer any and all questions you have in total honesty. Despite the grim situation, Shikaka couldn't help but feel excited. If what Naruto says is true, he can now find out about the true history of the shinobi world. In turn, though, I want yours, the Akimichi's and Yamanaka's complete allegiance to the Uzumaki clan. I take more, but your reach is questionable beyond that. More often than sometimes, Shikaka wondered if the characters Naruto absorbed could overpower Naruto's own. You're cunning, Naruto. He started. You already summoned Samahata before I could make a decision. Your tone suggests no deceit, but countless absorptions might have turned you into the best con artist in the world. Who can determine whether you speak lies or truths now? Is this woman really Samahata? Is Samahata even what you claim her to be? True. You will need a Yamanaka and a Hyuga to confirm it. But even then, Shikaka shook his head. Even that will not prove it completely. You know what you're asking, your trust. I believe I am in a position where I can ask for more than. Naruto's eyes gleamed with admiration for the man. You are indeed. Unsummon Samahata for now. I will need time to consider my demands. Naruto did so. Be careful with your tools, Naruto. You do know that is said the black apple destroyed itself from within. If words from the past are to be believed, the blonde was already going for the exit. I know, Shikaka-san. Believe me, I am taking precautions. With the use of his right hand back, he was back to normal again. His normal self being a punk picking on people weaker than him. Although he seemed he have mellowed out quite a bit ever since the Chunin exams. I've never seen you around. The puppeteer turned to see a red-haired girl glare at him. You a crossdresser? A twitch above his brow signified his instant annoyance. Cute girl, or not, no one insulted him and got away with it. Fuck off, nuisance. I'm not in the mood to bitch slap little girls right now. Oh, was the girl's response. Kankuro turned completely horrified as his world changed completely, and a horde of naked men all came charging at him. Hundreds of them. Kai, motherfucker, Kai. Kankuro yelled and formed the appropriate seal desperately. Tayuya was unimpressed as she watched the makeup-wearing boy dispelling genjutsu after genjutsu. Idiot doesn't know he activates a new one every time he shouts out the name of the dispelling technique. She muttered. This particular genjutsu trap was voice-activated by the victim. Whoever didn't teach him jutsu don't necessarily need to be voiced out loud should feel ashamed. Mind letting my brother go? He's actually crying. Tayuya looked past the boy and saw a blonde girl with 4 pigtails approach. This guy your sister? Temari stared, unimpressed. Fine. As soon as his world changed back, Kankuro noticed his own state and quickly scurried into their newly assigned house. Guess we're neighbors, huh? I can guess he asked for it, but you seem to be of similar mind to my brother. The female Sunanin let out in annoyed manner. I'm Temari, my brother's name's Kankuro. Tayuya. The girl introduced. You're the guys from Sunagakure, right? Well, welcome to the Uzumaki estate. In case you didn't know before. If you don't want to be here, you won't be here for long. What's your game, Raikage? No game. Just an inquiry and a suggestion. You're too slick. What happened to you, Konoha? That village has grown too strong. Even though I've grown an army twice their size, I know we'll more than likely still fall. A grinned unashamed and Onoki was disturbed to see such a different aura around the man. The oversized man had crashed right in the middle of the Wagakure and demanded an audience. The audacity was definitely a sign this was the rowdy Raikage. But the man before him now, in his office, was a stark contrast to the man he knew as a. Something was definitely odd here. Onoki was a very paranoid man. His personal strike team was ready to bring the man down should it be necessary, but there was no hostility. I've heard you've lost both your Jinchuriki. Surely you wouldn't brush my proposal off without thinking over it carefully? Onoki's eyes narrowed perceptively. The man definitely didn't have the skill's silver tongue. And the nerve to show up by himself, without any Kumo squads. Leave my village, Raikage. I am in no mood to be dragged into someone else's schemes. Losing a Jinchuriki or 2 will not change the power of my country. We still have the means to turn all to dust, don't forget. And then, Onoki's eyes widened as a man materialized right next to A. The elite team was ready to intervene until Onoki shouted out, "Mu, you've grown old, Oki-kun." Every night before heading home, he would always look over the village. The view changed drastically recently, with the addition of the Uzumaki estate. Hiruzen didn't know what to think of it yet. Big players in Konoha, big ones made even bigger. With his permission, Naruto had recruited members of the Akatsuki and would take in a former Konoha shinobi long thought dead. He had made Kakashi into an S-rank shinobi, and Jiraiya would probably be able to defeat him now, too. Even more preposterous was Uzumaki Danzo, with impeccable control over the Mokuton. He had half of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and quite a few unique Kekai Genkai users. But if the information given to him by Naruto about an hour ago was very troubling. If true, he understood why Naruto was amassing an army. He turned away from the view and held in a cough. He was still strong, but his strength, as was the thing with old age, was fading slowly. The offer will always stand, Hokage-sama. The words spoken to him were almost bewitching. And if he had to believe what he saw with his own eyes, Danzo was happy for it. Kakashi was stronger for it. To be in his prime again? But would he really be himself? Or were they all in actuality Naruto in disguise? Then again, if death was approaching anyway, did it truly matter? The aging Hokage snorted, knowing above all to see truth around him. He knew Naruto would probably absorb him on his dying bed anyway. The legendary professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, back in power? Was he actually excited? I'm really impressed with him. To think he would make such a big move. He gained a powerful body and a perfect Jinchuriki. That on top of his perfected use of the Edo Tensei makes him a very powerful enemy. Naruto was walking the streets of his own estate with Danzo and Tenzo, actually heading out into Konoha. I'm no longer worried about Nuke Nin and Shinobi nations. We have bigger monsters to deal with. Even though that's true, Orochimaru can't be underestimated. If the Otsutsuki catch wind on what's going on here, they might serve as extra fuel for our enemy. Danzo, make sure our grounds will grow stronger. Employ promising shinobi and make them stronger, fine-tune them. I will go into training on Mount Mayaboku after I find Tsunade. Hopefully she will come along. Jiraiya will stay here and help you alongside Kakashi to make sure Konoha is better prepared for what is to come. Tenzo was a bit confused, but heard the authority in which Naruto spoke to Danzo. I no longer receive information as a revived one, but I can venture a guess the odds are not in our favor. Should things turn south, I have an escape plan in place. Be sure you are at least in the Uzumaki estate when you feel the situation hopeless. He then handed Danzo a scroll. You simply activate this scroll in between your fingers as you use the activate hand seal. It's attuned to your chakra. Understood. The blonde then turned to ANBU captain. Yamato. Or Tenzo? Call me Tenzo. I haven't spoken to Irika for a while, but I think he's very much impressed with you. He watched the ANBU member nod in gratitude. Since you are one of Orochimaru's most prized and surviving test subjects, I can't help but be cautious, meaning he couldn't absorb Tenzo, but you're most certainly one of the most valuable members of the shinobi force in Konoha. Seeing as you can't be part of my personal army, I hope your abilities will be passed down genetically. Excuse me? Also, and I have discussed this with Hokage-sama, I request of you that you and yours are the only ANBU squad that will have a connection with Soran. Should you agree, you will have your personal headquarters in this estate as well. And well, Danzo speaks well of you. I would like to welcome you as a member of the Uzumaki clan. I know you're no Senju, but you have their blood. Blood connected to the Uzumaki. Above that, blood purer than an Uzumaki's. I don't really know what to make of all this yet. I have a lot of questions, yes. And on this walk we are having, I am willing to answer all of them. And then we can also discuss whether we accept the Kumogakyo refugees into the estate. He turned his head to look over his other shoulder, at Danzo. You'll have Uzumaki Obito and Tidan Samahata at your service. Tidan? She is one of the 5 guardians of the Otsutsuki. The only other I can locate quickly would be Genbu in Kumogakure. Make the best of it. Samahata has knowledge about all jutsu and fighting styles. We need to prepare for a war, because I believe Otsutsuki Indra has been awoken. Is he that dangerous an enemy? Most likely. He supplied to Danzo. But more than that, his actions will loosen a lot more trouble than we might be able to handle. From observing Samahata's past, this is not outside of my abilities. It will take a big chunk from my total chakra potential, but perhaps that's only for the best. The black apple is a double-edged sword. Having too much of something backfires in unpleasant ways. They then arrived where they wanted to be. Tenzo was a bit confused as the 3 of them were staring at the grave of one Noera Rin. Let's add another Jinchuriki to our midst. Danzo's eyes rested another tombstone nearby, however. Sarutobi Noera Biwako. Akatsuki. The group remained fearless as an army stood bearing down on them. It seemed Kiri had talented sensorin to have sensed them still this far from Kirigakure itself. Uchiha Itachi had already prepared more than a dozen genjutsu in advance, including his murder of Crow's genjutsu, in case he needed to flee. Akasuna no Sasori had deployed one of his few long-distance puppets. The Deidara standing with them was a clay clone and the Konin a paper clone. Han and Rashi were ready to unleash Jinchuriki hell should it be required. Uzumaki Nagato was still unconscious, being shielded by the real Konin miles back. Not Akatsuki. Itachi tried, but knew if would fall on deaf ears. Nothing would sway away hostility. About 50 of them, but not all ranked jounin. Perhaps not even half, the Uchiha estimated. The former members of the Akatsuki knew. They knew Kirigakure was low on strength ever since Terumi Mei had reclaimed Kirigakure. So should a battle occur, it would most likely end in Kirigakure's defeat. The current Mizukage glared at the Uchiha in particular. I will not allow a repeat, Uchiha. You are not allowed in my village, and he understood. The previous Mizukage had been under Obito's control. It stands to reason any Uchiha in Kiri would be met with suspicion and hostility. None of them were particularly familiar with Kirigakure either. Mei was biting the corner of her bottom lip in anticipation. Uchiha Itachi, Akasuna no Sasori, the Mad Bomber Deidara and Rashi and Han, Iwa's Jinchuriki. I don't know the woman, but if she's with Akatsuki, she'll probably be a true threat as well. She knew the realistic odds here. We did not come to wage war. Sasori spoke. That's too robotic a voice. He's not even really here. Mei's eyes narrowed dangerously, glancing at Ao. The talented Sensorni nodded his head once, but also gave an indication he couldn't sense any other presences nearby. Akatsuki has disbanded, we seek refuge. The puppeteer continued. The auburn-haired woman wanted to laugh at that, but anger overshadowed it all. What do you want here? Haven't you done enough damage to our country? I will not allow it any further. Make no mistake, Akatsuki. We will strike you all down. Understandable. Itachi spoke up and Mei's glare turned even fiercer. We come with information. Here, the Uchiha held a scroll. Nothing more. We will turn around and leave you in peace. You might not want it, but a war is coming and we will not be the ones you'll have to fight. The forces of Kiri watched as Itachi gently put the scroll on the ground. I pray for your and our safety. Itachi then dissolved into crows flying away. Konin scattered to the wind as pieces of paper. Sasori disassembled into many pieces of wood and they all, much like Konin's paper, scattered to the winds. Deidara simply melted to the ground, leaving a mess. Han and Rashi glanced at each other in surprise, having expected a big fight. They both turned around and walked away. Mei's glare didn't falter. The scroll the Uchiha had left behind could still be a trap. What do you want to do, Mizukage-sama? Use your Byakugan to read the contents of the scroll from here. And then we'll burn it. Ao's sweat dropped. A rolled-up scroll, probably secured with fuinjutsu created by an Uchiha. But not just any Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi. And she wanted him to read it from a distance? Her expectations of his stolen Byakugan were always too much. Ah. Mizuka, just do it. She then turned around and motioned for the remaining forces to follow. Ao's shoulder slumped as his one-eyed Byakugan gaze zoned in on the scroll. This is going to be a very long night. He never would have guessed to even be able to imagine the scenery before him. His trusted summons weren't amused with him. The Toad Sage frowned at his godson, wondering how he even had the guts to pull off what he just did here. The blonde somehow had managed to release the bijou within him. Although it might just be some sort of advanced henge and Shinzui Bunshin combination. Kurama, the 9th of the tailed beasts. Isabu, the 3rd of the tailed beasts. Goringeta, the gorilla demon. Currently refraining from letting his toxic presence destroy everything around him. Enma, the monkey king. With his most trusted summoner Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fukasaku, elder of the toads. Behind him stood Gamabunta, Gamahiro and Gamaken, Ibius, master of the salamanders. He brought along some higher-ranked poison toads, who had defected from the Toad clan. Katsuyu, one of the highest summons of the slugs, with Tsunade also being present. Aoda, a powerful serpent of the snake summons, with her summoner Mitarashi Anko. Manda was too much for her. Nigame, a higher-level turtle. His summoner Meito Gai was also present. Magamichi, master of the Blood Wolves. Though Kakashi never had the honor of being able to personally summon the Elder or the Blood Wolves, his usual summons managed to reel the master in for this meeting. Goringeta and Magamichi were the highest of ranks present. We have gathered here for a reason. Please refrain from destroying these beautiful lands. His words were hardly heard over the sound of their own massive killing intent. The Monkey King sighed to himself, as he didn't blame them. All currently present weren't exactly nest of friends. They had all come to Mount Maiboku. Enma wondered how long it would take before they could start this meeting and have possible talks about an alliance of the animal clans. The Otsutsuki will return, after all. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.